Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being refreshed!
Too much, man!
Come on!
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the ridgeway, man.
Consequences.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I'm staying in the race.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Awful. Weak.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Oh, never could.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Would you drop my...
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
What you talking about?
Break now.
I see that you know your judo well. Arithmetic.
China. I have to have my China. China.
Read the Second Amendment?
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina. You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, a fucking bitch.
What now?
Aren't I a good guy?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Precision of language. Please.
Cyclone Cheetah.
Winter is coming.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Climate and everything are the same word.
This is ridiculous!
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
It's a great day for being sad.
well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, trying to make sense of it all. So much for us to talk about here on this News on the Tuesday. So I guess we better get right to it, space fams. As always, safety first. Buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark abyss. Alright, great to see everyone in chat today on this Tuesday. Hope you're doing good. We'll do some shout-outs before we get to the stream. Donald James X, Moanoip, and Sue Fairy Dust B123 in the YouTube chat. Look, Bovine, a close fourth. Good for Gabby's here too. Bob Carmody. Mozart. BCat. Series. Kirkenstein's Monster. Looney Tunes 9000. Jet. Jumbo Slice. It's a fun name. Alright, I think that's everybody. It's quick. It's a quick shout out here today. Like I said, I hope everyone's doing well. If you look at the bottom left-hand corner, it's a horrifying number that I did some math on earlier today. I rounded down, not gonna lie, but the things are bad. I did some quick math earlier today before the stream started and realized I'm gonna be very short for paying the bills as June approaches, 5 days from now. So if you got the ability to help out, do consider all the ways, the myriad ways which we have available to you. Alright, it's enough talking about the capitalist problems. Time for America. Yesterday was, of course, Memorial Day, and Donald Trump attended a wreath-laying ceremony at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Let's go here. I still don't understand the point of this. What is... Anybody... Why does anybody understand the point of this? Why do we need two people to carry a wreath that arguably probably weighs 2 pounds at most? Donald Trump is not capable, or this soldier isn't. We need two people to hold the wreath. Otherwise, it's not official. That's basically. I just don't understand. I still don't understand it. I've seen this ceremony happen multiple times. I just don't get why we need two people. Can anybody educate me on the necessity of two people to move a wreath? A wreath. A conglomeration of plants in a circular formation. Oh, it's creating jobs. Moanoip. Smart. I'm the dumb one. That makes sense. That makes sense. Creating jobs. Donald Trump needs more jobs to do. That's it. Pomp and circumstance, says Bob. There's certainly some pomp and circumstance going on, undoubtedly. I'm still not sure that's necessary either. I feel like Donald Trump's got a lot of stuff that hits on his plate that he's not really addressing. I'm not sure him laying a wreath is super helpful to anybody, but hey, that's just me. Now, of course, in 2 weeks' time, we're going to be watching a North Korean-style military parade in D.C. Donald Trump had some stuff to say about that. The 250th anniversary celebration for the United States.
Lives for America. Over the past 250 years, we're going to have a big
big celebration, as you know, 250 years. In some ways, I'm glad I missed that second term where it was, because I wouldn't be your president. For that most important of all, in addition, we have the World Cup and we have the Olympics. Can you imagine? I missed that 4 years, and now look what I have. I have everything.
Look at me.
The way things work
So
out.
great. Everything's so good. Truly amazing.
God did that. I believe it.
Oh, God did it. God did it. Actually, it wasn't the steal. God stole the election, and it was actually God's plan the whole time to steal the election, and then I get in power, and then I'm in charge of a bunch of stuff. Just everybody remember that the military parade is going to cost about $100 million. So I don't know if that's a really fiscally responsible. This seems wasteful to me, just me personally.
God did it. You know, I got the World Cup and I got the Olympics.
I got both of them.
The 250 years was not mine. I'd like to take credit for it.
I'd like to take credit for it, but
I got the World Cup when I was president.
Donald Trump wants to take credit for 250 years of American history. I'd like to do it, but I can't. Gotta be real. I didn't start the country. It's true. My family came here in the early 1900s, I think.
And I said, boy, it's too bad I won't be president then. And look what happened. I turned out, and we're going to have a great time. We're going to have a great celebration. But most important of all is the 250th anniversary. That blows everything away, including the World Cup and including the Olympics, as far as I'm concerned. In any corner of this cemetery, at any resting place for our war dead, anywhere on earth, you'll find untold stories of equal heroism and heartbreak, unmatched patriotism and devotion, and acts of selflessness and courage so enormous they defy comprehension. Most people can't even imagine it.
People they can't even imagine.
It's love which moves the sun and the stars, but here sacred soil, right where we are, we're reminded that it's love which moves the course of history and moves it.
Good old fascist poetry from Donald Trump. That's enough from this speech. It's so fucking stupid. It is so goddamn stupid. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's move on from the military to talking about policing in the United States. Yeah. Let's just start in the Florida, the state from Donald Trump, from which Donald Trump is from. Florida. CBS Miami's got a fascinating story here.
So now to a developing story, chaos at a music festival in downtown Miami. Look at this, thousands ran for cover after hearing gunfire. Turns out it was a police officer who pulled the trigger.
CBS News Miami's Derry Hornstein is live near Bayfront Park.
Shock.
What we know so far,
a police officer shot someone in public.
Well, Eric and Betty, I can tell you cleanup crews just started arriving here this morning because this scene here at this music festival just left a mess after thousands of people went running. And you can see here.
Now, the thing they sort of skip over, they don't seem to be focusing in on enough, is that this chaos that they're talking about was caused by the gunfire, right? In America, people hear guns and they start running, right? And that's what happened. There was a music festival. People were trying to enjoy themselves. And then there's a shitload of gunfire happening nearby. And so they started running, which obviously the crowd of thousands of people, it's going to cause a little bit of chaos. Just a bit.
Take a look. The light's still on here, and there is debris everywhere because of all of this chaos. And this morning, the assistant police chief says they're reviewing body camera video and surveillance in the area to get a better picture of how this all went down. So take a look at this video here. It shows people running after hearing the gunfire. It all happened during a Caribbean concert here. We're told about 10,000 to 12,000 people were in this area. According According to City of Miami Police, an officer was here on Biscayne Boulevard near 2nd Street directing traffic when they were hit by a car. It happened around 7 last night. The situation then escalated from there. Police say that's when the officer pulled out their gun and shot the driver several times.
One of our officers was on a traffic post when we're still investigating exactly what happened, but we know that a vehicle made physical contact with the officer. As a result of that incident, shots were fired. Our officers immediately provided first aid to the person who was shot, who was inside that vehicle.
So as the cleanup here is just beginning, so is this investigation. Now, fire rescue does tell us the man who was shot, he was 21 years old. That man and the officer, they were both taken to Ryder Trauma Center. The man who was shot, well, he was in surgery overnight. The officer had minor injuries. Of course, we're working to get an update.
Minor injuries?
What led up to all of this, and once, of course, they review that body.
Yeah, let's see how injured this guy was, because we actually have the footage of the part of this incident that occurred here. Also CBS Miami from 5 hours ago.
Also seeing new video tonight of the moment Miami police officer holding onto the hood of a car shoots the driver inside. He says he's
going 3 miles an hour. I just want everybody to watch how fast this is transpiring, okay? Watch how fast the car is moving. It's less than 10 miles an hour.
The driver
He's fine. He could easily at any point just get off the fucking car. Just watch it again. This dude just blasting off, holding onto the car, rather than getting off of it. The car is barely moving. Dude could have gotten off, just easily disembarked from the fucking vehicle. Instead, he's like, nah, this is a good opportunity for me to shoot some black people here in Florida.
He says he was forced to fire after being struck
by
that vehicle.
Forced to
in
fire.
Downtown Miami. CBS News
Forced. He was forced.
Rodriguez.
He was forced to fire. Oh God! Someone pulled the trigger. God pulled the trigger for him or something. I don't know.
Is in downtown Miami for us with more on this story. Maribel?
That's right, Elliot. That new cell phone video captures the moment of the encounter between the driver and the officer. Now, we did speak with City of Miami Police. They said that prior to that video, there was an encounter, or there was a confrontation, or an encounter, excuse me, between the officer and that driver. He was forced to fire. We also spoke with
an encounter. You mean that he encountered the hood of the car? Is that what we're? What does that even mean? They're using such vague fucking language.
Sister of that driver who was sitting in the back seat, and she describes to us what happened. New cell phone video.
Look at this guy. He's hanging on. He's hanging on to that car. Could have easily gotten off safely. Multiple occasions there. So look, he's standing. He's fine. Everything is fine. Just decided to, you know, whip out his gun. He had enough time to pull his gun out, right? He had enough time to pull his gun out and fire multiple times into this car indiscriminately. You know, his life was not in danger, but thought, yeah, no, I'm just gonna blast off here in the middle of this street here. Fucking gross. Fucking gross and unnecessary.
Seconds later, the driver stops, gets out of the car, and surrenders.
It was terrible. I didn't know where he got shot. He immediately got out the car when he was shot.
Sherilyn Clark is a driver's sister. She told us she and her brother, 21-year-old Melanie Clark, were looking for parking near Bayfront Park Sunday night to attend a concert when the incident happened.
We were in the middle lane. He told everyone else to go with his hand signaling that we can go.
According to City of Miami Police, that officer was directing traffic on Biscayne Boulevard and Northeast 2nd Street when he was struck.
We know that a vehicle made physical contact with the officer.
Yeah, this dude had ample time to just get off of the car. And it's not like there weren't other police there. There wasn't, you know, squad cars that couldn't have followed this guy and, you know, stopped him in his car. Instead, he just thought, you know, it's just a good time to get some shooting, some close range shooting practice into someone's body. It's gross. It's super fucking gross and unnecessary. But don't worry. We got even more gross situations regarding the police. This time, Donald Trump is involved. Although I don't know about more gross. It's a different kind of gross, I guess we would say. What the fuck? Did I just get pulled out of my list? What the fuck is this? Whoa. Hold on, I gotta switch something. Something's wrong. Yeah, what the fuck happened? Why would this happen?
So now to a developing story, chaos.
All right, please,
at a music festival in downtown
please shut up,
Miami.
ma'am.
Look at this, thousands ran for cover after hearing gunfire.
Yeah, I need you to shut up. What the fuck? How did this happen? Alright, there we go. Solved it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You know, it is insane the way that the CBS Miami frames all of this, as if this officer didn't have a choice, didn't have an option to just get off of the car, take a moment to think about whether or not his life was in danger. None of that seemed to be of any importance to them. Shoot first, write a ticket for improper lane usage second. Yes, that's basically what just happened, okay? And if this victim's sister is correct, you know, that this officer waved them to move, to proceed, you know, I'm not shocked that this guy started driving, but you can see he's driving about 5 miles per hour. Grown man. In grave danger from a 5 mile per hour moving vehicle. A police officer. People who are supposed to be tough and capable. Supposed to protect the public. Instead, just blasting off. Okay, what in the fuck? Something's wrong. I gotta fix this. Something is fucking wrong. Ah.
President Donald Trump has pardoned yet another loyalist who found himself in hot water with the law. We're talking about former Virginia Sheriff Scott.
Okay, alright, I'm back. So yeah, we're talking about Donald Trump this weekend and how he's rolling back police reforms in the country, or at least trying to. Speaking of police reform, let's go to this fascinating story.
Trump has pardoned yet another loyalist who found himself in hot water with the law. We're talking about former Virginia Sheriff Scott Jenkins. He was convicted on fraud and bribery charges in March. Illegal. Sentenced to 10 years in prison. Well, a jury found him guilty of deputizing businessmen in exchange for cash in his county, but instead, President Trump's pardon power makes Jenkins a free man. In fact, in a Truth Social post, Trump called Jenkins a victim of the Biden administration, claiming he was persecuted by the left.
Sheriff Scott Jenkins, his wife Patricia, and their family have been dragged through all caps hell by a capital C corrupt and capital W weaponized Biden DOJ. In fact, during his trial, when Sheriff Jenkins tried to offer exculpatory evidence, blah blah blah, the sheriff is a victim of an overzealous Biden Department of Justice and doesn't deserve to spend a single day in jail. He is a wonderful person who is persecuted by the capital R radical left monsters and left for dead. This is why I, as President of the United States, see fit to end this unfair sentence and grant Sheriff Jenkins a capital, all caps, full, and capital U, unconditional, capital P pardon. He will, all caps, not be going to jail tomorrow, but instead will have a wonderful and productive life of bribery and corruption. Corruption's illegal, okay?
To say the former sheriff does not deserve to serve a single day in jail. And let's keep this in mind. Jenkins is the latest pardon that Trump has given to loyal supporters. In April, Mr. Trump pardoned embattled Nevada Republican Michelle Fiore, who was awaiting sentencing on federal charges that she used money meant for a statue honoring a slain police officer instead for personal items, including plastic surgery. Let's bring in Glenn Crush. She's the Washington correspondent for the New York Times covering the Justice Department.
Blue lives matter unless a woman wants to take that money and, you know, increase her cup size. That's actually really good use of public funds.
Glenn, what more can you tell us specifically about the Jenkins case and what made President Donald Trump push the button, get out the pen, and pardon him?
Well, let me give you a little breaking news here. My colleague Ken Vogel just reported on a third pardon, a former health executive named Paul Walsack, who was just pardoned for a series of tax crimes after his mother lobbied for his pardon and raised millions of dollars for Trump's campaign.
Wow.
What we're seeing here
is pay for pardon.
Really bluntly, is Trump and company redefining criminality. These are not people who are sort of marginal. We're not talking about, for instance, J6 rioters who sort of lingered outside the building, as some in Trump's camp have argued. We're talking about people who committed gross crimes. The Culpeper County Sheriff Jenkins gave away deputy sheriff's badges for thousands of bucks. There are two FBI, including to two FBI undercover agents.
Dude was literally selling deputy badges. He's like, "You got some money? Hey, bud, you got some money? Well, okay, great. We can get you a badge. Yeah. Let's call it 5,000, 10,000. I don't know. That seems fine. You can wield the arm of the law as long as you got a little money for me."
As you pointed out, apparently used money that was raised for a statue, a memorial for a fallen police officer for her own personal use. And this guy Walsack, who my colleague Ken Vogel just wrote about, used tax proceeds, stuff that was supposed to go to the government, to fund this extravagant lifestyle. So be very clear here. The President of the United States, who ran on a law and order platform, is essentially saying these are people who committed crimes, but they didn't commit crimes because they were loyal to me in one way or another.
Pay for pardon. Look, if you raise a lot of money for me, and you really like me, and you're very loyal, then actually you can't even commit a crime. Can't even commit a crime. All you have to do is say Donald Trump is the king, and then no crimes were committed, even if there were definitely crimes committed. Shakespeare, using your membership benefit highlight message, proud of you, to many more streams. Thank you, Shakespeare. Good use of your highlighted message benefit. All right, let's go here to a supposed example of anti-Semitism on the streets of LA. Let's find out how anti-Semitic this incident was. I'm sure it's incredibly anti-Semitic. I'm sure there's no way that it wasn't just
road rage
something else.
Over in Rosita is believed to be the result of anti-Semitism. A man seen here hurling insults at a driver, calling him names. The victim
Names.
says it's because he was displaying an Israeli flag in his car. Now, that man calls this attack unprovoked.
KTLA's Rachel Menitoff spoke with the victim and joins us live with more tonight. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Karine. Hi, Rick. Good evening to you both. The victim isn't Jewish himself, but he says his daughter and fiancé are, and he displays an Israeli flag in his car in support of them. He believes this is the reason he was the target of a hateful tirade.
You're a coward. I'll beat your ass in front of everybody, okay?
A hateful encounter. This man allegedly rolled down his window and unprovoked threatened a passing driver.
He just comes up next to me in the left lane, I'm in the right lane, and rolls his window down, and what I recall him saying was, "I will kill you. I will effing kill you."
The man on the receiving end, his name is Justin. He's Iranian American and says while not Jewish himself,
I love how this guy's not Jewish, and we're claiming anti-Semitism just because he seems to love the state of Israel in some creepy fashion.
Don't be creepy.
He's got a fucking Star of David hat for some reason. I don't understand why. As well as a giant Israeli flag in his car.
He displays.
Look at the size of this thing. It takes up the entire dash. Look at the size of this fucking flag.
American, and says while not Jewish himself, he displays.
This guy is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that what this other gentleman did was misguided, undoubtedly. But so is displaying a giant Israeli flag. Okay. It's fucking insane. And I listened to this whole encounter that was on video. The word Jew and or Jewish was not uttered one time. Sure, he said some things that were, probably wrong. And certainly could have been construed as like potentially like harassment. But it's just, I am getting real sick of people coming out and telling me that somehow being anti-Israeli is anti-Semitic. It's not. This was a really stupid fucking story from KTLA5 where they basically leaned into that framing as hard as possible. They practically fell over. They were leaning so far into it. People, it's basically a poor or middle class Patrick Bet David. Yup, PBD. PBD on the streets. All right. God. All right, let's talk Democrats real quick. Got a few things here to talk about. Start here with CBS New York. The death of Congressman Charles Rangel. I don't know if you heard about it, but it happened, I think it was yesterday. The former congressman from Harlem.
Flags across New York will be lowered tomorrow to half-staff in honor of former Congressman Charles Rangel. The Harlem native dedicated his life for fighting for his district. He spent nearly 50 years in Congress, becoming the 9th longest-serving member in the House. Dick Brennan has more on how he's being remembered tonight.
He was a son of Harlem who would rise to the halls of power.
Before we get too far, did you hear what they said? He was the 7th longest serving member of Congress in history. Okay, he was 94 years old when he died. Now, he wasn't in office anymore. He's been out for a couple years, but the dude was like 95 years old. Okay, and this is not a criticism necessarily of Charles, but more just a criticism of the fact that Democrats just continue to not bring new young leadership into the party, and it's just filled with a bunch of very, very, very elderly people.
Tonight.
He was a son of Harlem who would rise to the halls of power in Congress, but Charlie Rangel worked his magic one person at a time. The giant smile, the big handshake, giving everyone the feeling that he would fight for them. And he did for decades. In 1970, Charlie Rangel would unseat the legendary Adam Clayton Powell Jr.
I like to interpret this victory as filling a vacant seat and providing the voice that Harlem hasn't had for the last few years.
and for 46 years he would serve in Congress. He indeed was the first African-American to chair the influential House Ways and Means Committee, and he was a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus.
Charlie's lived experiences made him the man that he was. There's a saying, when they made Charlie, they broke them up.
Rangel was the last surviving member of the so-called Lions of Harlem that included Basil Patterson, Percy Sutton, Herman Denny Farrell, and David Dinkins.
He was the kind.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good guy, but well, he had some problems too, but like corruption, accusations. But a lot of people in the Bronx continued to support him. And but do you know who replaced Charles Rangel? Adriano Espaillat, who was, I believe, over 70 years old. So, you know, it's like, it's just this continuation of the sort of gerontocracy that certainly exists in the Democratic Party more than it does in the Republican Party right now. And it's something that we have to address immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Are we going to have a goal tonight? Oh, yes, we'll do a goal in chat. Do a chat goal. Although I do have a goal in the bottom left-hand corner if anybody sees it. Maybe I should make it bigger. I'm going to make it bigger. Make it bigger. I'm also working on solving this situation. Because we are still short from last month due to our lack of streaming and as a result of our technological problems last month. Ay, ay, ay. Can we get a senator who hasn't gotten a free Life Alert subscription? No, we can't. Or House representatives either. I mean, that's where we're at right now, I'm afraid. So yeah, the goal is going to count everything that we get donated on either Cash App, PayPal, or new Patreon members. I'm going to have to do it all myself in terms of logging it. All right. Speaking of Democrats, CNN has a message for all of us. Let's go to see what Anderson Vanderbilt has to say. Oh, by the way, I just realized. Whoopsies. Please hold. Shut up, Anderson. Please shut up. Don't do it.
Hey,
Don't.
Anderson Cooper.
Anderson, what did I just say? I said shut up. There we go. Somebody mentioned in chat that we have something like 30 plus likes. I don't know where we're at right now. If anybody wants to double check for me. 20 and 11, 21, 11. Okay. But yeah, great job for getting all that emotional support already here. All right, to CNN, they've got a very important message for us. Here we go.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. Thanks very much for visiting this page where you can nominate someone you'd like to see recognized as a CNN hero. I'm always amazed by these everyday people changing the world. They dedicate themselves to a cause they care about, and they are truly making a difference. How do we choose our CNN heroes? Well, the truth is, it all starts with you and the information you share on this form. As you'll see, we asked for some basic contact information, and then 2 questions, just 2, about your hero, their work, and the impact it's having on the lives of others. You can share links to articles and websites about them as well. Remember, though, we receive thousands of submissions each year, and a thoughtful, well-written nomination is essential to help yours stand out from the rest. We encourage you to watch videos of previous CNN heroes to understand how extraordinary the people we honor each year really are. Now, once you're finished, click the Submit button, and that's it. We read every nomination, and we'll contact you or your nominee if we need more information.
Nice.
There are some other helpful tips and answers to
Yeah, there you go. We gotta get out there and nominate our CNN Hero of the Year. So get on that one immediately, chat.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, I've been like racking my brain over who actually should be the hero, the CNN hero of the year. I'm actually blanking on it. If anybody comes up with some good suggestions, let me know. Preferably sarcastic suggestions. Thomas Jefferson started the civil rights movement. Haha, good one.
Give me a joke.
Okay. Back to talking about Democrats. Here's PBS NewsHour from yesterday talking about young Democratic candidates and how they're pushing to redefine the future of the party. So long as incumbent Democrats don't try and stop them.
The Democratic Party is still figuring out how to meet this moment, and we spoke to 3 Democrats, all launching first-time bids for national office in 2026, about what they think their party needs to do to win.
I'm Mallory McMorrow. I'm from Royal Oak, Michigan, and I'm running for United States Senate.
My name is Jake Rakove. I live in Studio City, and I'm running for the 32nd Congressional District in California.
I'm Kat Abugzaleh. I'm from Chicago, and I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois.
It is not enough to say Democrats are not in power right now, but just vote for us hard enough in the midterms. People want to see that you feel what they're feeling.
By the way, this woman's name is, like she said, Mallory McMorrow. She is running for the... I think she's actually currently in the House. Am I right? Yeah, she was a representative from Michigan's 13th district for 4 years. And is currently the Michigan's 8th district representative. I assume she moved. But she has some pretty decent political positions. I'm not super familiar with her, but on her Wikipedia page it suggests that she's, you know, there's a limited amount of information on here, but it says McMorrow supports expanding investment in renewable energy projects, funding clean water initiatives in her district, and she supports LGBTQ rights, renewable energy, and gun control. All good things, in my opinion. Yeah.
Feel the fear and anxiety and frustration and anger.
Every single authoritarian movement thrives when the opposition party refuses to actually stand up to them. Anyone that's taken a middle school history class knows that appeasement isn't effective.
My opponent, Brad Sherman, has been in office for almost 30 years. He's in his 15th term. He was elected in 1996 when I was 8 years old. I think people who have been in power for that long and have so checked out of the district as he has is why we got Trump twice. And so I'm running against him to bring a new generation to Congress to actually show those people who left our party that we are still a party of progress and still a party that's going to work for them.
A lot of Congress didn't grow up with school shooting drills. They don't worry about...
Now, I think everybody here, or maybe most people here, are familiar with Kat Abugzaleh, and she has some very good positions as well. She's a Palestinian American, and if you're in Illinois, definitely vote for her. Mitty Doctors with a sweet super chat, a blank super chat, but still sweet nonetheless. Thank you, Mitty. Getting us started on the goal, breaking that ice. Getting us started. Thank you so much, Mitty.
Pocket expenses. They probably own their homes, and that's not the case for most of Gen Z.
The idea that you can't afford to buy a house, that you don't have job security, that you may not have health care, that you may not be able to afford the things that came easier to our parents is a reality for me. That means that I respond very differently than perhaps some members of my party who have been in office for many more years, who have come up in a very different time.
And the strategy is to stand back, hands off till 2026, and hope enough people get hurt that they'll vote Democrat in the midterms. That's not only morally Republican.
Yes, it is morally Republican. Well, I guess it's pretty much the same thing. Morally Republican and or morally repugnant. Basically the same idea, really. But yeah. It's reprehensible, it's incredibly cynical and lazy.
morally repugnant.
I have so
You're
many more
banking on
adjectives,
people
honestly.
being hurt by this administration. But it's also stupid because you're letting Trump dismantle this country.
We all knew he was going to be chaotic, he was going to be unstable, he was going to do power grabs. And to see how slowly they were to respond in the first few months, I think upset a lot of our base and a lot of other Democratic voters who looked around and said, what are you doing? Do something, do anything.
This is about approach. Are you somebody who fights or are you somebody who sits back? Are you active or are you passive? Do you have the ability to break through, meet people where they are, and talk to people in a real human way? And that is my lane. I know how to break through. I know how to communicate with people.
We have to have these conversations in our safest districts. We have to be able to fight amongst ourselves and have this discussion as Democrats where we know we're going to talk to our base and be strongest before we can even go into a swing district and hope of converting people and bringing back in people into the party that left us.
Democrats need to stop reacting to Republicans and just get back to basic humanity.
100%, Kat. That's a fantastic point. Just need to get back to basic basic governance, honestly. Just, you know, rather, like she said, being reactionary, being proactive, getting out there and doing things that people like, things that people want. Responding to the voters rather than wagging your finger at them for wanting things or, oh, how dare you criticize my, you know, taking PAC money or whatever else. I'm sick of it. I think everyone's sick of it, honestly. Speaking of young people. Whoa, what the why? Why are we doing this? Don't do that. There we go. Speaking of young people, many young people, are either in college, hoping to be in college. Let's go here. Talk about colleges, specifically Harvard, which is still under attack from Donald. Oh wait, I forgot that I added this one in here before we got to that. You know what? Let's quickly talk about young people and one very, very old man by the name of Jordan B. Peterson.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
What you talking about?
Should we start with Jordan Peterson?
I think so.
Now, you will notice that the YouTube of this is titled Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. When it was first released, it was not titled that. It was titled One Christian versus 20 Atheists.
Sam is right. Sam is right. I actually watched this whole freaking thing. I was tempted to try and watch this with all you, but we've never had any success with watching Jubilee videos live on stream. But this was a fascinating watch, not gonna lie.
Now, I'm trying to think, like, what was mine called? Like progressive or something like that, right?
Versus conservatives, I believe.
Progressive versus conservative. That's the way they do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's accurate. Yeah.
Jordan Peterson.
They give you, as far as I remember, like latitude. Like I think I suggested that.
The top comment says, the way Jubilee changed the title from One Christian versus 20 Atheists featuring Jordan Peterson to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists after 4 hours is so funny.
Well, part of the reason why they did this is because someone pointed out that Jordan Peterson claimed that he's not Christian in the video.
We're about to play that part. He gets very defensive about it.
This is not new for Jordan, who I suspect does not believe in God like the people in your life who believe in God, and he's been lying about and pretending about that and fudging that for years and years, even though it's been pretty obvious.
Has he said that he doesn't?
He's always did this thing about what do you mean by believe in God, and what do you mean by Christian, and all that stuff. Oh, do I have some relationship to the infinite? He's been doing this the entire time because he's lying about his actual beliefs.
But I don't even understand, like, I mean, it's honestly like this whole thing feels like Jordan Peterson was kidnapped and dropped into this circle
Illegal.
And made to debate these people. That's not how it works. I've done one of these.
You could decline this if you wanted to.
Yeah, no, it was totally my option as to whether to do this. And in fact, not only was it my option to do this, I actually had to go somewhere to do it. They did not all show up.
But you don't understand, Jordan has no choice anymore because of what's been taken from him. You know, his respectability, his
professional qualifications,
professional practice.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction
So
of the 20th century.
Like, he is in a prison of wokeness's making, and so he has to do these media appearances.
I am forced into this.
Also, Russell Brand is Christian now. Joe Rogan looks like he's church curious, so it's getting a bit more crowded in the "I kind of believe in God" department.
All right,
basically prison labor.
Here's Jordan Peterson, and this is which one is this? Is this the?
This is the first one, I guess. Yeah, this part, and then yeah.
If you believe something, you stake your life on it. You know, I believe that gravity exists. I'm not willing to die for it. You know, I believe that the sky is blue. You know, I don't think I'm going to go to war over someone telling me that it's red. You know, there's so many great examples of how this is some of the dumbest logic in all of history.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Can you pause it? I'm sorry. So this is a really interesting rhetorical trick I've heard some conservatives deploy in relation to Donald Trump, where it's like, actually I heard Anna Kasparian say this on TYT. If you if you think Donald Trump is a fascist, then wouldn't.
Speaking of Anna Kasparian.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Necessitate basically advocating for his assassination. Where did we get to that logical leap? Like, it's like when you're in this kind of trap where you can't necessarily get out of it, so you have to strawman the opponent as basically being hysterical, right? Or make the
what
bar
do you mean by
to entry.
Strawman?
Right.
What do you mean by strawman?
We've all heard of the Gish Gallop, which is a rhetorical technique in which a person
what
of
is
the day
straw?
attempts to overwhelm an opponent by presenting an excessive number of arguments without regard for their accuracy or strength. This is the sort of inverse of that.
Whoa. What do you mean by inverse?
So what
my
Sam's
God.
doing there is what I'm going to coin.
Oh my God. Sorry to pause this for you folks, but I gotta update this goal here that we have. Incredible. Someone just donated on the Cash App. You know who you are. I know who you are. I'm not gonna put you out there unless you want to be known. But really, truly, so appreciated. I am floored. Someone just donated $100 on the Cash App, getting us almost 1/3 of the way through the goal. I am... Wow, I'm just incredibly grateful for that. I am almost taken aback. Thank you. You know who you are.
The pedantry prance, which is that you just keep taking issue with
with words.
Issue? What do you mean by issue? Wait,
what is prancing?
You answer me. What do you mean by issue?
We need to agree on terms.
What do you mean by issue?
About what prancing is?
I don't have to
is
agree
prancing
with
skipping?
anything you say.
By issue,
I say it's a celebratory skipping, not a prancing. Okay, you know, there's a huge difference between prancing and skipping and dancing. We have to be very clear with our words, and your words are bad.
It's not about you bullying me into agreeing with you. You don't even know what the word issue means.
I just mean, like, you take exception to.
Okay. So issue means exception. Then what does exception mean?
You know, for instance, the word belief.
Is it an exception or is it an issue? All you did was change the word.
This pedantry prance.
Oh, prance. Really? What do you mean by prance? Are we prancing right
dancing
now?
Around, exactly.
No, dancing around. Dancing around.
In a frivolous
I see.
manner.
So why is there two words? Why don't we just say prancing around? This is the problem. You're dismissed.
Understand is that beliefs make you a superhuman. Okay, if you believe in a thing enough, you are unstoppable. And by the way, Jordan played this game for the full hour and a half. Okay, rather than actually arguing on the merits of the things being said, He just tried to dissect every single word that was said to him, and it failed just not tragically, but epically, I guess you might say.
Makes you an unstoppable force.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay.
You just said
so.
How would you define belief?
What?
Something you say?
Okay, so I explain. Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
Don't be so sure.
Lie to save your life?
Don't be so sure.
How much do you know about me?
How much do you know about me?
Exists.
How do you know?
Tell me if this pen exists and try. Shoot me now.
So
shoot me now. Shoot me.
I refuse to say things that are untrue.
Shoot me now, dead with the pen.
He has no thought of where he's going. So
Stick it into my eye.
He's backed into the corner where, under no circumstances,
Climate and everything are the same word.
can he utter an untruth?
He so desperately didn't want to answer the question, do you believe in an all power? Like he couldn't even. No, this is a gotcha question. What is belief? What is God? What is everything? What is pen? What do you mean pen?
So So he catches him here, and this is where Jordan has to get defensive about, do you know anything about me?
Oh, yes.
If you know anything about me, I am willing to die for anything that I believe in, okay? And anybody who suggests that we need to do anything other than that, if you don't die for your beliefs, then you are a morally repugnant and backwards thinking person.
This is a debate on ideas, but first I hope you're familiar with my CV.
He's doing a great job, but he should have been like, what do you mean by no?
This pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life?
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me?
Hold on, go back, please, go back. I want to hear that again. Don't be so sure.
Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life?
Don't be so sure.
I stand on the firmament of truth.
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Oh, pause it for a second. Pause it for a second. Mm-hmm. His career? Like, which career has been more successful for him?
Yeah, right. It's a great point.
Honestly.
His practice or his media personality?
Seriously.
Honestly.
Yeah. He insisted on
lies.
I wonder. That's why he.
I wonder how much do you think that he was getting paid at Evergreen College in Canada before he was jettisoned from the faculty? What do you think? Like $100,000 a year or something like that, maybe. And now he's making millions with his little fake university and all this other crap that he's doing on here. I mean, fairly certain his YouTube channel has hundreds of millions of views. Dude's banking on all of this stuff. You know, seems to have actually been a good career choice for him, regardless of the implications for society.
His professional credentials in Canada. He insisted on calling Elliot Page's doctors criminal butchers, which is just a right-wing
what does
propaganda.
butcher mean?
Exactly.
What does criminal mean?
Butcher.
Right, it turns out none of the things.
Butcher is actually it's a two word, it's a compound word. Butch and is to err. Butch is to be a man. You're an erroneous man. You're very erroneous.
That and the Royal Psychiatrists of Montreal or whatever said, we're going to give you every opportunity to go back on this, and he said, I'd rather just feed the hogs on right-wing media.
Right, because of the cash associated with it.
Oh, what does cash mean? Oh no!
Listen, Bucko, you don't know.
Go ahead. Wait a second.
I would die for my cash. That's how much I believe in it.
I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Wait a second. The guy set up a hypothetical about somebody coming in saying, is this a pen? And if the guy says it's a pen, they're going to kill him. And now Peterson has now changed the hypothetical in such a way
what Sam doesn't understand is that actually I have he sort of a supernatural sight. And I can see that this hypothetical man with a gun actually would not care about the lies. Okay? And even if you did lie, he would shoot your family and they'd be all gone, and then you would have lied and debased yourself.
Well, lying wouldn't help that. But then why would he address the fact that he wouldn't lie in other circumstances?
But this guy comes up with a good response to it, too, because he catches him and it gives him a scenario in which lying could save his family.
A pretty famously obvious scenario to Europe. One in America would be like maybe escaped slaves. Would you? Or
what about your money or your life?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure that you would take the money and then kill me. So in this hypothetical, I can see into your brain, into the brain of the person who's hypothetically there.
That lying could save someone.
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're in Nazi Germany and
it's not answerable.
Pause it. I'm sorry, but that
I
is
love
a pretty
that.
insane thing that he just said.
I love how he preempts the hypothetical. He's like, actually, I would never be in that hypothetical because I live my life free of sin, and therefore anybody who's never sinned has never been forced with a difficult choice.
He said that he basically, in a roundabout way, blamed people who were captured by the Nazis for their own behavior. I wouldn't be in that situation.
No. He blamed the people who didn't anticipate that the people who tried to hide Anne Frank, they didn't have enough forethought.
And I'm sorry, I can't hide you or lie for you because the die has been cast long ago. There's nothing we can do anymore.
No, the problem is that family did not emigrate to the United States beforehand.
That was simple.
And therefore, when Dan Frank's family would show up at the house, no one would be there.
I've been living in
and they would be able to live in the attic without anybody there. And so when the Nazis came in, they'd say, "Who's here?" No one was there.
People
and they would
don't
go to
know.
the next house.
This kid's like 24 years old.
I like the.
Stop tying me up in pretzels, you little shit!
I know the example, and I'm bloody pissed
I
that you brought
know
it up.
I know it. I believe me.
Isn't this also Tim Pool would really appreciate this deontological answer where it's so immoral to lie, right? But it's not. You don't have to think. It's only viewing the action as moral or immoral.
It's more moral to not lie than to allow your parents to allow your family to die. Okay, God will shine down upon you. Okay, an aura of saintliness if you refuse to lie and allow your family to die. Those are the actions of a hero. Okay, it's basically a reverse martyr, right?
Of itself and not the consequences of it.
Oh, what does consequence mean?
Yeah.
Answer a hypothetical like that.
First off, you should not have voted for Hitler.
Yeah.
That's number one.
Transcend it.
Number two, you should not make the people think that you might be willing to hide Anne Frank. That's why they come. If you leave milk out for a kitty cat, it's
Jesus Christ. I do love the implications, though. Basically suggesting that the Frank family were sinners, and that's why that they were in this predicament of the Nazi takeover. Hold on, we gotta watch this other clip. This other clip is honestly, it's even better. I'm not gonna lie. We have to do this one.
Now, and also, I don't know when they recorded this. I know the lag time on mine was 5 or 6 weeks, right? I mean, it was the end of January, and it came out in the first week or so of March. And what is it about Jordan Peterson that he would have a debate with atheists about if he wasn't?
If you can't identify him as anything other than Jordan Peterson.
No, I guess you could just say, believer in God, versus 20 atheists.
But he would take exception of that. What do you mean by believe in God?
Yes,
Then
great
why
point.
agree to this?
Great
Is the
point.
That's the
question.
strangest. That's why. And
Great
this
point.
poor
Believing in God.
Kid
What does
who's
belief
debating
mean?
Him, and Peterson basically shows up and go, "Oh no, I've actually just been teleported here. I'm not." I mean, it's almost like Freaky Friday. Where Jordan Peterson shows up, but it's just his body, and it's actually some other person.
I've been body swapped with somebody.
I've been body swapped. I didn't know about this. I didn't prepare for this at all. I'm only 7. Good.
I'm here for, I don't know why I'm here. I'm Jordan Peterson. I honestly, I've been having a really hard time lately, and I don't know why these kids keep yelling at me and asking me to define things about my beliefs. It's very frustrating. Why can't I be both a Christian and non-Christian simultaneously? It makes perfect sense, perfect logical sense to me, and their objections are very frustrating for my very weak and fragile psyche.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were.
No, you're talking to Jordan B.
I think everyone should look at the title.
This kid's reaction is.
How rude.
Oh God. You can tell Jordan put a lot of effort to preparing for this debate. just getting slayed by the young people. It's fucking face.
Bravo on the quick wit on that.
Oh
kid
my God.
To turn that phrase around on him. Oh my goodness. You're really quite nothing, aren't you?
Calling me nothing is basically an attack on my personhood.
What was it he didn't want to? I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not even sure I followed what the debate was about there. And it just seemed to get short-circuited.
Because Mary is like the mother of Jesus, as opposed to Jesus, who's or God, who you're supposed to be worshiping at the top of the hierarchy. I think is maybe what he was alluding to.
But I think the point is that Peterson is making an argument that atheists are also worship a god. It's just they don't refer to it as a god.
Jesus, I say that.
Because they have some guiding principle. But I'm just guessing. I mean, I also think that's sort of like what if anything you worship is a god in that instance, it really has to do with what he said in terms of like what Peterson himself said about prioritizing and where they sit upon like their.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the whole thing. My estimation of it, with this, Jordan was trying to prove, basically, that atheists were as religious people. And while they might not worship a deity, instead they worship something like climate change or science or something like that. But this guy very deftly turned it back around on Jordan, in my estimation. I mean, most of them were just slaying Jordan Peterson. He really struggled during this supposed debate. But like, you know, I prioritize food, right? Like I enjoy food, but I also need it, right? So I prioritize it. You know, it's on a list of priorities. I wouldn't say I worship food. I don't. Before I eat, or while I'm cooking the food, I don't start bowing to it and praying to it and saying, "Oh, food, please be food." Be as foodie as possible right now in the name of food. Like it's just an idiotic semantics game. That's basically all that Jordan Peterson has, is just semantics games. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's move it on. Honestly, it was a fascinating watch. It really was. He got stacked so many times. All right, let's continue with the young people now, on with the education portion. Talking about Harvard, who is still under attack by the Donald Trump administration. Here's Forbes breaking news to get us started off on that one. See what Trump had to say.
Look, Korea, I'll check it out. Yeah.
On Harvard, do you think you'll come for their endowment in any way or go after financial aid?
Oh, yeah.
Well, look, part of the problem with Harvard is that there are about 31%, almost 31% of foreigners coming to Harvard. We give them billions of dollars, which is ridiculous. We do grants, which we're probably not going to be doing much grants anymore to Harvard. But they're 31%, but they refuse to tell us who the people are. We want to know who the people. Now, a lot of the foreign students we wouldn't have a problem with. I'm not going to have a problem with foreign students. But it's 31%. It's too much because we have Americans who want to go there and other.
Look, I don't have a problem with foreign students. I just want less of them. Is that so wrong? Okay, they're fine. Okay, but they should stay foreign. Okay, and they come here, and then they go to our schools, and they pay our schools money. What do we get out of that aside from money? It's so confusing.
And they can't go there because you have 31% foreign. Now, no foreign government contributes money to Harvard. We do. So why are they doing so many? Number one. Number two, we want to...
One thing I just want to remind everyone. It was like a little over a month ago, I think, that Trump was claiming, at least one of Trump's sort of people, I can't remember if it's him particularly. I think it might have been him, as well as another one of his, might have been Marco Rubio. I can't remember who said it now. But someone within the Trump administration was saying that they were actually getting money from China.
China!
Like they were saying, the Chinese Communist Party is embedded and is giving these colleges money, and therefore these universities and colleges are somehow, indebted to the CCP.
I have to have my China.
All right, let's go here to Democracy Now! To keep talking about... Wait, whoa, what the fuck? Did I just get ejected out of my list again? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? This has happened twice today now. I did nothing. I did nothing to cause this. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I've never seen this happen before. Oh my god, this is so annoying, man. Sorry, everyone.
Look, Korea, I'll check it out. Yeah.
On Harvard, do you...
Okay, here we go.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to President Trump's escalating war on Harvard University and academia as a whole. On Friday, a federal judge temporarily blocked a move by the Trump administration to bar Harvard from enrolling international students. They make up well over a quarter of Harvard's student body. A hearing on the case will be held today. On Monday, Trump threatened to redirect $3 billion in federal grants from Harvard to trade school. CNN is reporting the Trump administration is also poised to cancel $100 million in federal contracts with Harvard University. On Monday, Trump slammed Harvard for accepting so many international students and for not handing over detailed personal information about them.
Part of the problem with Harvard is that there are about 31%, almost 31% of foreigners coming to Harvard. We give them billions of dollars, which is ridiculous. We have Americans that want to go there and to other places, and they can't go there because you have 31% foreign. Now, No foreign government contributes money to Harvard. We do. So why are they doing so many? Number one. Number two, we want a list of those foreign students, and we'll find out whether or not they're okay. Many will be okay, I assume. And I assume with Harvard, many will be bad. And then the other is
many will be good, many will be bad.
President Trump's escalating his threats as Harvard resists requests by the federal government to hand over detailed personal information about its international students. On Monday, Trump wrote on Truth Social, the information is needed to determine, quote, how many radicalized lunatics, troublemakers all, should not be let back into our country, unquote. On Monday, Democracy...
I love how the government now wants to... I wonder how much administrative cost all of these sorts of things are going to start adding up to. I've been trying to figure it out in my head. But, you know, vetting every single student going into every university from a foreign country, it seems like there would be a great deal of burden on the taxpayer in this instance. I don't know how many people it's going to take to do this, but you got to assume it's going to cost some amount of money, an undetermined amount of money to vet and background check and scrape the social media and whatever else they're deeming important. But like, just think about it. Every single, how many students are in college? I think there's over 1 million. I checked it earlier. I can't remember the exact number, but it's like over 1 million students come to the United States every year. You gotta figure it's gonna cost at least a couple $100 per person, which means it's gonna be like $250 million to do this. And I don't. What is the benefit of doing this exactly? Having homogenous universities of conservative only views? Is that basically where it's going to be?
Now reached Francesco Anselmetti, a British-Italian international graduate student in Harvard's joint PhD program in History and Middle East Studies. He's a member of Harvard's Graduate Student Union. He responded to Trump's threats.
Trump's revocation of Harvard's ability to enroll and register international students is, of course, it's an attack on Harvard's international community. It's also seemingly one of the largest, perhaps the largest, threat of mass deportation on a unionized workforce in American history. I mean, this is an attack on American academia as it is an attack on American labor. Around 25% of the university's community, including around 4,000 workers, many of whom do the bulk of teaching at Harvard, many of whom, you know, despite a federal judge blocking the Trump administration's action, are left in a position of extreme precarity and uncertainty over the short and medium-term future. We expect, you know, Harvard to continue fighting for its international students in the courts, but we expect them to do so also in part because it's in their interest, right? What we aren't so sure about is whether it is in their interest to truly stand up for the free speech and intellectual autonomy it claims to be defending. In order for it to do so, it would have to seriously consider the claims of various student groups that have been operating on campus over the last 2 years in solidarity with Palestinian rights, groups which Harvard has had really no trouble in disciplining, in some cases banning. And the irony here is that, of course, these decisions from Harvard have represent caving to outside pressures, right? These, in many cases, have been decisions that Harvard has been pressured to do in response to right-wing groups, in response to donors who represent, interests that want to eradicate any pro-Palestine sentiment on American university campuses.
That was Harvard graduate student Francesco Anselmetti speaking to Democracy Now! Harvard's UAW unions have condemned the Trump administration attacks on graduate student workers. We're joined now by Alison Frank Johnson, a professor of history at Harvard University, the chair of the German department. She's also a member of the American Association of University Professors, the AAUP. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Professor. If you can start off by talking about what Trump is demanding, what exactly this means as students who are in Cambridge and are around the world, not knowing whether they are being forced to leave as we speak.
That's right. These measures are targeting not only the students who haven't arrived yet, who've been admitted but are still at home packing, planning to go to college, to start their doctoral programs, but also students that are well into programs they've already started. Some of them supposed to graduate on Thursday, the day after tomorrow. Some of them 6 years into a 7-year PhD program. Some of them freshmen and sophomores at college. Even before these latest measures targeting international students, F1 and J1 visa holders were announced, we had already seen the harassment of international students and scholars coming into the United States. I know many international students who were afraid to go and do research, to go to archives, to go accept collaborative grant offers from other universities, which actually do and many times fund research that is being done at Harvard, afraid to leave the country because they didn't know if they'd be let back in even before this was happening. So this is a massive escalation, but it's not the beginning of the attacks on the embeddedness of the research that we do.
Yeah, it's a great point she's making here. Is that, foreign students almost 100% pay full tuition to whatever college or university that they attend in the United States. Almost, all, oh my God, my brain just broke. All, like, grants and scholarships go to Americans, right? And, I don't know if anybody knows this, but there was a time when Jews were not allowed at Harvard. That was an actual example of anti-Semitism. Rather than just political speech about a foreign nation state's, policies, right? But that's the guise under which this is all being done, of course. Of course, Harvard, that's no longer a policy of theirs. It's something from way back. But, it's strange that this is the objection that they're sticking with, as the entire world seems to come to the realization these days, as we watch what's happening in Palestine, that actually, maybe we should criticize Israel. Yeah, whatever.
Global community.
And Professor, we had a segment last week about talking about how the European Union, Canada, the UK, even Australia have been increasing the amount of money that they're devoting to scientific research, hoping to lure Americans who are now being targeted by this war on science of the Trump administration. Could you talk the discussions you've been having with your colleagues about whether some of them are considering leaving, going to other countries, and what the long-term impact on America's lead in science and technology and research would be as a result of this?
Absolutely. So I'm a historian of modern European history. 3 scholars in my field who work at Yale recently very publicly announced that they were leaving for Canada. So far, my colleagues at Harvard and I are trying to...
We've been talking about this, actually. There's been a huge uptick in Canada. I think we've talked about it on a couple of occasions now. The numbers keep getting bigger and bigger, but like places like Toronto University, all sorts of colleges and universities in Canada are having a huge surge in applications from foreign students. And in fact, some of the faculty of different schools are leaving for Canada as well. Americans who have decided to leave the United States because they don't feel that they can adequately teach facts in the United States for fear of repression. Doesn't Harvard have a sister campus in Israel? I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with that. I've not heard of that. That is news to me, if it is the case. Now, this came out about, I think it was around noon that this one came out. Eastern Standard Time. Apparently, the federal government has canceled all contracts with Harvard, or is planning to. Let's go here.
The Trump administration planning now to cancel all of the federal government's remaining
immediately, if
contracts
not
with
sooner.
Harvard University. The expected total of that would be roughly around $100 million. That's according to Tues senior administration officials. This directive is set to go out to agencies in a letter today, and it comes as we're also standing by for a hearing in the legal fight that's already existing between President Trump and the school. A federal judge is going to hear from both sides for the first time since temporarily blocking the administration from halting enrollment of international students at Harvard. Now, those foreign students, they make up more than a quarter of Harvard's enrollment. And on Monday, the president escalated his fight and demand for a list of new names of those students even further. And just last hour, we spoke with an international student who's about to graduate from Harvard.
I think Trump is going to make new threats and say new things every day, but we simply have to stay focused. We're going to fight this with all means that we have, whether it's the funding, but I think especially what is hitting the hardest right now at the heart of this community, it is the threat to essentially deport all international students, because without this international student body, then Harvard is not Harvard anymore.
CNN's Elena Train is at the White House. CNN's Mark Preston also standing by. Elena, let me get to you. You tell us more about this new reporting you're just getting in about the newest move from the Trump administration.
Yeah, Kate, it's clear that Harvard has really become
Whoa,
the symbol
the
of the
volume on this
president,
is
but also
fucked.
that of his top advisors. Their belief that Harvard and other liberal universities are a representation of the woke front, and we're beginning to see some of
So
that
woke that
representation
Harvard.
and consequences of the Trump administration's actions for what they argue
Oh
are what
my
Harvard
God.
is doing to really go against what the administration believes in. And we're seeing that today with what we're learning now. I spoke with two senior Trump.
I mean, this is pure fascism, right? This is the one of the purest forms of fascism. If you do things that the administration doesn't like, regardless of legality, that's enough. That's enough for them to crack down on you in whatever way they want. You must follow what the government wants, regardless of any justifications. They can just take away all your shit. And I wish Republicans were capable of foresight and or thought, capable of critical thinking, because maybe in the future Republicans might not be in power, and maybe Democrats start saying, actually, if you don't teach all sorts of things, if you don't teach climate change, if you don't get gender neutral bathrooms, if you don't reduce your carbon footprint, if you don't kick out racists from your campus, if you don't dredge through the social media of all of your students to ensure that nobody is a secret Nazi, nobody's a secret racist, whatever it might be, gets jettisoned from your campus. Otherwise, you lose all your funding. All these sorts of things just keep coming to mind when I see them do these things, because these are the sorts of objections that they were screaming for years about. Free speech is not allowed on campus. All this stuff. Oh, Republicans are being repressed, when of course they weren't being repressed. It's just this is where we're at right now. Republicans are doing a bunch of shit in very sort of blinkered and narrow, shallow sort of way. Let's go here now. Marco Rubio was in Congress, I think it was yesterday, and was asked about how many visas he has revoked so far.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and second chance to ask some questions of you today. Thank you for testifying in multiple committees. Back in March, you noted that you had revoked some 300 student visas using the 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act, which specifically says the Secretary of State can revoke a visa if a alien's activity in the U.S. would have a serious adverse foreign policy consequence. And that...
You know, I would like to point out the language in that bill right there. A serious threat or consequence. Serious. Like serious. I don't know how people define serious, but people, you know, a couple people being triggered by protests, you know, free speech existing on campus doesn't seem serious to me, right? No one no one has committed any acts of violence. You know, there's not like they're plotting some sort of terrorist project or something. It's so strange that we're classifying what's been happening on campuses as a serious threat to national security. It really is just a severe threat to a certain group of people being triggered, really.
Adverse foreign policy consequence. And that issue of 300, what's the number up to now? How many visas have you revoked?
I don't know the latest count, but we'll probably have more to do.
Can you give us an estimate?
More to do.
Probably in the thousands at this point, depending. Not all of them are at the, under that statute. Some are people. So there's two visa revocations.
I don't want to go into SEVIS. It's a separate issue. And
No, they're related, but we can't conflate them because they're two different. One is the one you've decided, national interest of the United States. Some of the visa revocations are happening because somebody violated the terms of their visa. They dropped out of school or they got convicted of a crime or some criminal investigation.
Okay.
Those are separate from what you've said.
So 300 in March, but now 1,000. How many under this 1952 Act?
I'd have to get you a good answer, but probably under 1,000. But I'd have to get you the right answer. I don't want to speculate about the exact number.
And I'll tell you, this particular thing, it does bother me. And you testified in Louisiana Immigration Court in a pretty expansive interpretation of that 52 law, saying that it could be for citizens, it extends to any non-citizen for past, current, or expected beliefs, statements, or association. And that expected really caught my mind. This power rests solely, this 1950 law rests solely with you. And your interpretation sounds like you're saying if you, the Secretary of State, think you expect someone's beliefs or statements, past, current, or future, then you can toss their visa.
The visa is not a right, it's a privilege.
All right, so I will just say, and then I'm going to go on to another topic. I profoundly disagree. The Fifth Amendment is very powerful in protecting citizens and non-citizens alike with due process. I know this will be adjudicated in court, but the idea that one individual could on their opinion of someone's future activity or expected activity, that one individual, being our Secretary of State, can toss somebody's visa, seems to me an...
There you go. Marco Rubio suggesting that thousands more students are going to lose their visas, and the number's gone up apparently from 300 to nearly 1,000 revoked visas as of current. Who knows exactly how many thousands of people are going to have their visas revoked, but as of now, apparently all student visas have been paused. This was breaking news from earlier today. Here's Tammy Bruce, Marco Rubio's right-hand woman over there at the State Department.
You about that, not at all.
There's
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen, all foreign students to undergo social media vetting, and that embassies and consulates are pausing interviews for new students.
So I just want to go back because I'm not sure if everybody heard that one. this question.
About that, not at all.
Separately, there's reporting that the administration may require all foreign students to undergo social media vetting, and that embassies and consulates are pausing interviews for new student visas, according to a cable from Secretary Rubio. Is that accurate, and do you have any other information?
Well, if you're discussing that, that's something that has not been discussed publicly. It would have to be leaked material if it exists. What I can remind everyone of, which we've discussed for months here, is that we use every tool in our tool chest to vet anyone coming in who wants to come into this country. And in order to do so, it has to apply for a visa to gain access to our nation. So every sovereign country has a right to know who's trying to come in, why they want to come in, who they are, what they've been doing, and at least hopefully within that framework, determine what they will be doing while they're here. So that's nothing new, and we will continue to use every tool we can to assess who it is that's coming here, whether they are students or otherwise.
So yeah, if you want to come to this country, you gotta let the government go through your entire social media history. Nice. That's gonna encourage people to come, I'm sure. I'm sure that most Europeans who have actual data privacy in their countries are gonna want to come here and have the United States government go through all of their past on whatever, Instagram or WhatsApp. But all the student visas, this new student visas have been paused, and the State Department is doing everything they can to revoke as many visas from foreigners as they can possibly muster. Ah, so fun. So fun. All right, our vacation for a moment. Linda McMahon was asked some questions here. I can't remember who it was that asked these questions. This was very strange. I remember this. It's a Republican who's asking the question. This is a very, very strange moment, but it's also a bit disturbing. There's multiple problems with this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary McMahon, for being here in our committee hearing this morning. I believe we are very fortunate to have you, and I think President Trump made an amazing pick when he nominated you, and I think you will take the Department of Education to where it needs to be, and that is supporting the states, sending education back to the states. For decades, the Department of Education has grown far beyond its original intent, imposing mandates, funding ideological programs, and entangling schools in red tape that distracts from its core mission of education, but not education at the federal level, but
also, I don't know what he means by this, but the fact is the Department of Education was created to ensure equality of education, right? Specifically for marginalized communities in the United States, in particular black people in the United States who were not allowed, who were segregated from entering into public schools, and maybe it doesn't do a good enough job sometimes, but it's not just broad brush education. It's to ensure some kind of equity in education for everyone.
At the state level. All the while, student performance has declined, as had been mentioned plenty of times. Costs have ballooned and bureaucratic overhead has exploded. President Trump's FY26 budget is budget request is a strong step in the right direction as it cuts wasteful and duplicative programs, and it lays the groundwork for an education system that is more accountable and far more responsive to students than the one we currently have right now. This budget would spend less, centralize less, and return power.
How does it become more responsive? By taking away funds or this doesn't make any sense.
To where it belongs, to the
You see, teachers will be more responsive if they have even less money than they already do to take care of their kids, right? It's going to be a huge benefit for society.
The states, to the parents, and to the local communities.
By the way, schools are already underfunded. In all sorts of districts around the country, teachers, there's been plenty of stories about this, but teachers have so little to actually administer to their kids unless they're in, rich districts, that I have seen multitudes of stories that, of teachers buying out of their own paycheck, buying supplies for their children, right? And to think that this is going to somehow improve that is fucking stupid.
First, I want to address the radical gender ideology
here we
promoted
go.
by the Department of Education during the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay.
In April 2024, the department finalized a new Title IX rule redefining sex-based discrimination to include gender identity. Protecting all students is essential for a strong learning environment, and yet this extreme policy put female students at great risk. We've seen the left force female students and athletes to share spaces such as bathrooms, locker rooms, and sports with biological males. They have no interest in protecting young girls or women. After all, if you cannot define a woman, you cannot defend a woman. In fact, at last year's budget hearing, former Education Secretary Cardona repeatedly refused to define what a woman was, dodging my question 3 separate times.
Okay.
So, Secretary McMahon, can your Department of Education now define for me what a woman is?
Me.
Perfect.
I was born.
Perfect answer. I love that. I love that. I love that. Me is the answer. Me. That's the definition of a woman. Me. Just one word. M-E. Me. That's a great answer. What a great answer there. So we're just going to change the definition of woman in the dictionary now to one word. Me. By the way, Linda McMahon goes on to say that, we're planning on taking money away from public schools, giving them to private schools so rich kids and religious people don't have to spend as much money to take their kids out of the school districts that they're already in, and they can sort of segregate themselves into their own little conclaves, but taxpayer funded. It'll be great for not society, but a small group of people. Definition of a woman. Me. That's what it is. Everybody write that down. Just me. Such a great answer. My God. Living in the dumbest timeline. Alright, that's probably a good spot for us to take a quick break. But don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alright, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that bell icon too so you don't miss a single episode of the Spacecast. Now, while you're doing all that with your fingers and thumbs, I would like to also recommend to you contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Still got the goal going in chat, technically. We got Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions. But lately, we have been requesting people consider contributing on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Not only do we get that money immediately, if not sooner, but those 3 options take the least amount of money out of those beautiful contributions, ensuring that the most amount of money goes to funding the stream, rather than to funding YouTube and Twitch's bottom line. Especially because we are still in a bit of a deficit from last month's blunderous technical problems. Thankfully, we're back at it. Thankfully, everything is functioning smoothly now, knock on Spacewood. but it is leaving us in a bit of a predicament. Of course, though, Patreon is the best way for you to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Just $3 a month gets you access to a whole host of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like Avatar on the screen that you see before me. You also get shoutouts and much, much more. So consider becoming a Patreon member. Become even more galactic. Anyway, chat, that's enough. From me, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. I think everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get yourself prepared, chat, for the second half of the show. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. Goals are getting movement here. The big goal, the deficit goal, is almost a third complete. Got 1 of 5 on the chat goal. YouTube. All right. God. All right. What next? No more Linda McMahon. Wish I could forget Linda. Why it is that we have a WWE prop as our Department of Education head is still confusing to my brain. It's also confusing to my brain the stance of Republicans on the supposed rule of law. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news. Low-grade Katie Britt impersonator. What's this woman's first name? Bridget Moody? I can't remember her first name. But she's terrible. Cut rate. Okay. So yeah, Miss Moody had some things to say about state courts, district courts here. Let's see what Republicans think about the rule of law.
Back, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the chair, Senator Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate all of you being here. It's never an easy thing to sit and stand for questions among all of my esteemed colleagues. Thank you very much, and thank you to your families. I often find these are harder on our families than it is on the folks taking the incoming questions. So thank you very much. Each of you comes with a unique background and indeed experience and expertise in the jobs that President Trump and our nation is asking you to take on. I know you could probably make a lot more money in the private sector, and I am always inspired by people who are willing to take a time out of their private practices or other endeavors that
I'm
may
inspired too.
Bring them more pecuniary gain to serve this nation.
So great.
And I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we are at a time where we have an incoming administration that is having to marshal resources to deal with a mess in a dangerous situation like we have never seen, maybe outside wars.
What are you talking
about? We're having to not only human resources, but the financing to deal with one of the largest influxes of...
So you do admit that the United States government is using a really, probably an irresponsible amount of money to get rid of immigrants from the country?
Folks surging into this nation. Some say 11 million, some say up to 20 million. If you take the more conservative number, that's more than the population in 42 of our states.
Oh, 42 of our states combined, you say?
Most of those were barely vetted. Many of them,
I don't think
we
the
don't know
math
what their
is
backgrounds are.
mathing
Many have proven to be
right
really
now.
dangerous criminals, leading to rapes, murders, robberies, aggravated assaults. I could go on and on and on. I saw it firsthand as Florida's Attorney General and fought very hard to stop what was happening.
So hard.
But it became very clear that there was an intentional destruction of any semblance of security at our border. We saw this
Okay.
because we saw known
I have no idea
people
what you
on the
mean by
terrorist
that.
watch list and other criminals that we later found, and it was a cover-up. We had both
It's a
the
cover-up.
administration, our president, a secretary putting it in charge
Wow.
of DHS say our border
Some
was secure
inflammatory language here.
the whole time. So now you come in at a time where you are going to have to use the law to help remedy what we are faced with. And I am grateful for a president that came in and has tried as
You have to use the
fast
law?
as possible to remedy the situation that we as
Okay.
America find ourselves in.
Uh-huh.
But you are going to have to deal with what's left
Huh?
by somebody who's supposed to be a
What is this bitch
commander-in-chief
talking about
protecting
right
this
now?
nation. This morning, I introduced an expedited removal of Criminal Aliens Act. This has been getting a lot of attention because you have an administration trying to use what law is available to them.
Bullshit.
Some as far back as the
Bullshit, dude. Fucking bullshit. The Trump administration is circumventing the law. They're not using the law. They're ignoring the law to enact their policy, considerations. I don't know what to call it right now, but this is so stupid.
Enemies Act. But
You still need to use due process for that one too.
I think that was in the 1700s, and people are criticizing them for that, but we are in historic, unprecedented time.
It's actually
So you have to use the tools
it's actually the 1800s. I think it was I think the War of 1812 was when it was first used.
available to you to protect this nation and its people.
Huh?
As the courts are trying to figure out what that looks like, many are frustrated because it appears so many of these district courts are trying to stymie this president and indeed what you will be charged with of delivering a remedy, a recovery, and the protection of our people.
I see. Okay. So the district courts, they're being unlawful. And they're trying to stymie, as she said. Stop Donald Trump from just enacting mass deportations.
Illegal.
How dare courts try and use the rule of law against the president? How could you do that?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
This is such a weak argument from her. I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh, I just can't wait. Not gonna do it. But seriously, I cannot wait for the next Democratic president and for Republicans to gaslight about their concern about the rule of law, because they're genuinely circumventing it at all turns. And they've talked about rule of law for so long. We're the law and order people. But it's actually the courts who are being unlawful by trying to rule on the things they're supposed to rule on. Ah, God, that's unfair.
How rude.
So unfair. Poor Republicans. Poor Donald Trump. Poor Donald Trump, the most powerful man on the planet, being checked by checks and balances. It's not fair, I tell you. It's not fair. All right, let's go here. Chris Coons asked this judicial nominee about the Trump administration's revocation of temporary protected status for Venezuelans. Oh, wait. I was going to move this one over here. Where is it? I'm going to put this one right after here. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. I need to do this. Because it makes... this is a dichotomy that needs to be done simultaneously, I think. Oh, God damn you. Where is it? It's up here. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Yes. Chris Coons Senate Judiciary Committee. Let's see what he had to say.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin. Congratulations to your families and to you for your nominations. Thank you for your service. Mr. Squires, I'll turn to you first, and I have a series of fairly quick questions about patent policy. I am encouraged that you're willing to serve at this pivotal moment in global IP policy and appreciate your taking the time to meet with me. Earlier this month, Senators Tillis, Durbin, Hirono, and I reintroduced the PREVAIL Act. It includes common sense reforms.
Sorry, I forgot that he asked multiple questions during this. Is it here that he gets into it? I can't remember. I think it might be. We just don't need this whole thing.
On the availability of injunctive relief after finding a patent infringement. My Restore Act with Senator Cotton would return.
Okay, we don't have time for patent infringement right now.
Centuries of tradition.
Okay.
I think, in fact, the Federal Circuit thinks about what is Section 101 area, the jurisprudence about what is patentable. I think
oh my
fact,
God.
The Federal Circuit thinks that the
Shut up, Chris.
Has ended up getting into a box canyon.
We do not have time for fucking patent law right now,
what's
pal.
The impact been of critical decisions like Myriad and Alice on cutting-edge technologies like AI and blockchain? Mr. Edlow, if I might, between 2020 and 2021, over 80,000 employment-based green cards for legal employment here in the United States went to waste because the then USCIS leadership didn't adjudicate them, resolve them on time, and that sparked bipartisan concern. Do you agree that wasting green cards that have been authorized by Congress is unfortunate, and these opportunities for legal employment shouldn't be missed? And as director, will you prioritize reducing unnecessary paperwork and improving processes to improve legal employment here in this country?
Senator, thank you so much for the question. You know, in the last 4 years, I've had the privilege of serving in the private sector, and I've seen the need to modernize forms in a way that I never really understood before. If confirmed, I plan on making major gains to modernize our systems, both for vetting and screening purposes, but also to allow attorneys to better send in forms as opposed to still using paper forms, to be able to scan them and then that information be taken in through a PDF process. So absolutely.
Thank you. Last question, if I might.
What's fascinating about that answer for me is that the Trump administration is doing everything they can to end the application, which was created during... Was it actually created during Trump's term? I can't remember who it was created under. Regardless of that, it's not really important. Although it would be fascinating to find that out, actually. But the what's it called? The CBP1 application. It was like it's like a mobile application. Republicans have been complaining about its existence. So I wonder what the alternative is. Right? You don't have an application like an application on a phone or a computer, and you're not going to use paper forms anymore. Are people just going to it would do like messages in a bottle or something? Or maybe people can like telekinetically sort of, incept their applications for I don't know. It's confusing.
Mr. Chairman, I've been gravely concerned about recent decisions to abruptly end TPS provisions for folks who came to this country under these legal programs from Haiti, from Venezuela, in particular from Afghanistan, and that are leading to hundreds of thousands of people losing their current legal work authorizations at the same time. Businesses in my state and around the country are facing significant labor shortages, and families that are here legally, working legally, are facing return to countries that are not demonstrably any more stable than they were when they left. As director, would you work to prioritize getting those who are eligible for other pathways to remain here and to work here legally the opportunity to do that, to limit the damage to their lives and to their communities?
Well, Senator, let me start with commending the work of the administration right now in terms of following the law with how TPS is supposed to be. The Secretary is required to make determinations at certain intervals, and if the conditions that led to the initial TPS decision are no longer met, then they need to be terminated. Regardless of that,
okay.
when someone's here with TPS or another temporary pathway. Those are temporary pathways. And if they have...
I'm familiar with the process, sir, and I'm also familiar with the ongoing circumstances in both Haiti and in Afghanistan, and disagree with the determination that we should force back to Afghanistan anyone who came here legally.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, TPS, temporary is what they're saying. And, you know, what did he say? What was the wording that he used just now? Something to the effect of, whoa, what the fuck? What just happened to my... Why did my trackpad just die? We good? Oh, we're good. Okay. But yeah, what was he saying? If the circumstances on the ground change, then, you know, you go back to your country. No more protection for you. Scouts, by the way, thank you for the super chats. 2 of 5 now on the chat goal in YouTube. Anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism.
Yes, indeed. That's illegal.
Illegal.
All right, speaking of TPS and this idea that, you know, once the conditions on the ground are met in your home country, we're just going to send you back. I would like to direct you to this little press briefing with Tammy Bruce once again. This should be fascinating for everyone. Here's Tammy Bruce to tell us about Venezuela. What's going on in Venezuela, Tammy?
Right now, the State Department is warning Americans not to travel to Venezuela, issuing its highest travel alert level.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I'm sorry. Oh, God. Say this again.
Right now, the State Department is warning Americans not to travel to Venezuela, issuing its highest travel alert level 4. Do not travel.
Americans who travel to Venezuela or nearby border regions risk being wrongfully detained.
Why is this pausing? Stop this.
Detained in prison.
I'm sorry.
Venezuela or nearby border regions risk being wrongfully detained.
Wrongfully detained.
In prison for
you don't
months
say.
Or even years.
Oh my God.
I cannot emphasize enough the gravity.
There is so much going on with this one. It is a struggle. Oh my God. I can't even get through the whole thing because it's just, there's so much hypocrisy happening all at the same time. I am just so fascinated. Okay, so we are taking away the temporary protected status for Venezuelans in the country, something which Donald Trump did under his first term, right? While simultaneously telling Americans it's too dangerous to go to Venezuela. Why is it too dangerous to go to Venezuela? Because Venezuela is supposedly doing the same thing the United States is doing. Just randomly detaining people, according to Tammy Bruce here. Oh my God.
In prison for months or even years.
Oh my God.
I cannot emphasize enough the gravity of this warning. More U.S. nationals are currently wrongfully detained in Venezuela than in any other country.
Wow.
President Trump has obtained...
Okay, the agency...
Wow. This is S-tier hypocrisy right here, dude. It is insane. It is fucking wild. So it's too dangerous for Americans, but not Venezuelans, to go back to Venezuela, which is why we're taking away the temporary protected status. And the reason why it's so dangerous in Venezuela is because people are being wrongfully detained in Venezuela. That is horrifying. Wow. I can't think of another example in current history where people are being wrongfully detained all the time. It's it's really difficult to think of one. Ay, ay, ay. It's so weird to be alive in this time, where reality is truly being just shattered in front of our eyes. All right, let's go to health. Let's talk about health and wellness. We're changing to a wellness podcast now, okay? Everybody get out your oat milk and your kombucha and your crystals. All right, just kidding. Although it might, it might help. It might help,
Hi, everybody. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Tuesday announced in a video posted on X that the CDC will no longer recommend routine COVID-19 vaccinations for healthy kids and pregnant women.
As of today, the COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule.
The CDC, following its panel of outside experts, had previously recommended updated COVID vaccines for everyone aged 6 months and older. But Kennedy, a longtime vaccine skeptic, said there wasn't enough, quote, clinical data to support the repeat booster strategy in children. Here's FDA Commissioner Marty Makary.
There's no evidence. A guy who has no medical training whatsoever and no sort of degree in research or anything like that is saying that there's not enough research. Oh, great. Why is his face melting, by the way? Doesn't it seem like the left side of his face is like melting downwards? Is it just me? All right, let's talk more about this. So yeah, if you didn't pick up on that, recommendations for COVID shots is being taken. It's just we're rescinding that. We're just just gonna go back on all of that. Totally fine. We're all gonna be fine. Don't worry. This isn't gonna affect anyone's lives whatsoever, I'm sure.
All right, there's more breaking news coming into the Situation Room right now. The COVID vaccine for healthy children and pregnant women will shortly be removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule.
Immediately,
Here's what the
if not sooner.
HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just posted on social media.
I couldn't be more pleased to announce that as of today, the COVID vaccine for healthy children and healthy pregnant women has been removed from the CDC recommended immunization schedule. Last year, the Biden administration urged healthy children to get yet another COVID shot despite the lack of any clinical data to support the repeat booster strategy in children.
All right, let's go live right now to CNN medical correspondent Meg Terrell. Meg, what more are you learning about this?
Yeah, Wolf, I mean, this is a continuation of the policy change we heard about from FDA last week as it pertained to updating COVID boosters. Typically, we've been doing that in a seasonal fashion, the same way we do for flu shots. But last week, the FDA leadership put out a new framework where essentially that system would remain the same for people over the age of 65 and those with underlying health conditions, putting them at higher risk for severe COVID-19. But they were saying they wanted to require clinical trial data for essentially everyone else. Now we're hearing they are going to remove the COVID vaccine from the childhood immunization schedule and the recommendation for healthy pregnant women to receive the vaccine as well. And Wolf, it is true that the CDC has recommended everybody over the age of 6 months receive a COVID shot every year. And, you know, some of the questions I think that are going to emerge around this move are not just around boosters, but around the availability of these shots as the primary series. So the first time a child or anyone else is vaccinated against COVID-19. While there may be debate around the benefit of getting a booster every year in all populations, most pediatricians we've talked with, particularly infectious disease experts, do recommend that kids need a primary COVID vaccination in order to protect them against this disease, not just in the short term, but also the potential longer term consequences of having COVID, guys. So we're still gathering reaction to this news that just came out this morning. There could also be implications for insurance coverage. So those are important things to look at as well, and we'll bring you more as we get it.
Meg, I keep hearing from doctors, including my own doctor, to get the booster, the COVID booster shot every year, to continue to do so. You might still wind up getting COVID, but if you do, it'll be a much milder case and you won't develop long COVID or some serious problem if you have that booster every year.
Yeah, Wolf is right. This is true. And this is disturbing on so many levels. But the fact is, there's plenty of people out there who are getting their booster shots, And this may, in fact, they're most likely going to stop with, having this covered under certain healthcare plans and stuff like that. If the government's not recommending you do it, well, why should we, why should we cover it? And it's going to become voluntary. So you'll have to fork over a bunch of money. I don't know exactly how much money for booster shots. But that would seem to be where we're headed. Which is great. It's going to make everything so much easier for everyone. Speaking of making things easier for everyone, let's talk about Medicaid. Something which makes it much easier for people without, without a job that provides them health care or, enough money to purchase it themselves. The fact is, there's a growing number of people in the United States who work jobs that don't offer healthcare, right? The prevalence of gig jobs is the main reason for this, in my opinion, in terms of like the increase in the number of people whose jobs no longer have the legal responsibility to provide healthcare. Because if you're a gig worker, of course, you're a third-party contractor. You're basically your own business. You're your own boss. So since you're your own boss, you got to give yourself health care. Not Instacart or DoorDash or Grubhub or whatever, all these Uber Eats. All those people are third-party contractors, independent workers, supposedly. Let's talk about Medicaid.
We were talking about the reconciliation bill. Obviously, the top line of this is that it's cutting almost $1 trillion from Medicaid.
Oh, I'll respond to this real quick. Dark Sparkle. So if you're employed full-time, your employer doesn't have to offer some health plan. Okay, so this is a convoluted part of U.S. labor law, but there's different kinds of employees in the United States. I know you're from a different country. I think Germany or something. But third-party contractors, independent contractors, is a classification of employee that's technically not even an employee, right? Everybody who works for Uber, DoorDash, all these companies I mentioned, Postmates, whatever. I don't know if that still exists anymore. But if you work for a gig, if you work in the gig economy, you are not you're not technically employed by your employer, right? You're not employed by your employer. You're really just a small business owner. So you're just an entrepreneur, and therefore, even though you're directly benefiting one company in specific over and over and over again, they don't have the responsibility to give you healthcare like a regular full-time employee, right? Same thing for part-time employees. If you don't work full 40 hours a week, you don't qualify for healthcare. I love how many loopholes we have in our country to allow employers not to give you healthcare. It's really fun.
And it's not only going to kick anywhere from 8 to 13 million people off their health insurance, but it's also going to put probably close to 250, 300 rural hospitals at severe risk of closing. It's almost guaranteed that you're going to get at least 150 closed. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, in sort of like a sort of a passive manner, it's going to end up cutting $500 billion from Medicare as well. And we'll see what the implications of that happens a little bit further down the line. But how do you, as a Republican lawmaker, justify the voting for this bill? If you're like Mike Johnson, you're out there saying, well, this is all, we're just getting rid of immigrants who are on the bill. That's it. It's just immigrants and people who shouldn't be there, and people who are just going around using their Medicaid, refusing to work, just trying to be really poor so they get free health insurance because they're living so large. Or there's another tack that you can take, which Brian Kilmeade took in this exchange, where people have to understand you've got a monkey on your back when it comes to this whole healthcare thing.
Barack Obama made Obamacare, and all those states got the free money. And now all of a sudden, Medicaid doesn't look anything like it was supposed to, and it's 95% financed by the federal government. It's supposed to be a state program.
And the longer we leave it that way.
Medicaid has always been financed by the feds.
Always.
It's just been essentially like a block granted to the states. They get to administer it. That's it. I mean, it's just an out and out lie. And the difference between Medicaid pre-Obama and post-Obama, the Affordable Care Act, is it went from you're eligible if you're at 100% poverty line or lower to you're eligible at 133% of poverty line and lower. And so, I mean, he's basically saying we want to go back to pre-expansion of Medicaid and get rid of those 10, 15 million people who signed up there. At least he's being honest about it.
Right. Well, yeah. Okay.
They're not all immigrants. It's just that, according to Kilmeade, well, here, go back.
Well, he goes to 95%, which like the expansion rate is 90%, right?
Well,
but it can be
the payment
increase. Okay.
Yeah, the payment initially was 95, and then it dropped down to 90%.
Okay. Okay.
Barack Obama made Obamacare, and all those states got the free money. And now all of a sudden, Medicaid doesn't look anything like it was supposed to, and it's 95% financed by the federal government. It's supposed to be a state program.
And the longer we leave it that way, the more permanent that becomes.
Right, because people get addicted to the free money. Let's talk about something special.
Yeah, I'm addicted to the free money that's keeping my hospital open.
I'm sorry.
I'm so...
I gotta watch her reaction to his response to that. It's incredible.
Permanent that becomes.
Right, because people get addicted to the free money. Let's talk about something.
Do you see her face? She's like, oh, I just said correct to something that was definitely not correct.
Yeah, I'm addicted to the free money that's keeping my hospital open.
I'm so addicted. I mean, there is something to be said about that. I am completely addicted to health.
I'm addicted to living.
I have found when I have less health, it starts to make me feel sicker.
What?
I'm addicted to having life, and if I don't have it, it's almost like I'm going to die.
I'm addicted to not having to go 90 minutes in case I have a heart attack someplace.
Oh, you need all this money to get health care.
It's an addiction. Get yourself
what are you
on
supposed to do? Like go
to
and,
AA.
Incidentally, 65% of people on Medicaid, right?
We're gonna have instead of AA, it'll be MA, medical addicts, MAA, Medical Addicts Anonymous, I guess. Right? You know, you're like an alcoholic. You don't really need the healthcare. You just think you do because you got a serious sickness. You got a problem. You haven't let God into your heart, and that's why you're addicted to health.
Now, work. You've got another 10% who are not capable of working, but don't necessarily qualify for disability. You got another 10% who are working full-time, taking care of a loved one, but that's not considered a job. I mean...
it's 8%, the figure that is... that is not working and is on Medicaid.
And they're...
or isn't in school or acting as a caretaker.
They're just living it up.
Oh, I'm sure.
They're living it up.
The Affordable Care Act in the states that didn't accept the free money, as Brian Kilmeade describes it, the states that didn't have uninsured rates that are double the states that did. And wow, that must be a real addiction, huh? Giving people health insurance. But the states that expanded, they have halved their uninsured rate. And when you look at the
Yeah, states like Florida, for instance, have an uninsured rate of like 11%. 11% of people, 1 in 10 people are just walking around, no health care whatsoever. It's fascinating.
analysis of who is uninsured in this country, 3/4 of adults without health insurance are concentrated in the states that haven't expanded Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act, which are very populous southern states, including Georgia, Florida, and Texas. So, I mean, like, the effects are completely obvious.
It's true. They are incredibly obvious. I mean, it's a detriment to society for everyone for this many people to not have health care, right? And it's utterly bonkers that our country doesn't find it important to ensure that all people have health care access in our country. Is it just, honestly, it's a burden. It's genuinely a burden on society for people to not have health care, right? Because if you don't have the money, you go to an emergency room rather than, say, doing preventative care with a primary physician, something like that. So many things. As well as communicable diseases that people might have and not know because they're not getting regular checkups or whatever else. It is bad. It's just bad. There's no good argument for saying people shouldn't have health care. No good argument at all. All right, now Donald Trump has nominated someone to head the IRS. What is this guy's name again? Hold on, I gotta look this up. Billy Long. Billy, I think he used to be a senator. Or was he in the House? No, he was in the House. Missouri's 7th District from 2011 to 2023. This guy's gonna head up the IRS. Let's see what this dude's all about. Billy Long.
Thank you, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congressman Long, for being here. Are you, you're going to be the most important tax person in this administration, and I was curious about whether you were aware that yesterday the 30-year bond actually touched 5% interest rate.
Yes.
And why do you think that was?
I didn't follow it, but I heard about it, yeah.
Do you think it might have had to do with the fact that Moody's stripped the United States of...
This guy is an idiot. He totally misinterpreted the question. I don't know if it's on purpose or not. But when he was asked, why do you think that happened? He's like, I know it happened. Why did it happen? Because it happened.
Do you think it might have had to do with the fact that Moody's stripped the United States of our AAA rating last Friday?
I'm not aware. I know.
Are you worried? Are you worried, Congressman Long, that Moody's stripped the United States
of our? Yeah, sure. I was aware of that. Yeah.
Why are you not? Are you just aware of it? Or are you worried about that?
God. When I got into Congress in 2011, our national debt was $14 trillion. I voted against every spending I could. Now it's 37. I think that the spending that people do here in Congress has a lot to do with why people are very concerned about our rating.
I'm sorry. Oh, God. The problem isn't revenues, people. It's the spending, right? We spend too much. It's not that we don't take in enough tax dollars from the rich. That's not the problem. This guy seems wildly incompetent. He doesn't even seem to be able to discern what questions are.
Here in Congress has a lot to do with why people are very concerned about our rating.
I would agree with that because I think 1.1 out of $7 that we spend is now on interest. Would you agree that that's true?
Yes.
And that we're spending more now as a country on interest than we are on defense. That's before the yesterday's Sell America trade, as it was called, that lifted bond rate interest rates to 5%. Would you agree? That's tied to our deficit. You just mentioned it. You just mentioned how much it's increased. It's at $29 trillion to.
We should change this guy's name from Billy Long to Billy Short and Stubby. And very stupid. This guy doesn't seem to be capable of answering any questions.
Hey, how much more is that than when Donald Trump enacted his tax cuts in 2017?
2017, I don't have any recollection.
That's twice. Would it surprise you to know that it's twice as much as it was when he enacted his tax cut?
I can't remember back 7 years. Even though I was in Congress at the time, I cannot remember 2017. That's basically 1,000 years ago.
2017? That our deficit is now twice as much as it was, probably 3 times it was when you joined the Congress to begin with?
I don't have any independent recollection of that, so I'm sure if you've got the figures, I'll go with your judgment.
Okay, well, that is Congressman Long with the facts.
Does this guy
tell
know
us,
anything?
and for the reasons that we were just talking about, our interest expense is only going up and up and up. Would you agree that as it goes up, that makes our deficit even worse than it already is?
As what goes up, I'm sorry?
The interest rates that we have to pay because this country is being downgraded because of the fiscal irresponsibility, you said, of Congress. I would say of an administration that is adding $3 trillion to our debt when we are not in a recession. Because, among other things, they want to give tax cuts to the wealthiest people in America. What do you say to people is that fair to people in Missouri that
I fought
they
everything.
should have to?
Like I said, I fought all the spending for the 12 years I was here, and it fell on deaf ears. People don't want to cut you, don't want to cut me, cut the little guy behind the tree. And that's I mean, whether you're conservative or liberal, everybody says they want to do something about what.
What the fuck does any of that? You don't want to cut everybody behind the tree, man. What? What is that? What the fuck does that mean?
Tree, and that's any want to cut you, don't want to cut me, cut the little guy behind the tree.
You want to cut me, cut the guy behind the tree.
Conservative or liberal, everybody says.
What does that mean? Cut the guy behind the tree? What the fuck does that mean? These strange colloquialisms from this portly white man.
Want to do something about waste, fraud, and abuse, about spending.
What do we owe? You're the most important tax person in America now.
Yeah.
If you get this job,
that's a good point.
And you have that view of our deficits, which I know you've said that you do. What would you say to an administration that's now adding $3 trillion of debt, and where our credit rating has now lost its the last AAA rating that the United States of America had, that people in Missouri are counting on, people in Colorado are counting on, that we've now lost that AAA rating, and we're still going to spend like drunken sailors on your watch. What do you say to people at home about that?
Well, the same thing that I said for 12 years here in Congress. We have to get it under control. I'm not in the Congress anymore. I can't vote on.
But do you see? Is there any evidence? Is the most important? I mean, you understand math. You're a smart person.
I debate that.
You.
I think he debates that too. Math? Smart? Those are two things I wouldn't necessarily attribute to myself, but I don't know. Rule by idiots. What's that called again? Cacistocracy? Yeah, we have the least meritorious individuals now leading our government, people like this. Now, one thing which we could do is, of course, increase revenues, because there is a math problem going on here, right? We have spending on one side, and then revenues on the other side, otherwise known as taxes. And we continue to cut those taxes. And the more we cut the taxes, the more the spending outweighs the taxes. It's just simple math. And so if we were to increase revenue and keep spending where it is, we could, in fact, change the calculus that's going on right now. People seem to continue to sort of evince, that's the wrong use of that word, avoid that, that particular fact, scientific fact.
It's science.
Now, apparently, this man, Billy Short and Stubby, has been involved with some very questionable stuff. Ron Wyden asked some questions about his involvement in fraudulent tax schemes. Huh?
A what now?
Illegal.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Along with Senator Bennett, I serve on the Senate Select.
Hold on, Wyden. Hold on, buddy. Yep, there you go. Thank you. I just realized. I saw the message go by me and I totally forgot. Now it's come back to me. 52 likes, was it, Mono? I think he said 52. All right. 52. We already have a 20. 2 crits and 1 stream. Must be something in the air. Okay. Okay. I want to remind everybody that we still have a chat goal going on. Still need to get 5. I'm only 3 away. So we can do it. I think we still have at least like an hour. Hold on. Almost exactly an hour left to contribute. All right. Back to this hearing in the Senate.
On intelligence. And as a result of this position, I have access to a tremendous array of secrets, enormous challenges for the country, and I have been able to excavate the news that today is Senator Crapo's birthday. So we're going to have a spirited hearing.
Thank you very much, Senator Wyden.
We salute our colleague as we begin. It's clear that Donald Trump sees the IRS as a tool that he can use to help himself, his friends, and hurt his enemies. To run the IRS, he's chosen Billy Long, one of his earliest supporters in Congress. At this morning's hearing, I assume we'll hear a lot of sweet-sounding promises about enhancing fairness and efficiency at the IRS and working together to improve morale. Here's the problem. Donald Trump is only concerned about his own power. Congressman Long is a MAGA devotee who claims that he coined the phrase Trump train. So when Donald Trump says he wants to weaponize the IRS, there is no evidence that Congressman Long will be making a bold stand in front of the locomotive to protect the agency's independence. The nominee's record on tax issues is thin. There was a bill to abolish the IRS and institute a nationwide sales tax. There were demands for investigations of the Humane Society and the Clinton Foundation. Not much else. If you expand the enemies list, that's the bulk of the Trump tax agenda in a nutshell. Much of Congressman Long's experience with taxes came after he left Congress, when he dove headlong into the tax scam industry. Cashing in on the credibility of his election certificate, he raked in referral fees, steering clients to firms that sold fake tax shelters and pushed small businesses to unknowingly commit tax fraud.
Illegal.
So I'm going to take these cases one at a time. Congressman Long's financial disclosure shows $65,000 in income paid by a firm called White River Energy. Financial advisors at White River sold investors tax shelters known as tribal tax credits. The thing is, No such tax credit exists. Come on! It was a fraud.
Wow.
Finance Committee staff asked the IRS about these credits, and here's what the IRS told us, and I quote directly. We can confirm that these tax credits do not exist. Taxpayers who claim credits that don't exist are subject to penalties and possible examination. Furthermore, promoters of these credits may be subject to civil or criminal penalties. That is the end of the quote from the IRS. Committee investigators sought an explanation from Congressman Long about his role in this scheme. He refused to answer. Investigators sent a long list of questions to White River. No reply. It looks to me like practically everybody went into some kind of witness protection program. That said,
Jesus Christ. So Donald Trump's IRS head nominee has committed tax fraud. Actually, not just tax, it's more than that, because it's a tax fraud scheme, right? Because there's multiple instances of it where he touted fake tax credits. It's insane. This is insane. Why would we put somebody like this in charge of the IRS unless you want fraud? I don't see why you would want this man in charge. I thought we were going to get rid of fraud. Was it waste, fraud, and abuse? And I think if you run a scheme, you're kind of an abusive shithead. So we're going to get an abusive fraudster in charge of the IRS. That's very fascinating. It seems somewhat counterintuitive if you want less fraud, that you would put somebody who is alleged to have committed it in charge of the entire tax system in our country. I'm losing it. I am losing it. I think we may have slipped into the scary door. Oh, I see. That makes sense, bad lefty. You need a thief to catch a thief, right? Yes, you need to think like a thief. And this guy he's already on board. He's already been thinking like a thief for a minute. Yeah. He'll know how to root out all the thieves due to his previous thievery. It's like they cancel each other out almost. Okay, all right. Let's see what else Mr. Wyden had to say. Ask Mr. Billy Short and Stout.
Thank you. Senator Wyden has asked for one more round, and so he will ask his round of questions, and then we'll be close to wrapping up.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to go over one point that's come out and then have a last matter to talk about with Mr. Long. Several of our colleagues have expressed concern about the IRS improperly leaking data. I very much share those concerns, and I want to make 3 points. First, the leak of taxpayer data to ProPublica happened during the first Trump administration. One. Illegal. Two, the contractor who leaked the information, a gentleman named Mr. Littlejohn, is now in jail serving a 5-year term. Three, the IRS under Donald Trump has agreed to share taxpayer information with the Homeland Security Department. And if you're concerned about taxpayer privacy, you sure as heck ought to be concerned about that. So, Mr. Long, the reason you've been getting all these questions from my colleagues with respect to this $165,000 in campaign donations after the announcement that you had been nominated is the concern about the possibility that promises were made in exchange for that money. I just want to give you the chance to go over this with me. Did you promise any tax promoter you would help them if you got confirmed?
Well, the fuck?
I can answer that with an affirmative no.
Okay. So you didn't meet with anybody when you were in town for the inauguration and promised them a private letter arrangement or something like that?
A private letter arrangement,
Where you say, we're going to help. We're going to help you if I'm confirmed.
I haven't promised anybody a letter of any type that I can think of.
Okay.
And I was in my room for about 50 hours because I had food poisoning during the inauguration, so I didn't talk to many people.
Okay. Mr. Long, our staff investigators have on tape now a tax promoter saying you met with him at the inauguration and promised him a favorable private letter ruling. We also have on tape the White River CFO who gave you the thousands of dollars that he expects favorable treatment of these fake tribal credits. So that's why I'm so troubled by this argument you've given today that, well, you can go over to the FEC and see things. That money doesn't just fall out of the sky and land at the FEC, and that's why these taped conversations are so troubling to me. And I'm just going to close with this.
That's incredibly troubling to me as well. There's an actual recording of this guy promising favorable rulings. Wow. That seems incredibly corrupt. Yay. Okay, let's see what Raphael Warnock had to ask Billy, little Billy boy. This just seems like an important thing to talk about. I know taxes can be a little bit boring, but this is probably pretty important.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo. Happy birthday.
Why is everybody wishing this guy
I hope you get
birthday?
some time after this hearing with your family and your friends. But blessings to you. Congressman Long, Americans deserve fair treatment from the IRS. No one should be favored for their wealth or connections, nor should anyone be targeted for their political views. Sadly, sadly, attempts to weaponize the IRS are not new. We've seen this time and time again in our history. In the 1970s, President Nixon repeatedly tried to use the IRS to investigate his enemies, who included civil rights leaders, it included journalists, and even members of Congress. Luckily, multiple IRS commissioners refused to carry out the president's orders. These public servants, in my view, are American heroes. They put the rule of law above partisan politics, and in a real sense, they put it above their careers. They were focused on what's right. And in response to their principled stand, Congress passed a law on a bipartisan basis, to prohibit any president from directing the IRS to target any taxpayer. Thank you so very much. I enjoyed meeting with you in my office last week, and when we met, you and I discussed how President Trump has called for auditing Harvard University because of their political stances. We also talked about how an administration official suggested that the IRS should stop auditing some of the president's top political allies, including Mike Lindell. And so I just have a few yes or no questions for you, and I want to get through this. This is why I'm just going to ask you some yes or no questions. You told me that if you got a request from the president, to audit a taxpayer, you'd follow the law and ignore that request. Is that correct, yes or no?
It's partially correct. I think that I told you he wouldn't do that in the first place, but if he did, I'd do exactly what you said, so yes.
The answer would be
yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
He has an incredible amount of faith in Donald Trump's ethics. It is fascinating. I mean, it is giving Donald Trump an incredible amount of latitude. Like, Donald Trump, he would never you would never suggest going after his political rivals. Come on.
Come on! I don't want reality.
Told me that if you got a request from the president to halt an audit on one of his friends or allies, you'd follow the law and you'd ignore that request as well. Is that still correct, yes or no?
Yes.
You also said you would report those illegal requests to the Treasury Inspector General. Is that correct?
The IG's office, yeah, we talked about
That's
that.
what IG
You would
stands
report
for.
it to the IG office.
It's almost like he doesn't know what the IG and the Inspector General are the same. It's not a coincidence that the initials are IG. It's fascinating. This guy seems top tier.
For the Treasury Inspector General. Great. And that you would report such requests to the Senate Finance Committee, both the chair and the ranking member. Is that still correct?
If that's what is protocol, yes.
It's not just the president who can exert enormous influence over the IRS. Clearly, the president could. After your nomination to head up the IRS, you received nearly $200,000 in campaign contributions, including from tax preparation firms.
Okay, I find this to be very strange, and that seems honestly very problematic. Because this guy is not campaigning for anything. He left Congress 3 years ago, 2023. And it's very strange to me. It seems almost just wildly obvious, at least in my estimation, that someone is trying to corrupt, corrupt this man, just sending a cool $250,000 to his campaign fund when he's not campaigning for shit. He was nominated by Donald Trump. You don't need campaign funds to be to sit there in the Senate and be nominated. I wonder who gave him that $250,000.
Who might have committed tax fraud. When we met, I asked if you would recuse yourself from decisions involving those donors. You very clearly said that.
Yeah, yes, Orb Rumor. This is absolutely the auctioneer guy who is selling like Trump merch and other weird shit. Dibbity dibbity dang dang, bing bong sold. Do I hear $100,000?
You would not recuse yourself. That's what you said to me a few days ago, but it's been a few days, so I want to ask again, for the record, is it still your testimony that you will not recuse yourself from investigations involving these campaign donors?
I'm not going to deal in hypotheticals, but the OGE report, or whatever it's called, that I signed has very specific.
The dude just answered like 4 hypothetical questions in a row. In the case of Donald Trump directing you to do this, would you do that? He said no. In the case of this, would you do this? No. In the case of this, no, I wouldn't do that. Donald Trump wouldn't even do that. And then he asked, would you recuse yourself from the investigation of your own campaign donors? Like, I'm not going to answer. It is a hypothetical question. How am I supposed? He's basically doing the Jordan Peters. How am I supposed to? How can you answer a hypothetical question? You're cornering. You put me into a corner. Like, like he's trying to pull a Jordan Peterson. I can't answer hypothetical questions. It doesn't work so good when you just get done answering a litany of hypothetical questions. It seems weird and inconsistent and gives me great concern. The dude, oh my god, you're right. I did not notice. But dude, this dude's got a, I mean, this dude's double chin makes it look like he's smiling on the bottom and frowning on the top. I did not see that. I did not notice that at all. He's got a second mouth down there. That's where I put the carrots. My wife's always trying to tell me to eat. I hide them in my second mouth. All right. Let's go here now. Talk more about taxes with the Majority Report. Alpha males are back.
Yes, Jerry Connolly died.
I feel badly. He was not a bad Democrat.
No, he was not a bad guy, and he was a good lawmaker. But it's very hard now that we've had 3 Democrats die in the 4 months that 5 months that this new Congress has taken place. Now, look, the voters are going to do what the voters do, and it seems to me that there should be some type of internal process where Democrats have the ability to sort of say to each other, hey, we need to be able to make a determination. Like, not we're going to put necessarily an age on this, but we need to be able to look around at our colleagues and be honest with them and be honest with ourselves. The idea that Connolly was elected to this position of being the minority leader of the House Oversight Committee in what the first 5 or 6 months, I can tell you, I see the numbers. We can see the numbers of attention and how it wanes and waxes. And the idea that the Democratic establishment or that the Democratic caucus could not make an assessment about, what is what should we do about this position? It's just insane to me.
Yeah.
And we saw it with, where we also saw this? With the former president of the United States.
Yeah, it's a theme. It's a problem.
Oh, but wait, also with the former chair of the Judiciary Committee, the minority leadership for the Senate Democrats.
Yep, we saw that then too. I mean, Ruth Bader Ginsburg put us in this situation. Good point, Matt. And even so, 6 House Democrats have died in the last 13 months. Sheila Jackson Lee died in July 2024, and then her replacement died in the same district, Texas's 18th district. Come on! She died in March.
We like mold down there.
So
Democrats are just
want our Congress people.
Democrats are just dropping like flies, and it is horrifying. It really is, because they don't seem at all concerned about it, and they keep putting elderly and infirm people in important positions. Like Jerry Connolly. It is frustrating.
Be old.
In this Congress.
And that's one of the reasons.
In 2025, we've had 3 Democrats dying off.
This is one of the reasons why we need to get young people out to vote as well as to run for different offices, right? I know that it's hard to galvanize young people to get out there and vote, but we really do have to find a way to do that. Cannot continue with the gerontocracy. It's not working.
And all of them are in their 70s, and 2 of them had cancer.
Now, the other aspect of this, aside from the fact that, hey, there's a lot of training expenses that we waste. The other issue is that you may have heard that the congressional, the margin that Republicans have over Democrats is razor thin in the House. And this widens it.
Yeah.
At 5 o'clock shadow now.
So I don't know.
It benefits the Republicans. We were laughing at the idiocy of Donald Trump picking Mike Waltz and Elise Stefanik for cabinet positions when the Republicans had such a slim majority. Turns out we don't have an effective opposition party, so it doesn't matter.
I know the Democrats. There's so many of them that are going to die that I don't have to worry about the margins. Don't have to worry about that.
Sands of time.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality
All
time
right, let's
with my
go
wife.
into this. This bill, we now know, just as top line, because there's 1,100 pages in this bill, so we're not going to know all the things, frankly, for some time. We know that it cuts $700–800 billion out of Medicaid, effectively throwing off 10 to 13 million people from health insurance. We know that it's going to cut dozens, if not more, community hospitals around the country because they are supported by these Medicaid payments. We know that it's going to throw millions of people off of food assistance by forcing people who are age 54 to 64 to work. If you have cancer and you can't necessarily achieve disability, I'll read this here. Okay. I'm sure there are literally, this is from Honk Goes the Truck. I'm sure there are literally hundreds of listeners out there with a similar story, but don't have time to I am show. Okay. Developed a sustained food security program, now about to publish a op-ed. Okay. These folks are typically over 54 and simply cannot work 20 hours a week because they are cancer patients. And they're not going to, they're not sick enough to be eligible for some type of
like SSDI.
Disability categorization, which is very difficult to achieve and usually takes a long time anyways. But they're not healthy enough to work.
Yeah.
Those are the people that we're targeting with this 54 to 64-year-olds who have to work now to be eligible for SNAP. I will also add that the last I read, they're taking off the automatic stabilizing aspect of SNAP, that there would be granted waivers to states to expand SNAP in times of financial crises. So, it may not be an issue today, but if we get another 2008 or we get another COVID, it's going to be a big issue. We know that's what this bill does. We know this bill tries to freeze AI regulations in states for 10 years. We know that it just got recently scored last night that it will cut $500 billion from Medicare. It's going to cut from every other program too, incidentally, except for maybe defense.
Oh, defense? Trump's, I mean, yeah.
Defense, the bill itself is going to expand defense by over $150 billion at this
Which
point.
is the military budget and the Pentagon budget increases every year, but this is like a historic spike if he gets what he wants on this. And there's no indication that he's not going to, because Trump has been getting Republicans to agree to things that they typically wouldn't or hadn't in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a 20% increase in military spending if they do manage to get this increase to the defense budget. I thought weren't they telling us that they're anti-war or something like that? I'm very confused.
Imposed work requirements on Medicaid. Disasters, both of them. Listen to this.
Of course, one of the sticking points is this business about paying able-bodied 30-year-old men without dependents welfare with no work requirement. Why do some of your colleagues have a problem with that?
It doesn't make sense to me. Number one is if you don't want to work, you're the one that decided you don't want health care. Right. That's number one. Number two, Medicaid is supposed to be for children that don't have health care and people with chronic illness. I remember when my brother couldn't get health care.
Pause it. Hold on. Wait a second. And it turns out it was 75.
No, you wait a second. You wait a second, Sam. Oh my God. Sasha G. 5 sweet, sweet gifted Galactic memberships. Which means we've technically, even though we haven't, even though it doesn't say it, completed. Yeah, absolutely. Completed the goal, which means we need confetti. Confetti. Completed by memberships. Who got them? Ravenous Oubliette, Joshua Keller, Apache Aldo, Callie A, and Bernie. All getting a sweet, sweet Galactic memby from our space fan, Sasha. Thank you, Sasha. You are beautiful and very appreciated. Gorgeous. We were struggling on the goal for a minute there, and now we've completed it with a half hour to go. I'm going to leave it up just in case people do enough donos chat-wise to get us chat confetti. But at least the in all actuality, we have completed the goal. Great stuff. Great stuff. All right, back to Sam. What was Sam saying?
Fifth Amendment took the fifth 75 times. Medicaid is not for.
By the way, I just saw somebody subscribe. On Twitch. Parker Woodley. Welcome to the Space Fam over there on Twitch, Parker Woodley.
Chronically ill in children only. Medicaid is also for low-income people.
Yeah,
specifically,
I just realized
explicitly.
It wasn't a subscription. It was a follow. It was a follow on Twitch, not a subscription. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Births in rural America covered by Medicaid.
And the moralism that's involved in here. I got news for you. That 35-year-old, you may think is a slacker and a real scallywag for not working and wanting to get Medicaid. But if that scallywag gets sick, guess what? You're going to pay for that scallywag anyways, because they're going to go to the emergency room, and all of our insurance rates are going to go up. And you're also going to be shutting down community hospitals around the country who are not getting payments for even the non-scallywags.
There was a study that was done in 2022, I guess it was or 2023 by the Urban Institute, that showed that 53% of adults sleeping in homeless shelter, 40% of people sleeping on the street were employed during the same year that they experienced homelessness. So just to give people, like, the working poor is the reality in this country.
Ironically, this is a good point made in the abundance book, which is that it's not things like mental health or like not wanting to work. It's the cost of housing that makes homelessness.
And then it's quite difficult if you're homeless, also because you've lost a home base, you may not have an address to get a job when that happens. So it's a spiral of poverty that he's, of course, blaming on the individual. Rick Scott is the most Republican I can think.
Yes, he's a moral Republican. Is that what we called them? Isn't that the new phraseology I made up earlier today? Morally Republican. All right, I just want to go to the facts and figures over here real quick.
Those not working. 12% not working due to caregiving, because, of course, we don't have any way in which to pay for care for people's parents. Another 10% are not working due to illness or disability, but who knows if that crosses the threshold of what constitutes disability, because the disability requirements in this country are extremely difficult to meet. Then you have 7% who are going to school. We had that story that we read yesterday. I think it was about a nurse going to get another degree, also dealing with cancer treatments. They would be not eligible for Medicaid under these requirements. And then there's another 8% who are either not working due to retirement. How dare they? They retired early. Inability to find work or other reason. So the worst case scenario is that 8% of them all are just morally despicable.
Playing video games.
And playing video games.
In their grandma's
have
basement.
no reason, and they're just basically walking around, enjoying life without any income, but knowing that they have Medicaid.
How dare they?
Like,
Not serving a single capitalist.
Exactly. Like walking around, living large.
Not making money for anybody else.
Right.
I wonder what percentage of that is literally like, people who have inherited money and are just like
3. It's 3 people.
there's probably some people like that.
But it's probably it's probably a significant portion of those people are just like retired before 65. That is my assessment. That would be my guess.
And I got news for you.
I should check total memberships. I could check total memberships. I think I know what you're referring to, Geo Dragon. I'll check it. Although we have been struggling with the memberships lately on YouTube. I think we're down to like 175 members, something, maybe lower. I'll check it, but we have a ways to go to get ourselves back on track to getting new YouTube emotes. We're probably over 25 away, I think.
Working,
because I think the last emote we got was at 200. Might have been, I think it was 200.
If you are, many people work and it just takes such a toll on their body that by the time age 55, they simply can't make it to Social Security time. Others may have been looking for work and given up looking because they had been, it's very hard to find a job. You get fired at age 58 or 60. Hard to find a job in your 60s.
Yep.
Go work at CVS, you lazy.
That's where we're at. Now, the interesting...
Lazy old people. All these lazy old people not working as greeters at Walmart.
Illegal.
All right, there's another chart that they went to. Where is it? It's somewhere in here, right? Oh, I forgot about this part of it. Harrienton.
Awful. Weak.
Actually, we don't need to go watch that. I was considering watching that CNN video myself. Fact is people are stupid. All right, I'm checking memberships while we do this. All right, Emma made a point during all this that many homeless people are working, and CBS Evening News had a piece just about that, which was posted yesterday. Let's talk about how many working Americans are homeless.
Homelessness in America is at a record high with more than 770,000 people unhoused in 2024. While the government doesn't track the number of unhoused who are working, shelter service agencies do and say that number is also growing. It's a symptom of what's being called the affordability crisis. For tonight's interview, John Dickerson spoke to author Brian Goldstone for his new book, There Is No Place for Us, Working and Homeless in America.
You write that the term working homeless seems like an oxymoron. Tell us who would fit in that category and why it's an oxymoron.
Yeah, so in America today, across the country, a low-wage job is homelessness waiting to happen. The number of people who fit that description, working homeless, that is not like a tiny number. That's not a marginal phenomenon. A growing portion of the low-wage workforce is either at immediate risk of falling into homelessness or is already experiencing homelessness. And you mentioned that official number of people experiencing homelessness in America, around 770,000, which is the highest number on record. But But by cobbling together different data sources, what I've been able to find is that the actual number is roughly 6 times that amount. And a huge portion of that number of people experiencing homelessness are people with jobs.
You have a startling statistic in the book. It says, today there isn't a single state, metropolitan area, or county in the United States where a full-time worker earning the local minimum wage can afford a 2-bedroom apartment. Give me a sense of some of the jobs that we're talking about here that people have who are working homeless.
Yeah, we're talking about people who are working at McDonald's, who are working at Walmart, who are packing boxes for Amazon, who are doing airport runs for Uber and Lyft.
Wow.
And when they finish their shifts, they're returning not to an apartment, but in many cases, they're sleeping in the very car that they just did that airport run in.
Jesus
or
Christ.
It's a family that when the mom gets off work at Walmart, they're going to a shelter, or they're doubling up with others, or increasingly, they're going to these squalid extended stay hotel rooms.
You focused on Atlanta. Why there? And is Atlanta idiosyncratic or representative of larger trends?
In one way, Atlanta is special. Atlanta was the first city in America during the 1930s to build public housing. And during the 90s and 2000s, Atlanta was actually the first city in America to demolish all of its public housing. So in a way, you could sort of tell the story of housing policy in this country just through Atlanta's own trajectory. But the reason the book is based in Atlanta is more because of how representative it is. You know, over the last decade or so, Atlanta has undergone this dramatic renaissance, this much celebrated transformation of its urban core. And that is a trend that we're seeing across the country. We're seeing, you know, unemployment at a record low. We're seeing the economy in these cities booming, and we're also seeing the very people who power those economies, the very people doing the jobs that make our cities run. They are increasingly not just getting pushed out of their neighborhoods, but they're being pushed out of stable housing altogether.
So 20 seconds left, Brian. Is that why you say families are not falling into homelessness, they're being pushed?
Absolutely. Homelessness in this country is a policy choice. That's a choice that we as a society have made. And it also means that we have a choice to stop this devastating trend.
Brian Goldstone, the book is There Is No Place for Us, Working and Homeless in America. Thank you so much.
That is a horrifying, this is a horrifying trend, you know, that more and more people are working jobs and are still homeless. And those people might very well have their Medicaid taken away from them too. You know, it is just one thing after the next. The Donald Trump administration is waging a war against people who are poor. You might be next. It's just disgusting. Where's the conscience in American society exactly? The humanity. People are so self-serving right now. We have the most self-serving man perhaps on the planet in charge of our entire country right now, leading millions of people down the primrose path. By the way, I did check how we're doing on YouTube memberships. It's not good. It's not good. We have 30 plus memberships just to get back on track to getting a 19th emote, right? We'd have to get 30 some new members, right? Or new memberships gifted to get back to the point where we are working towards more emotes. It's very sad, but true. But, you know, we will get there. We will eventually get there. We'll eventually get more emotes on YouTube, I'm sure. Just gonna take time. We gotta increase the subscriber numbers. We have hit a flat line recently. It's honestly been giving me a huge amount of freaking stress. I know I need to like change some stuff up, be clipping more stuff and posting more rather than just live streaming. But the live stream takes up so much of my time because we do such long streams, and I'm so dedicated to ensuring that we get all of the stuff into these streams. I don't like to ignore anything. That we're kind of in a, you know, it's really a I feel like it's partially my fault. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, I haven't been doing enough to get the good galactic word out there. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the majority report. Talk about Social Security a little bit.
I think a lot of people can relate to this. Have you ever? I think like a lot of people, like as a kid, like you get that first waitering job, and sometimes maybe you have to fib a little bit. Like, oh, sure, I worked at a waiter. I worked actually, it was at a summer place.
Made plenty of Long Island iced teas.
Yeah.
I
could totally do that.
I would do a reference, but they closed because management was bad. But I did all the waitering stuff, and yeah, no, I can do it. I just got to learn the computer system, and then I'll be fine. Or, you know, sometimes you get a job and you're like, I'm not sure what to do, but, you know, I'm going to fake it till I make it. And then other times you get offered a job to head an agency that is the one of the biggest programs the U.S. government has and keeps tens upon tens of millions of Americans out of poverty and is essential to sort of like the maintaining the structure of our society in many respects.
It's arguably the most important function of the United States government.
I mean, in terms of dollars, it is one of the top functions of the U.S. government, and that, of course, is sitting atop the head of the Social Security Administration. Now, what happens if you get a call, you're not even looking for a job, and you got to take the call? Well, here is Frank Bigisano. Did I say his name right?
I think it's Bisignano.
Bisignano, who is the head of the Social Security Administration, and apparently, like, I don't know why he got offered the role. I'm not sure that he knows why. But one of the amazing things about it is he was willing to take it, even though he had absolutely no idea what it was.
That shows guts.
I got a phone call, and it's about Social Security. And I'm really not. I swear I'm not looking for a job. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? So I'm Googling Social Security, you know, one of my great skills. I'm one of the great Googlers on the East Coast. But that is the head.
Why do so many people in the Trump orbit sound like their fucking voice box? They're like their throat is about to collapse or literally fall out of their neck. Oh my God! Well, actually, I got a lot of stuff going on right now.
For the Post. Great Googler in chief. Chief and Googler, whatever. So, by the way, I like to have fun at work. You know, we're allowed to laugh, we're allowed to have fun, we're allowed to know each other's families, we're allowed to be normal. How's that? I'm like, what the heck's the commissioner of Social Security? First,
I should tell you, this is his first, I think, staff-wide meeting he has, and he's explaining. You're probably asking, what am I doing here?
That's his first staff-wide meeting? I thought this was happy hour with the rest of the crew.
That would have been my plan.
This was the town hall with Social Security managers from around the country. This took place on Wednesday. And he's like, I get this phone call and it's about Social Security. I'm really not, I swear I'm not looking for a job. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? So I'm Googling Social Security, you know, one of my great skills. I'm one of the great Googlers on the East Coast. What the heck is the commissioner of Social Security?
Would you drum up?
What he should have done was
70 million Americans rely on this for retirement, for disability, for, you know, if they're widowers or widows. And here he is looking to transform the agency into a premier service organization.
I'll be like, it's the big meeting, right? And of course, I know what my job is, but we're going to go around the room and you're going to tell me what my job is.
Was there anything I missed on Google?
I read the AI over interview, AI overview, and it said that something about money. I don't know what it means actually. Okay, let's move on from all of this Social Security talk. Let's move on to talking finance and economics, trade policy, things like that. Starting here. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been saying we need to bring back manufacturing to the United States. But his own Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, recently said that the U.S. actually doesn't need to restore its textile manufacturing. And that makes me sad, because I was expecting little children to get into those looms with their tiny fingers and fix the jams like back in the Industrial Revolution. We're going to make America like the Industrial Revolution once again. It's going to be great. It's going to be great for America. And now, Bessent's saying we don't need textile manufacturing in the United States. I wonder what Donald Trump had to say about this. We're going to put the kids back to work. Seems like a job right up their alley.
President Trump, Secretary, are you in? New York Post.
Who are you with?
Well, I like
okay, I like you. All right.
I like Keith Poole.
I love how Donald Trump asks every single time when he's asked a question, what news media or outlet people are from. As if that changes the answer somehow. As if it's somehow relevant to the question.
President Trump, Secretary, are you in? New York Post. Oh. Well, I like the New York Post. I like Keith Poole.
I like Keith. He's a great guy.
Secretary, now I'm going to be nicer to him. I didn't know.
Now I'm going to be nice.
Secretary Bessent has said that we don't need to return textile manufacturing to the United States. Yeah. How do you see, like, a lot of your reciprocal tariffs are pretty big on those low-income countries? I tend to agree. We're not looking to make sneakers and T-shirts. And we want to make military equipment. We want to make big things. We want to make...
I'm sorry. I just want everybody to hear that one more time.
And T-shirts. And we want to make... I tend to agree. We're not looking to make sneakers and T-shirts. And we want to make military equipment. We want to make big things. We want to make
you already do that.
AI thing with the computer.
I forgot about this quote. Oh my God.
Military equipment. We want to make big things. We want to do the AI thing with the computers. And
we want to make with the AI thing with the computers. Everything's computer. Everything's computer. Everything is computer. The AI thing with the computers. He doesn't. Donald Trump does not understand what AI is. We want to make the AI thing with the computers. But the more important quote was the one before it.
We're not looking to make sneakers and T-shirts. And we want to make military.
We already make a shit ton of military equipment here in the United States. But the thing we don't make here are T-shirts, sneakers, and a whole plethora of other things. But this runs completely counterintuitive to his entire policy strategy. His entire trade. Like, what this means is if the tariffs stay up, everybody who sells merchandise, say like Make America Great Again hats, right, is just going to have to pay the tariffs because we're not going to invest in manufacturing textile products, right? Shoes, whatever else, like Donald Trump is saying. So it's only some manufacturing stuff that we want back, but as long as we're tariffing China at the rates that we are right now, and other textile producers, we are going to just have massive inflation in these goods, right? Because if we don't import the manufacturing, but we keep the trade barriers up, we're just going to have more expensive goods. We're just going to pay more. We're just going to pay the U.S. government to allow us to have shoes, right? That's basically what's going to happen. It's fucking insane. It is fucking insane. Make the AI things with the computers. I almost want to get that as a clip. Almost want that sound drop. Guy's a fucking moron. Okay. Let's talk a big story in the world of cryptocurrency. Here's CNN from yesterday. Apparently, a man was kidnapped and held hostage over his crypto passphrase, or whatever you call it.
Cryptocurrency investor is in a New York jail today, charged with kidnapping a 28-year-old man and keeping him locked up for weeks in an upscale Manhattan townhouse. Investigators say John Waltz tortured the victim, even dangling him over a ledge at one point in a desperate attempt to gain access to his Bitcoin wallet. Now, that victim was eventually able to escape. A lot to unpack here. Let's bring in CNN's Gloria Pazmino in New York. Just walk us through exactly what we know about what sounds like a very, very frightening experience for this victim.
Not only that, Becky, but really a disturbing and bizarre set of details. John Welts is the suspect that is accused of luring a man into this luxury Manhattan apartment in the Soho neighborhood over the last several weeks and holding him hostage there, torturing him, all over an alleged plot to get him to give up his Bitcoin password. The man you're seeing there on your screen is John Welts. He is 37 years old, originally from Kentucky, and prosecutors say that he lured this man into this apartment and for several days tortured him by tying him up with wire, at one point shocking him with a taser while his feet were on water, dangling him over a railing and threatening to kill his family if he did not give up this password. Now, one thing that's not yet clear to us, Becky, is how these two men knew each other. We don't know if they had a personal or a business relationship, and exactly how much money this whole scheme was over. But we are told by prosecutors and police that at one point last Friday, the victim, who has not been identified, 28 years old, finally, he thought that he was about to be killed. He gave up the password, which then made the suspect go into another room to get a computer, and that gave him a brief window of time that allowed him to escape the apartment, run out to the street, and flag down a traffic cop. That's how he was able to get the attention of law enforcement here in the city. He was able to go to a hospital where he received treatment, and police moved into that apartment and arrested this suspect, John Welts. Upon arriving to that residence, which, by the way, happens to be in a very ritzy Manhattan neighborhood, police found a treasure trove of evidence. We are told that they found ammunition, cocaine, an electric saw, which the victim said he was threatened with, the chicken wire that he was tied up with, body armor, night vision goggles. And they also found Polaroid photos.
What a list of stuff they found. This really is a treasure trove of evidence. My God. Including a Polaroid photo of the victim with a gun pointed to his head. My God. All right. Now, one man was arrested yesterday, and another man was arrested today, according to Eyewitness News ABC New York. Let's go here, 10 hours ago.
We turn now, though, to another disturbing story. Just minutes ago, a second suspect in the kidnapping and torture of a crypto investor in Soho was walked out of a police station in Manhattan. William Duplessis turned himself in this morning and is now headed to court.
Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg is live in Gramercy with the latest. Good morning, Lauren.
Hey, to you, Tanya, and to David. The suspect turned himself in just before 8 this morning, and as he was led out of the 13th precinct here in Gramercy, he did not say anything. He remained silent, even as media asked him questions about why he may have committed that crime. This all happened just a few minutes ago. Police identify him as William Duplessis. He allegedly works in the crypto business and is being accused of holding a man hostage and torturing him over a 2-week period until the victim escaped on Friday. The NYPD already arrested a Swiss cryptocurrency investor, 37-year-old John Waltz. He was seen in a bathrobe when he was arrested, and he's being held without bail. The two suspects were living in a rented Soho brownstone where their alleged reign of terror.
Seeing a guy get arrested in a bathrobe for this crime, I mean, it's kind of hilarious, honestly. This is the most white collar sort of crime. I mean, it's technically not white collar crime, but it's very much like rich white guy crime. Oh my god. And he was being held in a Upper West Side apartment. Actually, no, Soho, but whatever. Is fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Thankfully, these men were eventually caught and are now being brought to justice. Even though I have some, personal issues with the crypto industry, I don't think anybody deserves to be held hostage. It's a little too much.
That's too much, man!
Alright. It puts the lotion in the basket. God damn it, chat. God damn it. Hold it together over there, chat, alright? Settle it down. It's funny, though. It puts the lotion in the basket. Okay, we got more economics stories to talk about here. Let's quickly talk about consumer confidence, something which has been plummeting for the last 4 months. Actually longer. I think it started plummeting last year in like December after Donald Trump got elected, if I recall correctly. Here's CNN from earlier today.
U.S. stocks are on the rise today on news that President Trump is delaying his new 50% tariffs on the European Union, and after the EU said it's willing to fast-track trade talks with the U.S. Wall Street also getting a much-needed boost from a new consumer confidence report, which came in higher than economists had expected. CNN's Matt Egan is with us now on this. Tell us about the big takeaways from this consumer confidence report, Matt.
Well, Brianna, Americans are feeling a lot better about the economy after a scary March and April. We saw that consumer confidence in May went up. It went way up. This was better than expected. In fact, this was the biggest one-month increase for consumer confidence in 4 years. And when we look at the trend, you can see that confidence really took a hit at the start of this year. You see this really sharp decline in consumer confidence. This, of course, was happening.
I think this is genuinely people being very stupid, yeah, honestly. But hey, if you like feeling confident about things that you have no basis for being confident about, go ahead. Just in my opinion, I think this is just people not understanding what the implications of what Donald Trump has already done are going to be. Now this is different than consumer sentiment. I know it's confusing, but they are technically two different numbers. We're going to actually get consumer sentiment numbers later this week. I think on Friday? Yeah. On Friday, we're going to get the consumer sentiment number. But yeah, consumer confidence ticked up a little bit, although back in 2021, during the Biden administration, it was all the way at 130. So 98 isn't exactly in the stratosphere or anything. But people, at least what CNN suggested, is that people felt more confident, most likely due to the fact that Donald Trump had paused Liberation Day tariffs, which, I mean, yeah, he paused them. There's no clarity that it's going to not come immediately back in like a month. But yeah, you know, might as well just live in denial for a month or two. It's easier. It's just easier to pretend like everything's gonna be fine. You know. Okay. Actually, I think we should take a. Oh wait, no. Let's do this one. Let's do one more. This is maybe. Oh god, this is one of the dumbest plans I think I've ever heard. I don't even know how this is gonna work in practice. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really confused about how this works. But let's go here from the source himself. Governor Ron Puddinfingers DeSantis has now signed a bill to make gold and silver legal tender in Florida. And of course, legal tender means that all businesses have to accept gold and silver for all purchases. So I struggle to understand how this isn't going to be massively problematic. I mean, there's so many reasons not to do this. We'll get into that in a second. Let's just go here to Ron, Mr. Puddinfingers.
Live from Apopka, Florida, deep in the heart of Central Florida. It's great to see everybody here. We've got a great cast of characters here with us today, starting with our state representative, Doug Bankson. We also have the CEO of Freeman Global Holdings and the author of Economic War Room, Kevin Freeman, who you'll hear from.
Nobody cares.
State Senator Keith Truenow.
Shut up, Ron. Get to it, pal. I forgot this is such a long video.
With us here today. So thanks everybody for being here. We've got a really, I think, landmark piece of legislation that we're going to sign here today in a minute. And before I get into why we're signing the legislation, which, just so everybody knows what it is, we are going to utilize our authority under the Constitution in the state of Florida to make sure that gold and silver are recognized as proper legal tender.
There we go. Gold and silver, now legal tender in Florida. Now, let me get into the reasons why I think this is incredibly insane and stupid and misguided. One, this means basically that every single business in Florida will have to have some way of both measuring gold and verifying gold and silver, right? Gold and silver. They're gonna have to, I don't know, they're gonna have a scale on every single counter for every single cash register. There's gonna have to be a scale, right? Because you can't just accept gold and say, oh yeah, it seems like enough. You know, it's like the barter system. All of a sudden, it's like, yeah, in 2 nuggets of gold, I'll give you 7 Big Macs. You know, like you're gonna need to be able to weigh this shit. So you'll have to have like a digital scale at every cash register in all of Florida, as well as a gold and silver testing kit. Because I think you need 2 different chemicals to test gold and or silver. But I mean, this is going to create so much opportunity for fraud, right? Like, think about it. Think about it for just 2 seconds, okay? Because say somebody doesn't have the ability to test it, or they don't cut it in half. Like, you could plate something in gold, right? You could plate like a piece of lead in gold and go start trying to buy shit, right? And if they don't cut it in half, they're never going to know until later on. I mean, there's just so many reasons not to do something like this. And yet, Ron DeSantis is basically putting the onus on all businesses. Can you imagine people in Disney World bringing gold bars to pay for you know, their entrance tickets to, you know, the Magic Kingdom or whatever? This is such a stupid idea. Oh, it's just going to create so many problems for all the businesses. Because it's legal tender. You have to accept it. And if you say you don't have the equipment to test it and verify it, you could probably be, I think you could be sued. I'm not sure. I think you could be sued for not accepting legal tender. It's like it's against the law as a business to not accept legal tender for purchase. And I think that's gonna be massively problematic. Eventually, I'm sure Ron will figure that out. Same way they're figuring out that they can't rely solely on just sales taxes to pay for all of their expenditures in the state, as property taxes have been getting raised as a result. Maybe they should get the income tax in there. Maybe that'll help. He'll have to accept it for taxes, Albert C. He'll have to. I mean, it's legal tender. The U.S. government will have to accept it. Yeah, no, there's the problem is that, no, absolutely not yet. No, this is what I'm saying, is that it's a nonsense plan that has so many obvious problems with it. It shocks me that anybody would do such a thing. It just making no sense to my brain. Okay, we gotta take a quick break because we just getting right up to 4 hours here. But don't worry, we'll be right back with the show after these brief space messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too if you want to ensure that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. Now, while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. If you are enjoying the show, as we are completely funded by viewers like yourself, so many great ways, of course, for you to show that support. YouTube, the super chats, the super stickers, and the memberships. Twitch with the bits and the subs. Right now, we do have another goal going on, as we are running a space deficit right now to the tune of about $250. And this stream might cease to exist if we don't get the money fast enough. So Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon are going to be the best ways to ensure the continuation of this stream. Now, you could do Cash App and PayPal, but why not go for Patreon? Because not only will we get the money immediately, if not sooner, you will get a beautiful bounty of space benefits. Benefits like getting an avatar on the stream. You could hang out at the pool or the bar, go take a swim at the Galactic Lake. You also get shout-outs every stream. You get secret Discord, very secret Discord channel inside of the space Discord server. And some secret content out there too. So, make your choice. It's all up to you how you want to support the stream. Now, if you don't have the money, that's fine. I get it. Times are tough. So just like and subscribe. It's a free way to support the stream. Anyway, chat, that's enough messages for me, I think. Enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. think everybody knows what that sound means. It means, of course, that it's time for us to get back to the show. Let's get back in your seats, Space Fams. Otherwise, you're going to miss the beginning of the third half. By the way, I would like to direct everyone's attention, of course, to the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. We are 100 out of 350 on our current sort of overarching goal, which is going to be here for the rest of the month until I have enough money to pay the space bills, counting all of the Cash App, PayPal donations, as well as new Patreon memberships. Of course, this is all related to the technical difficulties last month and the lack of streams that we did. So do consider contributing there, of course, if you got it. All right. Well, Ron DeSantis, of course, making things more weird in Florida. Gold and silver now legal tender at all businesses. I mean, yeah, I guess the Florida government's also going to be accepting gold for taxes. Well, I guess property taxes? So I guess people who pay property tax can show up with a bar of gold and pay their taxes. If they would prefer. Seems like a weird choice, but hey, that's up to them. Now, let's go on to talk about tariffs a little bit. Sort of break down the problems with us trying to switch to U.S.-made goods amid this tariff war. Here's the Wall Street Journal from, I think this was technically last week, but I found it to be very illustrative of what's happening here. How do you figure this guy like eats soup or like drinks anything? This fucking mustache has got to do something about the trimming here, buddy. That shit is just like straight up just over his mouth. You can barely see his mouth move when he talks. $1,000 just for the dye. And let's go back to that supply cloud, whatever we're calling it. Where did it go? Where'd the supply cloud go? God damn you. I feel like we were just looking at it. Where did it go? You bastards. Am I losing my mind? Where the fuck is it? Okay, I am losing my mind, I think.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
What in the fuck? What happened to God damn it. Okay, you guys are killing me right now. Oh, there it is. So yeah, one thing, the ink, this one right here, 35 grand. You need all this other stuff to make it.
Away from it because it really oversimplifies things, and really it's an entire ecosystem.
Absolutely. Yeah, this really does show you exactly what we're talking about here. So, in an economy where we do not manufacture a lot of people, we do not have a lot of manufacturing in this country. You only got 5,000 people working in all of the United States in manufacturing. Meanwhile, you have over 30 times as many people working at retailers, which are all going to be affected by the tariffs, right? And are probably going to lose their fucking jobs because of the tariffs, unless Donald Trump decides to completely cancel them. But there's already layoffs going on in all sorts of industries right now. Places like retail, where, with consumer confidence and sentiment numbers going down, we are basically cutting off our nose to spite our face right now, basically. But this guy's mustache, I cannot get over it. I really can't. I really can't. Has anybody seen this before?
Daniel Tues, the most iconic screen actor of his generation, famous for his blistering historical portraits of Joseph Stalin, Custer, Genghis Khan, and Wilf Lund. He returns to our screens this year as Skeeg Tash in Tash, a Man of Oil. A towering return to form after the breakdown which saw Dan Tooting abandon acting seemingly for good on the set of Marty Zar's The Boondock Feuds.
98, take 7. Action!
You know, it gets harder to kill a man as you get older. Harder. More hard.
More hard.
You might think it gets easier, but in fact, just get this off me! Get this thing off me! Get it off me! Get it off me!
Daniel Dan Tooting, it's a great pleasure to see you back at work.
Thank you.
Now, before we talk about the film, Daniel, your breakdown.
Yes. I can't put a finger on precisely.
I'm sorry. Watch the whole thing yourself when you get a chance. But it basically describes how I feel this guy's life. I don't understand why he's willingly chosen this life. But goddamn, it's got to be hard to eat soup. Okay, all right. Let's move on from the supply chain in the United States and in global trade. Let's talk about the tariffs. Now, last week on, I think it was fucking Friday, Donald Trump threatened the EU, the entire European Union, with a 50% tariff across the board. At least I think it was Friday. Might have been Thursday, I suppose. But it was like the last day of last week. And, you know, we talked about how insane that decision was a bit. And lo and behold, 3 freaking days later, Donald Trump says, maybe not June. Let's do July, right? Because he threatened it for June 1st, which is like 4 or 5 days from now. Now, I guess the threat is being delayed until July, I guess. Why? I don't know. Why does Donald Trump do anything that he does? It's not as if he's thinking through these things.
New this morning, President Trump extended the deadline for his proposed 50% tariff on New this morning, President Trump extended the deadline for his proposed 50% tariff on goods coming from the European Union. The president said he had a constructive phone call with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. The deadline has been pushed back from June 1st now until July 9th in order to buy some more time for talks.
She just called me, as you know, and she asked for an extension on the June 1st date. And she said she wants to get down to serious negotiation.
Minutes after speaking with reporters, Trump posted on Truth Social that, quote, talks will begin rapidly.
She wants to begin serious negotiations? What have they been doing up till now? There's been like 2 months. There's been only fake negotiations for 2 months. What the hell is going on? What in the hell is going on? Oh, God. Okay. But yeah, I guess the negotiations are going to get much more serious with the EU the next month. And then I guess we'll find out whether or not the tariffs get put on. This is the sort of indecision of a true pro of the deal, a deal-making pro. You just say a bunch of random things and then you change it immediately, and it's actually fine. It's good for business and trade. It's great. The lack of transparency and ability to plan for business is actually really good. Makes them innovate. It's like innovating in a dark room. My fucking God. But seriously, the uncertainty that Donald Trump's completely just blunderous and misguided trade policy is going to cause everyone problems. It's going to continue to cause everyone problems for who knows how long. It is unclear. I don't know how long it's going to take to convince him that this is very stupid. But who's going to even do that? It's hard to say. All right. Let's go to some Canadian news. Got a bunch of things here. First, let's talk about a little bit of, well, I guess you might call it corruption. Or at least malfeasance, perhaps. Misappropriation. I don't know what the word we want to use on this next story is. But you might be familiar with a man by the name of Doug Ford. A progressive conservative, whatever the hell that means. He's the current MP of Ontario. And he's being accused of some sort of financial, I'm going to call it malfeasance.
Have you heard? The TV ads in
please
prime
hold.
time slots.
Shut up. There we go.
Have you heard? The TV ads ran in prime time slots during the Super Bowl, the Oscars, and Grey Cup.
What if we told you there's a place where it's all happening?
What if I told you that that ad campaign, it cost $32 million over 10 months last year? I found out that detail by doing a Freedom of Information request because the government wouldn't tell me the amount. CBC News had already done an earlier request and found that the first part of the campaign, it cost another $8 million. Mostly it was spent in 2023, bringing the total of the whole campaign to $40 million.
It's outrageous to waste $40 million on what is essentially a puff piece, an ad campaign to advertise themselves and, pat themselves on the back. And
the ads ran as talk was heating up about a potential early election.
This is an abuse of taxpayer money. Clearly, it's a pre-election attempt to soften voters.
But the finance minister defends the ads and the cost.
I'm never going to apologize for promoting Ontario to all Ontarians.
The Auditor General.
I'm sorry. I mean, why won't you apologize for it? First off, why do you need to promote Ontario to Ontarians, whatever you call them, Ontarioites? They know? I mean, they live in Ontario, so why do you have to promote Ontario to them? They already live there. It doesn't make any sense. This is a complete, it's a completely useless waste of money. Hey, Ontario, do you know that you live in Ontario? Have you heard of it before? It's where everything's happening. It's super great. Oh, you do know about Ontario. Oh, okay, that's fine. We'll still spend $40 million telling you about it.
Come on! Has in the past criticized ad campaigns by the PC government. She found record overall spending in the last fiscal year of more than $100 million. That figure doesn't include the last months of this campaign. And she had another concern.
It really was just fostering a positive view of the governing party.
That used to be against the advertising rules, first brought in by the Liberals in 2004. But in 2015, another Liberal government loosened those rules. When Doug Ford first came to power, he had made an election promise to reverse the changes. Never has. Speaking on a podcast last fall.
No, Doug Ford didn't come through with a promise. Oh my God. Who could have foreseen that? Shocking. Never would have considered that Doug Ford would do something corrupt or contrary to what he's said in the past. And by never, I mean always. I always think that he's going to do something corrupt or contrary to what he said in the past. Dude sucks. Dude sucks. Real big balls. Jesus Christ. That seems like such a bad use of public funds. Telling Ontario about Ontario. Did you know how good Ontario is? Oh, you do? Oh, okay. Great. Enjoy. Meanwhile, people are struggling in Canada. Multiple fronts. Including with housing. For multiple reasons. Some environmental, others... well, we'll get to that.
How many homes in this area have been assessed at $2?
Unfortunately, it's 6. I believe it's 6.
Including this one here behind us.
Yeah.
The properties in the Chilliwack River Valley were deemed worthless and unsafe due to a landslide risk after an atmospheric river rolled through the province in November 2021.
Breaks my heart that these people are having to go through this.
One of the homes assessed at just a toonie belongs to Chris Rampersad. During the torrential downpour, a landslide stopped 5 meters short of his home. Last summer, he was told by the province he didn't qualify for compensation or assistance.
And the province will not be providing financial aid for landslide-related impacts to your property.
The district and Rampersad were under the impression the government was working on a solution, but says it's been crickets. Rampersad says there's one way to fix the issue.
First, the government said there's no work to be done to stabilize the land. The only solution I see would be for them to buy back these properties, take down the structures on the property, and secure the land somehow to protect the road and the public.
Makahonic says responsibility falls on the government to help owners whose properties are deemed unsafe.
They've said, hang in there, be patient, we're working on solutions. I mean, the regional district, this is just not something that we could do.
From here, they can connect with the regional district, with the federal government. The provincial programs don't cover the kind of impacts that they have had to their properties.
Makahonic has requested another meeting with ministry staff, and Rampersad now lives part-time in Abbotsford. But with an assessed property value of $2 and a landslide risk, he says if the government doesn't step in, he'll never be able to sell.
What I think I'm going to lose is close to $1 million.
Yeah, I guess you could sell it for $2. I mean, I'm sure you can find housing for $2, right? Man, that shit is fucked up. Now, it's not in Ontario. But, I feel like, I feel like it would have been more helpful for Doug Ford to help out BC than to help himself out with taxpayer funds. Speaking of housing, there is a problem right now. Because even though this guy, $2 house, can't sell it, seems like a lot of people in Canada, regardless of their proximity to environmental catastrophes, are also struggling to sell their properties. Here's global news from yesterday. According to them, inventory is stacking up.
It's a business move that's also utilized when homes are hot commodities. But now it's happening with increasing frequency as the lower mainland housing market continues to cool down.
The inventory is stacking up, it's not selling. And so what's happening is basically, there's a lot of realtors, of course, out there working for free.
Real estate analyst Steve Soretsky has noticed an uptick in colleagues turning down clients looking to sell, which is typically where any realtor banks on a substantial payday.
There can be 20, 30 hours involved up front, and then only to find out that, you don't get an offer that's acceptable to your seller because, they've got certain expectations and that's coming off the market.
With home sales at their lowest since 2020, the expectations of sellers in a clear buyer's market aren't always aligned with reality. Meaning listings that would once sell fast and sometimes over asking for realtors like Roman Krachek take a lot more time and resources to close on, if at all.
There's quite a bit of work that goes into listing a property. I lost a listing recently on Cortez. Sellers didn't have the proper expectations. Somebody else listed the property now.
Which means Krachek is out thousands of dollars and hours of unpaid time. A loss most realtors don't want to risk, which is why some are adding clauses to contracts to recoup costs if a listing is pulled.
As long as we have clients, sellers that are realistic and they do listen to us, pricing is not a science, it's more of an art form. If it's priced well, it will sell. If it's not, it probably won't sell. Not every listing sells.
As realtors,
Geez, housing market in Canada taking a dive right now. Yeah, seems like a bad situation. Good for, technically, for people looking to buy, I suppose. But for people who are trying to sell their homes, they are now in a real pickle. Shocking that there's so many properties on the market that real estate agents are not accepting new seller clients. That's honestly very strange, because like they mentioned, they make a ton of money for barely doing anything, at least in my opinion. I mean, you talk to some people, oh no, it's so hard, oh.
Help, I'm being repressed!
And then you make $20,000-$30,000. Oh god, that's a hard job. But apparently there's just a dearth of properties, causing a serious slump in Canada's housing market. All right, let's go quickly here to the CBC News outlet from 8 hours ago. See what Mark Carney, new Prime Minister of Canada, had to say about Canada's current relationship with the United States.
How much progress do you think you've made since the Oval Office meeting with President Trump on resolving some of the issues around trade, in particular the sectoral tariffs?
Well, I would term it this way, since we're at historic moments, epoch-making, to quote the speech from the throne. So to be slightly Churchillian, it was the end of the beginning. The Oval Office was the end of the beginning, reestablishing sovereign-to-sovereign dialogue, much more constructive engagement on some of the big issues on both security and economics. We've had fairly intensive discussions since then. Minister LeBlanc, for example, and our ambassador were down for a number of meetings last week. Conversations continue. We've got more that we need to do before we're satisfied that we have a partnership that is in Canada's interest.
But how would you characterize it? I mean, have you moved closer? I mean, he's going to be in Canada on around the 15th of June for the G7. Yep. Could you have a deal by then, a deal by Canada Day, or does this sort of thing that moves into maybe the Kuzma review time period, which Mexico is now saying could start in September?
I don't think it's in either of our nation's interest for it to drag out that long. I think the issues are getting sharper relief. But we're going to take as much as time as necessary to get the right deal for Canada, but no more.
There we go. This is the second country to say that they're less interested in the speed at which they reach a deal with the United States and more interested in the terms of the deal. Japan said it last week, and here's Mark Carney saying the exact same thing here yesterday. And I feel like that's going to cause problems, because Donald Trump seems to be getting impatient with the tariff policy. I mean, last week he was pretty light on the trigger finger there. As it relates to like the EU tariffs that he threatened. Granted, he backed off them in 3 days. But he could turn them back on in 3 days, In fact, he could do it right now while we're not paying attention. All right. Now, other stuff was going on in Canada this week. In the last 24 hours, King Charles and Queen Camilla arrived in Canada for a royal visit. Here's Reuters from yesterday. Oh, come on. Okay, there was the reception of the king and his arrival in Canada. You may have noticed Indigenous leaders. They're doing some. Well, actually, I think those are Indigenous children, but Indigenous people were there to greet not Mark Carney, King Charles. But they also had they didn't just have drums. They had some words for the king. Let's go to CTV News on that message.
Royal watchers gathered in Ottawa today to see King Charles and Queen Camilla begin a Canadian royal tour. Charles and Camilla touched down in Ottawa today to begin their first visit to Canada since the King's coronation 2 years ago. Prime Minister Mark Carney was there to greet them. Carney invited Charles to give tomorrow's speech from the throne, which will outline his government's agenda for the new parliament. Dozens of First Nations leaders from across the country and here in Manitoba gathered in front of Parliament Hill with a message for the King: respect your treaty partners.
There's treaties with the original people that have to be respected, and we deserve the ear of the King when he comes to these lands to talk to his subjects. We need him to remind his subjects of the honor of the crown and the duties that their elected representatives owe to us as the original people.
This is Charles's 20th visit to Canada and is highly symbolic, with U.S. President Donald Trump's repeated calls to annex Canada.
Yeah. Indigenous leaders reminding the king that they are the true Canadians and that they should be respected. Treaties need to be respected, which aren't always being super respected. All right, let's go to some of the highlights from King Charles's speech. Here's CBC News from 10 hours ago.
We witnessed a moment steeped in deep Canadian tradition and lots of political significance. King Charles III came to the Senate chamber on Parliament Hill to read the speech from the throne.
Members of the House of Commons, when my dear late mother addressed your predecessors 7 decades ago, she said that in that age and against the backdrop of international affairs, no nation could live unto itself. It is a source of great pride that in the following decades, Canada has continued to set an example to the world in her conduct and values as a force for good. As the anthem reminds us, the true North is indeed strong and free. Members of the House of Commons, you will be asked to appropriate the funds to carry out the services and expenditures authorised by Parliament. May you honour the profound trust bestowed upon you by Canadians.
Can I ask you a question, Canada? What's up with the tri-point hats? Is it still 1700 right now? What are we doing? What is going on? Are these barristers? Are these Canadian? Do you have to wear a tri-point hat? I don't understand. So strange.
And may God bless and guide you in all your duties. My great hope that in each of your communities
It is a responsibility that usually falls to the royal representative in Canada, the Governor General. And this is the only the third time in history the monarch has delivered the speech. The King's mother, Queen Elizabeth, previously did so when she came to Parliament in 1957 and 1977. This time, Prime Minister Mark Carney invited Charles to visit Canada following sovereignty threats from U.S. President Donald Trump. And the CBC's Marina von Stackelberg has been watching the day's events unfold. She joins us now again live from Ottawa as promised. So Marina, the speech contained several references to Canada's sovereignty. Obviously, this is happening at a time where this country has faced numerous threats of annexation through economic coercion, I think were the words that he used way back from Donald Trump. What stood out to you?
Yeah, well, the significance of the king reading the speech from the throne, something that, you know, the speech from the throne happens at the start of every session, but the significance of the king doing it here brings in a bigger audience, not just here in Canada, but worldwide. And every word of that speech is really significant, really kind of reiterating the fact that Canada is unique. It is a constitutional monarchy. That makes it different. The symbolism here is really in the message. We heard this speech talk about this idea of Canada going through transformational change. The king talked about how he has seen this renewed sense of Canadian pride, unity, of hope, and talked a lot about Canada's unique identity, something that he said is recognized worldwide for its diversity and strength. Talked a lot about the unique founding of Canada that also makes it unique with English, French, and Indigenous peoples. He talked about the fact that Canada faces, in the words of the speech, another critical moment, and that the government will work to protect values of Canadians that they hold so dear, things like democracy, self-determination, the rule of law, and freedom. He talked about how global trade is changing and that relationships with partners are changing. That is kind of a direct nod to the situation with the United States. He says Canadians are feeling anxious and worried about the change, but he had a positive spin on it. The speech had a positive spin, saying essentially this is also a chance for renewal, for Canada to transform, think big and act bigger, is what the speech said.
Well, there we go. King Charles making a visit to Canada. Getting all royal with things. Reminding Canada and perhaps the United States that Canada's technically a part of the Commonwealth. Not clear if Donald Trump heard the message or not. But there we go. There we go. You think the tri-point hats are abnormal? It's probably in deference to the... Yeah, that makes sense. It's some sort of symbolic reverence type of deal. One thing that I was confused by is why didn't they update the chair? Where's the chair? Where's the goddamn chair? Where was it? Yeah. Why do they still have this on the chair? Why is the ER still up here? Shouldn't it be C what is Charles's? Is it also R? I assume it's still R. C, it should be C1R now instead of E2R. Because I mean, come on, Queen Elizabeth, she is no longer. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm confused by all the Commonwealth shenanigans. Not gonna lie right now. All right, let's move on to some environmental stories. How are we doing on time? Okay, we're doing okay. Only 4 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. Let's start with AI. PBS NewsHour did a little story here to discuss the growing impacts of AI data centers. Exactly. It's his mommy's chair. Why doesn't he get a big boy chair?
The EPA has reportedly drafted a plan to eliminate all limits on greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. That's according to documents recently obtained by the New York Times. The power industry is one of the top sources of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions.
I gotta say, that is a horrifying decision. I mean, this is not the only horrifying decision the EPA is making, but it's one on top of many. Yeah, we're just gonna, you do whatever you want. As much carbon dioxide, methane you want to spit out into the atmosphere, it's fine. There's no reason for you to even keep track. Not a big deal.
The power industry is one of the top sources of U.S. greenhouse gas emissions, which scientists have said for decades help drive climate change. Now, with the rise of AI technology, demand on power plants is increasing, in large part to AI's reliance on data centers. Ali Rogan spoke with Kenza Bryan, climate reporter for the Financial Times.
Thanks for joining us. How would you describe the environmental impact of these data centers that are at the heart of AI?
Their environmental impact is huge and it's growing. AI data centers are massively contributing to the continued rise in power demand, which itself contributes to the continued rise in global emissions. And most importantly, it's growing faster than grid capacities. And even more importantly, it's growing faster than renewable energy growth, which means that even as data center energy use grows, clean energy from wind, solar, nuclear perhaps, is lagging behind.
And what have you learned about the public health implications of the capacity that's needed to power these AI systems?
Some of the public health implications are very local, but really the effects are more global than local. So pushing up demand for fossil fuels means more CO2 is emitted, which helps global temperatures creep up, which can have local effects through extreme weather events, for example.
What sort of regulatory environment is there for these facilities?
For the moment, there's very little regulatory scrutiny of data center energy use. And one of the only governments in the world that has started to take this seriously is Ireland and its own energy regulators, because they realize that some of the big tech companies that operate in Ireland, including some of the big US ones like Amazon, are starting to put immense constraints on its grid, which means it's difficult for local industry, for local houses to get the power they need. So they have proposed that when a new data center is built, it brings as much additional capacity to the grid as it takes away. But until those grid capacity constraints start to be felt more concretely in the US, for example, I think it's unlikely we're going to see specific regulations saying data centers have to bring more energy to the grid or have to bring more clean energy to the grid, particularly given that Trump wants to make the US an AI superpower. It wouldn't make sense at the moment to constrain that growth.
And in the midst of that growth, these companies that have these AI.
Yeah, wouldn't it make sense to constrain that growth at, you know, at the behest of the planet? It's better we just grow until the planet's just completely just destroyed, right? You know, damn it all, right? Everything is computer. The AI with the computers, it's actually very important, much more important than the environment.
Products and services, they are acknowledging the environmental impact, it seems, and they're talking about what they're doing. What are they telling you about the steps that they're taking to mitigate all of the impacts they're having?
Companies like Amazon, Meta, Alphabet, Google's parent company, they all claim accurately to be some of the world's largest buyers of clean energy now. So they make huge investments in wind, solar power, increasingly nuclear energy. The problem with that is those investments aren't always very local. So they might be investing in solar energy in Texas while they're consuming that energy somewhere else in a different US state. And critics of these big tech companies would say their promises don't always match up with the problems that local grids face and local people face.
Mm-hmm.
And what have you learned about the debate over the merits of increasing use of AI in everyday life against the drawbacks that we've just discussed in terms of the impact on the environment and public health?
The AI boom has taken off at a awkward time for the fight against climate change, because global temperatures are already rising much faster than scientists expected, and now AI, the International Energy Agency has said, is contributing to a massive increase in power demand, which
It absolutely is and that's why there was a time before I found out about all of this that I used a little bit of AI for fun or whatever, and am now just like super averse to doing. Considering the impacts of this, it doesn't feel worth it in most cases for me to use AI for anything, even though technically I am unwittingly using AI over and over again whenever I search something on fucking Google. It pisses me off so much. I honestly tried contacting Google. I got nothing back from them. I contacted actually multiple companies over this situation where they're just continuing to implement AI into their technologies that I've been using for years and years, and am now forced to. There should be an option to turn off AI overview on Google. There isn't. And it's insane. It's insane. It's irresponsible. It's taking away the choice. We're all being used in this experiment. Meanwhile, we're destroying the environment unwittingly. Every time we search something on Google, you get an AI overview. So you're using AI whether or not you like it, right? If you Google anything, and it's disgusting. It is fucking disgusting. I've been considering trying to switch browsers or search engines, and yet I think I haven't put enough effort into it. I'm also just so used to using Google, but I've been considering things like DuckDuckGo or whatever else. But it's all worth it, okay? It's all worth it because now we can get AI slop, whenever we want, regardless of the implications.
Google VO3 realism just broke the internet yesterday. This is 100% AI. This is something I've been meaning to tackle, something I've been meaning to talk about as well, because I've watched some of these videos, and this is probably the most, look at his mouth, with the exception of some classic markers of AI generated content. These videos, I would say, are the closest we have gotten to, this is the most advanced version of generative AI that I've seen so far. And of course, predictably, my TikTok timeline also has literally versions of this that is already like street interviews and rage bait.
Excuse me, there's an option to bypass the AI, but it's not a simple setting? What is the option? I need to know. I need to know. Do not leave me hanging.
What's one move with AI that makes haters go crazy every time?
Look at the way his mouth is moving. It's not just Twitter artifacting, okay? It's 100%. You can tell. There's like this still uncanny feeling, this lifeless, uncanny feeling, and also the voices. The AI voice generation is still like kind of robotic. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what the actual markers are, but there is something very robotic about the way that these people talk. Having said that, if you didn't know this was AI and you were just like kind of glancing at it from a distance, you would not have considered this to be AI, I don't think.
What's one move with AI that makes haters go crazy every time?
Oh, y'all gotta give them that. This is wild. It's over. We are cooked on that thread. You get me?
I think in the near future, photos and videos won't be accepted as evidence in courts. This one is a great example of how dog shit it.
Honestly, if that's real AI, that's sort of scary because I personally, I think if I saw this and wasn't told ahead of time that it was AI, I honestly might have been fooled. But you can see some things here that might give you some pause. But if you're not like looking for it, like I think that it's a lot of this stuff is very nuanced.
Evidence in courts. This one is a great example of how dog shit it is still. in terms of their movement, in terms of like the way they react to stimuli in the environment, like it's just not a way humans would react. But again, right now at a glance, unless you go through it piece by piece, unless you're paying close attention to it, you might not be able to make out that it is AI at all.
When we get in there, I want no bullshit.
Dude.
You stay on my 6 at all times.
There are still obviously like parts of this that just like don't make any sense. Like, why is this door open? Like, this is an open door. He's driving with the door open. Like the car doesn't make any sense. Like, how big is this fucking vehicle, dude? A lot of the stuff is still not great. Anyway, yeah, some are SWAT, I guess. Anyway, look. What is SWAT? But it's not SWAT. It's just SMT. Yeah, like
honestly, this is pretty scary.
It's open as well.
Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Yes, there's some problems with it, but this has massive implications for society in general, and it's pretty horrifying. It is pretty horrifying. I mean, this is going to delete, like, I don't even know how many jobs. Like, as it continues to get better and better, and it doesn't seem like we're going to take the foot off the gas pedal at any time. If this does continue to get better and better, it is going to have massive implications for society.
Yeah, like, the door was open, but now it's open as well.
Stay sharp. These f***ers are nasty and dangerous.
Like, look, stay sharp. These f***ers are nasty and dangerous. Like, it's so robotic.
Stay sharp. These f***ers are nasty and dangerous. Stay alert. What the hell happened here? Where are the bodies?
Like, what are these guns?
Like, I just want to point something out to you. Before AI, before AI, doing all of this stuff as a film studio would have cost who knows how much. I mean, a lot of money. Just this one scene we're looking at, right? The effects, all of the actors, you know, the film equipment, and suddenly you don't need any of that. You can just aggregate things from the internet and turn it into this. You know, whether or not, you know, it just, God. Probably at least like 30 jobs, all the lighting, if not more.
Like, what are these guns? What is this?
Yeah, that's not great. But you don't know, but that kind of stuff. You know,
intelligence.
If it's moving fast,
firing on its own is not.
Honestly, if it's moving at, like, you know, the normal speed, it's hard. If you don't pause it over and over again, a lot of this stuff is going to go by you, right? If you don't have good eyesight, especially, or you're not wearing glasses and you have, you know, slightly blurry vision or whatever, this kind of stuff is going to seem very real. And I don't know how many people are going to be tricked by these kinds of things. But, you know, it's getting more and more convincing in ways I find very concerning.
Coming out of the barrel, and he's not even pulling the trigger. Like, there's stuff like this. If you,
like, my opinion is, if you're making, like, you know, a ton of money off of this, like, this AI stuff, you know, like, movie studios are starting to use AI now, right? And you know, I feel like at some point we need to implement a fucking tax on AI generated stuff.
were to look at the entirety of the output at a distance with your eyes kind of squinting, you would probably...
Because here's the thing. We've been talking... I've mentioned it like time and time again when we talk about AI, right? But we heard, you know, the Anthropic CEO talk about how, yeah, maybe at some point this will take away all the jobs, and at that point maybe we'll talk about how to reorganize society so people can still survive, right? But till then, we're just going to go balls to the wall. We're just going to continue deleting jobs over and over again, right? The fact is in the interim period, how many people are going to lose jobs and not have a safety net? I mean, our country right now is deleting the entire social safety net, right? So people are in even more jeopardy than they were during the Biden administration from AI. And as it continues to get better, that's just going to get exponentially worse, right? And if we don't, and if we don't do that, then there is going to be a massive portion of society that's just going to be left out of all of this while billionaires enrich themselves. The rest of us are going to be left holding the bag. We need to implement an all generated AI must have a disclaimer or watermark. Technically, yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, a lot of them do have watermarks, right? But I don't think it's legislated. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, but yeah, whatever. All right. Okay. Let's move on from AI to talking about more environmental issues, starting in Hawaii. Massive eruptions in Kilauea going on in the last 24 hours. Here's Hawaii news now from yesterday.
New tonight, lava fountaining is underway at Kilauea, marking the start of episode 23. Here's a live look from the Halemaumau crater, where the USGS says lava fountaining reached over 1,000 feet earlier this
Holy
evening.
shit.
The latest episode of the ongoing eruption started just after 4 this afternoon.
1,000 feet in the air. It's like it's like almost a quarter mile in the fucking air. Lava, just wow. Blasting.
This is what it looked like when the fountain
Holy
was at
shit.
its peak earlier today. Scientists at Hawaiian
Oh
Volcano
my
Observatory
God.
say the higher fountains are coming from the north vent in
It
Halemaumau
looks-
crater. Meanwhile, lava venting from
It looks like a fucking portal from hell just opened up.
south vent reached up to 230 feet. This current on and off eruption began on December 23rd. The last episode was on May 16th, and last
That is wild. That is a ton of lava. All right, more Hawaiian news before we move on to other states and places. Let's talk about invasive species, which Hawaiians are attempting to eradicate.
Earlier this month, the Big Island's fishing community gathered for a first-of-its-kind event at Kealakekua Bay.
A meeting decades in the making to clear out invasive species that have decimated the native fish and coral population. Majestic Kealakekua Bay, a place that's seen centuries of history, but it's also become a home for invasive fish.
The invasive species, what you see is you don't see your native fish. And so, like, I've been here since 1990, and I know people when I moved here in 90, even people who had been here in the 80s were saying it's not like it was in the 70s, between the loss of fish, the water quality, as well as the loss of coral.
Krista Johnson and her partner Chuck Leslie operate the nonprofit Ike Lawai'a. Leslie's a lifelong Kealakekua resident and vividly remembers a time when the bay was packed with native species.
Our kupunas kept tracking everything in the bay. They tell you, you fish here today and you leave this place alone for 1 week. You don't fish. But then we go and fish around the point, go out, other areas. So they keep the area pretty controlled so you wouldn't,
Oh, what are we doing here? That's perfectly normal? Is it perfectly normal? It seems like a lot. I feel like I've seen a bunch of these eruptions. It seems like way higher than a lot of the ones that I've seen. But since you lived there at one point, I'll take your word for it.
Deplete the fishes in there.
The bay has been a protected site since 1969, but ironically, that's allowed nearly 60 years for the invasives to move in. So in conjunction with federal and state leaders, Ike Lavaia organized the first ever invasive species roundup, a day for the spearfishing community to collect as many invasives as possible, specifically the roi, ta'ape, and to'au.
I think this is my first time being there in 20 plus years, and it's just an aquarium.
Spearfishing champion Calvin Lai Jr. was among the 50 invitees and shot nearly 70 fish.
As soon as you jump off your kayak, they're literally looking at you, and it doesn't act like that in normal areas where you do go and spearfish. So as soon as you jump off your kayak, they're kind of wanting to greet you. So we greet them with our spear, you know, and that's what you want to do. You want to take them out.
In total, the roundup yielded 958 pounds worth, just under 530 fish, all of which were either repurposed or used for further research.
Here we go. Local Hawaiians working to eliminate an invasive species taking over their beautiful oceans. All right. All right. Let's move it along. Let's talk about all the severe weather which was going on Memorial Day. It was just yesterday. It feels like so long ago now.
Tonight, severe weather already moving in this holiday weekend. Tornadoes touching down in New Mexico, and hailstorms and heavy winds hitting Texas. In Oklahoma, torrential rain caused massive flash flooding as severe weather collides with this Memorial Day travel rush. AAA projecting 45 million Americans hit the road and skies this weekend.
It's a bit stressful, you know. You just want to just get on the line, get checked in, and just go.
Thunderstorms over Colorado leading the FAA to issue a ground stop in Denver. Dallas-Fort Worth Airport also in the bullseye of strong storms, adding more stress to these hectic scenes. TSA says they screened over 3 million people Friday, the third busiest day of all time. What'd you think when you walked up to this long line here?
I thought it was a lie.
Okay, all right. We don't need all the Memorial Day stuff, just the weather. But yeah, a lot of crazy shit happening on Memorial Day. Tornadoes, hailstorms. Pretty crazy. Now, let's go to California and talk about fire risk in the Bay Area with Cron 4. This came out right before the stream started.
With high temperatures expected this week, officials are warning about the increased risk of fire dangers. Crowd Force Charles Clifford joins us now live from Solano County. He is here now with the latest, and it also looks pretty breezy out there, Charles.
Yeah, well, good afternoon. It's actually pretty nice today, maybe upper 70s, but it is definitely breezy. Take a look at this black hillside behind me here. CAL FIRE has been conducting a controlled burn here in preparation for the hot weather that's coming. They're trying to get ahead of this, get this dry grass removed before a wildfire starts here, and they're asking that neighbors be prepared as well. This is an aerial view looking south towards the burn. This is an area that previously burned in 2020 during the Hennessy fire. CAL FIRE wanted to clear the dry grass here while they can to hopefully prevent this area from catching fire later this summer. Now, the National Weather Service has issued a heat advisory for this area, Solano County in the Central Valley, that begins on Friday morning. As of Tuesday, there are no red flag conditions, but that could easily change as the week progresses. CAL FIRE is asking people to use caution in the days ahead to avoid starting a fire.
We do advise the public to make sure that they're doing their due diligence. If they are going to be doing any home defensible space projects, weed eating or mowing, that they take care of that in the early morning hours. With those wind advisories and also the weather advisories that we do get, with hot temperatures, they should avoid those types of operations around their home and wait until we have less windy days and also temperature is lower.
Yeah, so increased fire risk in the coming days in the Bay Area. People hopefully will keep that in mind and do everything they can to avoid starting fires, as many, I think it's almost a majority of fires in the United States are caused by just human activity. Cigarette butts, sparks from metal, whatever, fires, of course, all sorts of fireworks. In fact, we talked about how it's possible that a gender reveal party may have caused, I think it was the LA fire, right? Or was it the Post fire? I can't even remember now. But yeah, all right. Just be smart, people. Be smart. Let's go north now to Canada, where communities in Saskatchewan are battling out of control fires. Here's CTV news from yesterday.
The resort village of Candle Lake reissued its pre-evacuation alert on Sunday due to high winds and dry conditions.
The resort community, our summer is short. So I think it's hard on the businesses. As far as the residents, I think many of them have taken this second alert seriously. They are packed. They are watching and ready to go.
Mayor Colleen Lavoie says the Saskatchewan Public Safety Agency relocated their fire crews to the village last night and that the community has been preparing meals for the firefighters.
The helicopters are fueling up here at the airstrip, and the firefighters are here to rest overnight, and many of them stayed in the campground.
What the fuck is that sound?
Many slept in their trucks.
Sorry, hold on.
As of Monday morning,
What the fuck is that sound? Damn, there's space police outside. Hold on.
the Public Safety
Here, I'm going to play this for you. I'll
said
be
the
right
Shoe
back, though.
wildfire by Lower Fishing Lake was about 30,000 hectares in size, and the campfire north of Snowdon is now 50,000 hectares.
They're joined now, and my understanding is they're at least 4 times the size of the city of Saskatoon.
An evacuation for the resort subdivision of Wayland Bay was called last night due to extreme safety threats from wildfires. One evacuee told CTV they could see flames as they were leaving. The state of local emergency is in place until June 1st. At Little Bear Lake, crews are working to prevent structure damage by attaching sprinklers to the houses, digging fire breaks, and collecting propane tanks. Pelican Narrows issued a partial evacuation notice yesterday, which said the Pelican 2 wildfire was within 1 kilometer of the village. The notice alerted evacuees to head to Prince Albert. Late Monday afternoon, Highway 3 south of Prince Albert had to be closed as wildfires reduced visibility. Jasmine Pelche, CTV News, Prince Albert.
Well, the wildfire situation also continues to evolve. 1,300 people have fled the town of Swan Hills as a fire burns out of control nearby. The evacuation order was issued at supper time.
Fucking hell, the space. I'm considering going outside and filming what the hell is happening. There's like a bunch of police outside all pointing guns at some car. Oh, God. Conflicting duties right now.
Yesterday, the Edith Lake wildfire burning about 7 kilometers from the town right now, estimated to be about 2,000 hectares in size, which is bigger than the city of Wetaskiwin. The fires also forced the closure of Highway 33 east of Swan Hills. Before leaving, people were told to collect important documents and medication and at least 3 days worth of food, water, and other supplies. A reception center has been set up at the Allen and Jean Miller Center in Whitecourt. Wildfire officials say warm, dry weather is creating risky conditions across Alberta.
This time of year, it's pretty typical to see some heat events like this that will cause the wildfire danger to increase very rapidly. And then until we get a downturn in the weather with some cooler temperatures and some rain, we're going to stay in that kind of elevated.
So yeah, elevated risk in Alberta still as well. Fires is popping up all over Canada right now, honestly. Well, things seem to have de-escalated outside, at least from what I can tell. All right. Hopefully it stays that way. It is the space hood, after all. There's stuff like this happening semi-frequently. Alright. Let's keep it moving. From fires in Canada all the way down to South America and Chile, where a shocking situation occurred yesterday. A tornado! That's right, a tornado swept through Chile.
A tornado ripped across the city of Puerto Varas in southern Chile on Sunday. The severe weather injured 19 people, with 250 houses being checked for damage and over 4,500 buildings without electrical service, according to authorities on Monday. An official meteorologist said that while tornadoes like this have always occurred in Chile, particularly between May and June, they are being seen more often. They say that's because of a larger population and with videos spreading on social media. The service also warned that with climate change, the phenomenon could become more frequent. Residents told local television crews that Sunday's tornado was swift with powerful gusts of wind.
There was terrible wind. Everything was destroyed. Doors flew off, glass shattered, the frames of my windows came off, and my roof. I don't have a roof.
Debris, including tree branches and tin sheets that had been used as roofing, littered the streets and hung from utility posts. Chilean President Gabriel Boric visited Puerto Varas on Monday to assess the, quote, catastrophe.
There you go. According to Reuters, 19 people injured in Chile here from this tornado. Hundreds of buildings damaged. Thankfully no one died, but the destruction is quite evident. Be a freelance reporter. I mean, in a way, I'm being a freelance reporter right now, but you're right. I try my best. Jesus Christ. What are they doing now? Let's go to Guadalupe. Talk about pesticide-free farming.
Wednesday is market day and Steve Salim is at his stall. He's advising shoppers on seasonal fruits and vegetables, and he's especially knowledgeable about local produce.
These are varieties of guava that are practically impossible to find anymore. Royal guava, it's incredible.
Look delicious.
Source up fruit that you almost couldn't find at all. Leafy vegetables like the moringa. We cook it a bit like spinach, actually. You saute it in a pan.
The fact they're grown without pesticides is also a draw for customers in Guadeloupe, where chlordecone was used on crops until the 1990s.
For a very long time, we didn't know. What could we eat? And in the major supermarkets, you had always the same things: tomatoes, courgettes, cucumbers. So people were hesitant about buying local products because we weren't familiar with them and where they came from.
Buying local means better value too, €20 for 10 kilos, a lot cheaper than imported produce. Customers are free to select the fruit and vegetables they like.
I've got salad, cocoa, I've got some soursop too. If you compare it to what you see in the shop, it's really worth coming here.
I'm surprised to see that it's €20 for all this. I can share it with my daughter, and I think it's enough for 2 or 3 days.
Salim keeps his prices competitive thanks to a cooperative of around 15 local farmers. Jean-Marie Ramay is one of them. Given the chlordecone poisoning of the past, Salim makes sure that the soil is safe and free from any toxin.
There we go, farmers attempting to do what they can to stop using pesticides. In Guadeloupe, I always forget that Guadeloupe is a French territory, not a Spanish one, or whatever. Meanwhile, farmers in France are attempting to use more pesticides for some reason.
For weeks, French farmers have been ramping up protests. This Monday, they plan to escalate as lawmakers will debate a bill aimed at easing restrictions on agricultural practices. At the heart of the bill is a proposal to reintroduce acetamiprid, an insecticide banned in France for harming bees, but still approved in most other parts of Europe. Beet growers argue they have no alternative against crop-destroying pests and say the ban puts them at a disadvantage, costing them income due to unfair competition.
Acetamiprid is an effective solution against aphids. It is registered in 25 out of 26 European countries. We want to be treated the same as other European nations.
To press their case, farmers plan to block roads in front of the parliament Monday, where debate is expected to be heated and lengthy. The left and the Greens have filed over 3,500 amendments to delay the vote.
L'acetamiprid est un neurotoxique.
Acetamiprid is a neurotoxicant, crossing the placental barrier. It has been found in the spinal fluid of children. In other words, it has reached the brain.
Yeah, not only is it bad for humans, like they said before, it is not just bad for aphids, it's also bad for the bees. And our planet is already struggling on multiple continents with bee populations imploding. In the United States right now, we use a shit ton of pesticides here, and that's been one of the causes people have been looking to as a reason for all of this. So sort of conflicting situations between France and Guadeloupe. One country trying to avoid pesticides, the other one, well, at least some people, looking to use even more. If we could all just get on the same page with doing good things, it would be great. It would be nice. It'd be so good and great. All right, let's go to Africa, to South Africa. where one species of flamingo, the lesser flamingo, whatever the fuck that means, they seem just as good as any other flamingo if you ask me, but there are less and less of those lesser flamingos showing up to an area in South Africa where they usually come to breed. Here's France 24 from 19 hours ago.
Spring 2020, tens of thousands of lesser flamingos danced on the waters of Camphor's Dam, transforming the artificial lake into a riveting spectacle. 5 years later, the majestic pink bird has all but disappeared from sight.
Just gradually, the birds, there were fewer and fewer. And that was it. I mean, eventually they just all disappeared.
For years, flamingos flocked to this lake in central South Africa to feast on spirulina, a blue-green algae that's one of the main elements of their diet. But the waters of Camphor's Dam are now covered by a green sludge-like substance, the result of uncontrolled sewage spills that have made the lake too toxic for birds. A court order recently called on local authorities to clean up the area, but the municipality says it lacks the necessary funds, especially as...
We have to use insecticides? I mean, technically, there's better insecticides, though, right? Like, for instance, well, not better, but better for the environment and human consumption. Like cod liver oil. It used to be in the horticultural industry at one point, to some degree. Not going to get into too much detail there, but technically cod liver oil spray, when mixed down a little bit and then applied to plants, can prevent aphids from destroying plants, as something I want to point out to people.
The area, but the municipality says it lacks the necessary funds, especially as tourism in the region has considerably slowed down since the flamingo's departure.
We are quite concerned. We know that flamingos attract tourists to Kimberley, and that one way of improving the economy and the jobs. So that is why this matter is urgent for us, very urgent, in fact. So because it has a ripple effect on the economy of this city.
Sadly, this flamingo may cease to exist, as their population is already very, very reduced from what it once was. And, once they're no longer, wild species and they only exist in zoos, that's basically it. It would be really, really hard to reintroduce flamingos to the wild and have them, behave in the same way. Migratory patterns and all this other stuff are learned from their parents, essentially. Things are just collapsing. Things are just collapsing on the planet, and we're sort of ushering it in right now. The right-wing surge we have going on across the planet. All right, let's go all the way to Australia. SBS News, 18 hours ago, Anthony Albanese went and visited some of the flood devastated properties in New South Wales.
In a community's darkest moments, volunteers provide a beacon of hope, hundreds pouring in from across the country. Nazmul Hassan among them, travelling 600 kilometres from the nation's capital.
I could not stay at home, even though it's 7.5 hours drive.
Warramai woman Tanika Perry on deck coordinating donations and support for the Mid-North Coast's First Nation communities.
There's elders, there's kids, there's people living with disabilities that are stuck in these situations and they've practically got nothing.
Health risks posed by flooding and winter, with thousands now displaced, a major concern.
These waterborne viruses, even going out into community now and breathing in the air and the mud and the, asbestos.
The local mayor acknowledged the depth of the crisis.
It is totally overwhelming.
The devastation seen firsthand, the Prime Minister touring dairy farms and a washed-away bridge in Wingham before shining a very public spotlight.
Where are you going from? Prime Minister. ACT. Good idea. ACT, Prime Minister. I could have given you a lift.
The Prime Minister has today been meeting some of the hundreds of volunteers who have mobilised to help flood-hit residents and businesses in Taree and surrounding areas. Their efforts today to be boosted by the ADF.
It is remarkable. People have come, whether it's the Australian Defence Force who've arrived today, the people from DRA, there'll be 100 here by the end of the week, the magnificent people from the SES.
The deployment of 70 ADF personnel, some residents say, just isn't enough.
70 people from the ADF is, we've had more volunteers than that just in our street alone in the last week.
The PM activating disaster recovery payments of $1,000 for adults and $400 for children across 9 local government areas, while extending the income allowance to all flood-affected LGAs, unlocking 13 weeks of income support for those who've lost work.
We haven't heard any indication of when a Category C or D declaration might be made, which would unlock what we know is needed for primary producers and also for small businesses, which is grant funding.
An insurance hub has been set up to help those residents that do have insurance navigate claims. So far, at least 5,000 lodged. Nearly 700 homes already declared uninhabitable, with thousands more to be assessed. But with damaging winds forecast tomorrow, recovery efforts could be hampered further.
700 homes already declared uninhabitable, and I've seen more footage of this. Unfortunately, I don't think I added them into the list. I could have sworn I did. This is horrifying, and we talked about this. I was saying it before when we were watching the actual floods happening in front of our eyes, that, when these waters receded, we were probably going to see a massive level of destruction, and I was sadly very right about that. And farms have been utterly decimated in some cases. Plants aren't supposed to be submerged completely underwater, but then the receding waters, the approaching and then the receding waters, really a lot of forces in moving water. And just move stuff with great ease. And it's just, oh God, devastation is wild. That's what you get when you have 4 months worth of rain in a couple days.
Winter is coming.
That's true. Winter is coming to Australia. Why you guys gotta be so backwards over there in Australia? Okay, it's summer. Why are you going to winter? Why don't you just change the weather? What's going on? Nuke the storm. That'll solve it. Okay, all right. All right, we got some space news now to cover before we, I think, take a break. Maybe we'll take a break right before the Earth half. I think probably makes sense. Oh goddamn! I've got a bunch of news. Actually, it's not that bad. No, it's not that bad. All right. Let's try to cut down some of this. All right, yeah, let's go to Hawaii with Hawaii news now from yesterday. Talk about horrifying plans for rocket testing on Johnston Atoll, a place already devastated by military and rocket testing. Why not devastate it more?
All new at 5, conservationists are petitioning the U.S. military not to land rockets on Johnston Atoll, south of Hawaii. Our Mahalani Richardson visited the wildlife preserve 26 years ago and has tonight's new developments.
Johnston Atoll, with its Hawaiian name Kalama, is about 825 miles southwest of Hawaii. The unincorporated U.S. territory is in a preserve called the Pacific Islands Heritage Marine National Monument and is a crucial breeding ground for seabirds and other wildlife.
3, 2, 1.
But the U.S. Air Force wants to build 2 commercial rocket landing pads at Johnston Atoll to test giant cargo rocket landings for the Air Force's Rocket Cargo Vanguard program. The military says it wants to develop technologies that can deliver up to 100 tons of cargo anywhere on Earth using commercial rockets. It's proposing 10 landings per year sometime this year, and potential cargo could be for urgent humanitarian assistance and disaster response. The military proposal doesn't name Elon Musk's SpaceX, but it's the only company capable of manufacturing rockets designed for landing and reuse. And
I wonder why the Defense Department decided to leave out Elon, even though they definitely are planning on using SpaceX. Maybe because he's toxic as shit. But yeah, this is where we're at. You know, SpaceX is continuing to receive billions and billions of dollars from the U.S. government to do space stuff.
Starship mega rocket is reportedly a leading contender.
To introduce this highly destructive activity that has a track record of just going wrong with disastrous consequences is a horrible thing. So SpaceX has already been blowing up its rockets next to a national wildlife refuge in Texas. So moving that to Hawaii's neck of the woods is something that Earth Justice is going to fight tooth and nail.
A Change.org petition wants the military to stop its rocket testing plans at Johnston Atoll.
Johnston already has an unfortunate legacy of failed rocket launches. Rocket launches in the 60s as part of atmospheric nuclear testing left the island contaminated with plutonium. So now on Johnston Atoll, there is plutonium that has been buried and capped.
Back in 1999, KGMB photographer George Hurd and I went to Johnston Atoll as part of a media tour with the military. Now, before filming, we were given health checks and emergency training with gas masks and needles that we could inject into our thigh in case of a deadly chemical release.
That sounds fun.
We saw the Johnston Atoll Chemical Agent Disposal System, where the Army was incinerating its stockpile of obsolete chemical weapons filled with deadly mustard and nerve agents.
Oh, good.
400,000 chemical weapons were destroyed, and the Army's decommissioning, dismantlement, and cleanup was completed 22 years ago.
So
there we go. Already somewhat ravaged environment. Just gonna get ravaged a little bit harder. All very exciting for Hawaii, I'm sure. Although they don't sound excited, but, you know, yeah. Speaking of SpaceX, we got some SpaceX talk here today, as earlier this evening, SpaceX launched another Starship, its 9th launch. Test flight, if you will. Of course, the last 2 launches we've covered, both of which were complete failures and blew up in the goddamn atmosphere, or somewhere in the stratosphere. Yeah, not good. So far, hasn't been super successful, one might say. Started off with CBS to talk about this launch.
All right, SpaceX plans to launch its Starship rocket on a 9th test flight tonight. This comes after the last 2 tests of SpaceX Starships broke apart, sending debris hurling back to Earth. So CBS News correspondent Jason Allen joining us live now from Dallas with more on this. Hi, Jason. What is the goal of today's launch, and what could we hear from CEO Elon Musk?
Hey, Jules. So Elon Musk is planning to talk about the road to making life interplanetary. He was going to do that this afternoon, but then without a lot of explanation, delayed it to after the launch tonight. So from that title, you get that he probably wants to talk more about this plan to eventually get some of these spacecraft to Mars. You know, he has really pushed for that heavily over the last few years. In fact, last year he said he thought that they might launch to Mars as soon as 2026. He said he thought there might be rockets there within the next 5 years, people there within the next 7 years. Certainly ambitious, and a lot of people skeptical of that timeline, but Musk, at least it appears, wants to push on with those plans. So we expect to get more from him.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Now, in order to carry out those plans, he has to make this Starship and the Super Heavy booster successful. So this launch tonight, the 9th test flight for the...
By the way, you know, who in their right mind wants to get into this rocket that currently has a 1 in 5 chance of exploding in the atmosphere, as 2 of 10 have blown up now? Well, 2 of 9 before this launch happened. Technically, this one was successful. That's still a 1 in 5 chance of you just being obliterated in an instant, somewhere between Earth and space. Doesn't seem like the sort of thing one would want to do unless you have some sort of a death wish. Not a great record, SpaceX. But hey, we have to go to Mars because we can't save the planet because billionaires need to keep destroying it for profits. All right, let's go to the launch itself. This was the live stream from, I think it started at like 7 o'clock last night. I was thinking about just streaming it live. Restreaming one of the live streams.
And here's a quick look under the hood at all of those Raptors. On the left, that's a view from underneath the launch mount. That's 33 Raptor engines on the first stage, on the booster. And on the right, that's a view inside of the ship. So you're looking down at the top of the booster at 6 Raptor engines inside the ship. Those are what's going to power it to orbit. Now, that second stage is also what will one day carry cargo, payloads, people, everything that's going to space. It's also going to be responsible for in-space propellant transfer. That's where we're going to take 2 starships, meet them up in orbit. One will be able to transfer propellant to the other. That's a really critical capability for Starship to do all of these missions beyond low Earth orbit. That also unlocks our ability to send huge amounts of cargo, tremendous amounts of people to destinations far beyond Earth.
Yeah, the Super Heavy booster is designed to launch, separate, flip, and return to the launch site where it can be caught by the chopsticks on the launch tower. Though, as we mentioned earlier, we are not attempting a booster catch today on Flight 9. Starship re-enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of its mission, steering itself to a vertical landing or catch, and both stages are designed to return to Earth and fly again, making this...
What are you saying to me right now, Soul Life? That sentence doesn't make sense.
First, we did this short duration single engine burn to simulate an in-space reignition of Raptor using those header tanks, those smaller tanks up in the nose cone. We also completed a longer duration 60-second burn with all 6 engines. So where you're really putting the entire propulsion system that's going to be used for the ship's ascent into space through the paces, making sure everything's working together before we go stack it on the pad.
And in the end, these changes represent the core of our test program. And reflying a booster for the first time is a major milestone, especially so early in the flight test program. Now, Falcon did it in just over 30 flights.
And Starship's doing it today on just its 9th flight. It's not wild just because of how much faster that is, but just how much bigger Starship is. Falcon 9.
Today is going to be a wild ride for Super Heavy. We're putting the booster through several tests to expand the envelope on its capabilities and get flight data to make its return and catch more reliable. Now, another unique change in today's flight will be the addition of the first ever directional flip of the booster.
That's right. If you've followed previous flights and you kind of wondered to yourself, why does the direction the booster flip seem random? Surprise, it's because it was. We've got a couple of views from previous flights where you'll see the booster kind of go in different directions, and it was really small.
Since the retirement of the shuttle program in 2011 that people launched to orbit from U.S. soil. Now, in those 5 years, we have launched 17 human space.
That happens right at around T-minus 10 seconds.
What is taking so goddamn long to launch this rocket? Doing a ton of off-gassing right now. You're saying that they aren't flying people to space on a minimum success model? They're test launches. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Right, so we are.
I get what you're saying now. But I guess my point is this is, I mean, technically they're testing it, right? And then they're going to use effectively the same technology. I mean, they're not going to dramatically change the technology after a successful test, right? But there's still that sort of probability factor in there, and sure, maybe they may be making improvements. Who's to say? Does Elon care about the humans? I don't think so. Not from what I can tell. I mean, SpaceX has a 4 times higher injury record than any other space program on the planet. And yeah, I just don't, I don't know. I generally wouldn't trust him for multiple reasons. So many reasons.
Getting to a resolution, we're going to reset everything.
What does that sound?
T plus 40 seconds, it's one hell of a sight from here. We see it arcing right over top of us. We see 33 out of 33 Raptor engines lit on Super Heavy as it starts to ascend skyward. Coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure.
There we go. This wound up being a successful launch. No explosion this time. I'm sure Elon was very happy about that. Alright, we're going to take a quick space break. We'll be right back with the content after these brief space messages. Alrighty, I do hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and maybe hit that bell icon too so you don't miss a single one of these streams. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, either started yourself or gifted. We got the Twitch with the bits and the subs. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer all of your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than the space streams of Elon Musk or Jeffy Bezos or whatever. Actually, Elon Musk doesn't count. What am I talking about? Google. My brain is broken. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month will get you an avatar, a shout out every stream, and much, much more. We are still running a space deficit from last month's blunderous technical problems, leaving us growing further and further, going further and further into a very concerning situation as we approach June. So do consider, with all of your heart, contributing to the Galactic News Network. Otherwise, we might just cease to exist. Just go floating off into space or come crashing back down to Earth. Anyway, chat, that's enough messages for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. Alright, everybody. Everybody knows what that sound means, I assume. It, of course, means it's time for us to start up the fourth half of the stream. Perhaps the final half? Unclear. I'm trying to do the math right now in my head. How long it's going to take me to get through the rest of this content that I have ready for us. It is time for us to start the Earth news. The geopolitics section, if you will. Let's start. Let's start in Argentina. This story made no sense to me at all. I don't understand why this happened. I really wish I had a good answer for why this man is in Argentina, but I don't have one. You know, RFK Jr., the new Health and Human Services Secretary. The guy who's supposed to be keeping America healthy went down to Argentina to hang out with Javier Milei. Why? And how does this keep America healthier? I can't think of a single reason. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Actually might even make less sense than Kristi Noem's trip to Israel. I thought these people are supposed to be either A, keeping the homeland safe, or keeping us healthy, and they seem to be doing everything but that, really. But here we go, real quick clip. Check it out. Oh, right, I forgot they have, like, music for this thing. I assume they weren't allowed to use microphones. What are we doing? What is happening? Just play the goddamn epic music. Do you know how epic this meeting is? I'll tell you. We're using this music, which clearly shows just how epic it is. What are we doing here? And why does this guy have multiple copies of this fucking ridiculous chainsaw? Thing's almost bigger than Javier Milei. But seriously, what in the fuck is going on?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
How does this help America be safe, healthier? How is this making America healthy again? Huh?
Actually, well, what you don't understand is that the Javier Milei is a brilliant doctor, a scientist. He's going to save America from vaccines, and I'm here to get this chainsaw picture.
Yeah, I just don't get it. What is it? What the fuck is this? We're living in a goddamn parody. Ah, boy. You grew up Jehovah's Witness. Wow. Fascinating. Did you ever personally witness Jehovah, or is that too much to ask? But yeah, I just don't understand. I was very confused by that clip. I have nothing else. I have nothing else on that. Just, RFK is in Argentina, making Argentina healthy again, I guess. I don't know. Let's go to the UK. Talk about something we really haven't talked about much. Partially because I just didn't know who this guy was, not gonna lie.
Gary Lineker has presented.
Yes, Gary Lineker. I do not know. I was not very familiar with him, if at all. Like, I know I'd heard his name, like, in passing, but I just didn't know who the guy was, really. But apparently he's a sportscaster, or was a sportscaster, for the BBC. I believe he did all the football matches, or as we call it in America, soccer. And BBC decided to fire him, or as they say in the UK, he's been sacked. That's right. For what horrifying thing did Gary do? Perhaps he, I'm trying to think of what a good reason would be to fire this guy. I mean, maybe some sort of impropriety. I don't know. Let's find out. I actually know why, but it's freaking stupid.
Gary Lineker has presented his last ever match of the day after being forced to leave thanks to his support for the children of Gaza. This was his emotional farewell.
Alan.
Actually, by the way, how many likes do we have right now? Anybody? I don't have my phone in front of me, and I don't want to reload my browser. And for some reason, Chrome doesn't auto-update. Does not auto-update likes. And if I refresh it, then I have to... Whatever, I'll refresh it. Whatever. But I feel like we gotta have more than 50 likes right now. We probably deserve more emotional support characters. Let me take a peek. Take a peek at the likes. I'm guessing we do deserve one. I'm just gonna go straight here to the Galactic Cantina. Stop dilly-dallying. 66 likes, I called it. In fact, we're approaching a 7th emotional support character. Nope, that landed on a... We already have. Have them. There we go. Okay. Leave that as Morty.
Gary Lineker has presented his last ever match of the day after being forced to leave thanks to his support for the children of Gaza. This was his emotional farewell.
Alan, Mike, thank you. I suspect our paths will cross again very shortly. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of the other pundits that I've had the pleasure of working with over the last 25 years. You've made my job so much easier. Also, a huge thank you to those you don't see at home. The work that goes into making this iconic show is a huge team effort, from the editors to the analysis team, from the commentators to the floor managers, from the producers to the camera operators, from the PAs to the subs. Thank you all. You're the very best. Rather like my football career, everyone else did all the hard work and I got the plaudits. It's been an absolute privilege to have hosted Match of the Day for a quarter of a century. It's been utterly joyous. I'd like to wish Gabby, Mark and Kelly all the very best when they sit in this chair. The programme is in the best of hands. And my final thank you goes to all of you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all your love and support over the years. It's been so special, and I'm sorry that your team was always on last. Time to say goodbye. Goodbye.
Seems like a real class act, this guy.
I mean, I thought it was really touching, right? I mean, I watch Match of the Day when I'm at my dad's house sometimes. I'm not a huge football fan, so like, this is not the biggest news in the world to me that that's his last show. But from, he's been on it 25 years. I've seen a lot of Gary Lineker, presenting Match of the Day or the World Cup or whatever. And I think that clip just shows how foolish it was for the BBC to get rid of the guy, right? He's just clearly a nice guy. Audiences love him. There is sort of like a noisy minority of people in the right-wing press or on GB News or wherever who can't stand the guy. But the reason they can't stand the guy is because he's so engaging, because he's so likable, right? He seems like a decent guy who's not particularly ideological or political. He's like a competent, engaging person who can tell right from wrong. And I do think it is very telling that the thing which finally crossed the line, for the BBC, where they couldn't take the pressure anymore, was that he really objected to kids getting burned alive by Israel. Right? That was why he had to go. Now, obviously, he shared a video that had a small emoji of a rat, right? So he was right to apologize for that. He was right to apologize for that. But the idea that sharing that, he's been one of the most vocal people when it comes to calling out what Israel are doing in Gaza from the start, from the very start. And that really matters. And it was really threatening, I think, to the Israel lobby that you had someone who is in people's living rooms every day, not every day, but every Saturday or whatever, not for being a political figure, but for being a nice, likable, relatable dude, used to be a footballer.
And who has empathy for children. Yes, that is unfair and incredibly rude.
How rude.
What? You care about children? That is not cool.
That's too much, man!
You're out of here, Gary. Caring about Palestinians is anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic.
Now, another horrifying thing related to football happened in the UK in the last 24 hours. This one is a fucking tragedy. Genuine fucking tragedy. And I'm honestly shocked by a number of the details of this thing. The number of people injured, also the fact that nobody died. But this... If you didn't hear, a car managed to get through barricades. This one's rough. A car managed to get through barricades at a Liverpool parade after Liverpool won the, whatever it's called, the UAEF Championship. And just started mowing down people that were walking in this parade. Let's go here to Reuters from yesterday. Son of a bitch. Emergency crews respond after a car hits crowds of people at Liverpool's Premier League title celebrations. Jeez. All right, let's get to the details of the situation. This is Channel 4 from 10 hours ago.
The events of last night, these appalling scenes, were captured.
Oh my
from
God,
many
no
angles as they
fucking
unfolded.
way. Oh my
and now
fucking
the
God.
details of what happened
Oh my
first are
fucking
becoming
God.
clearer too. On how and why this car was here, on a street meant to be closed, packed with celebrating Liverpool fans.
It is believed the driver of the Ford Galaxy car involved in this incident was able to follow an ambulance onto Water Street after the roadblock was temporarily lifted so that the ambulance crew could attend to a member of the public who was having a suspected heart attack.
An estimated 1 million people had packed into Liverpool in the pouring rain to see their team on the top of a bus parading their trophy through the streets.
It was a celebration we'd come here for, and all those people had just been on the parade, everybody been celebrating.
Karen and her cousin Millie were in the crowd on Water Street, where the car finally came to a halt, with people trapped underneath. She told me what they saw.
Somebody just approached us to say, this is something that just happened. We were like, and all we could see was people, blood, others lying on the ground, families crying. It was horrible.
Jesus Christ.
Well, scenes of joy turned to utter horror and devastation, and my thoughts and the thoughts of the whole country are with all of those that are affected, those injured, which of course includes children, their families, their friends, the whole community, Liverpool fans everywhere.
No. He didn't have a heart attack. Okay, so maybe it wasn't clear the way that they described it. But the man, or I believe it was a man, the man who was driving that vehicle, who attacked all these people, snuck in through the fence, which was intended to keep, random cars from getting into this parade, behind an ambulance, which had been called to come to the parade because of someone supposedly having a heart attack at the parade, right? Like a parade goer, I guess, may have been having a heart attack. Someone called an ambulance. When it arrived, this guy followed it in. Managed to skirt through security, essentially on the back of an ambulance. Not literally, but like directly behind it, and then did this. And it's still not clear what the reason for it all was. I can't imagine somebody doing this over fucking football. And I know people take their football very seriously in places outside of the United States. I just can't understand it. What the point of this was. It's just so senseless.
The open-top bus parade, celebrating Liverpool's Premier League title, had started at 2:30 p.m. with a 15-kilometre route through the city. Around 5:40, they were on the Strand in the city centre, right by the Liver building, passing through the junction with Water Street. 20 minutes later, this. Near the parade route on Dale Street at 6, fans were still filling the streets celebrating as a car tries to get through. Footage shows it reverse, knocking into people. After a man kicks and hits the car, it suddenly reverses again, then moves forward into the crowd. Another video from a different angle shows some people trying to open the door of the car. As it drives off again, we see the back windscreen has been smashed. The car keeps going, past the town hall and onto Water Street. Then, moments later, this happens.
Oh my God! What the f***?
We see people all around the car when it speeds up, throwing some of them into the air. Footage filmed from a window above shows the car seeming to swerve into more people before coming to a halt. Quickly, it's surrounded by people who've been here for the parade and police. In footage we've decided not to broadcast. It's clear there are people trapped under the vehicle. One video shows the car with its windows broken and a police officer on the inside with others surrounding it as more emergency workers arrive and rush towards the injured. This video appears to show someone being put in the back of a police van. It's been suggested online he's the driver of the vehicle. Today, as this street remained closed for the police investigation, it was confirmed a man arrested at the scene is being held on suspicion of attempted murder, dangerous driving, and drug driving. Last night, less than 2 hours after the events, a statement from Merseyside Police described the suspect as a 53-year-old white British man from the Liverpool area.
I think they've learned from last year's Southport horrendous attacks that, creating those communication vacuums create, opportunities for the far right to try and divide our city.
Another question asked by many, how was no one killed? That relief expressed alongside well wishes to those affected. 65 people were injured, including children.
Jesus Christ.
Some people are still in hospital and are said to be recovering.
A number of thoughts go through my head. First of all, the shock of yesterday, and then, you have to come to terms with that. Then there's a bit of relief that nobody was killed, because there could have been fatalities. And then there's hope, and the hope is that those people in the hospital can recover quickly and then get over not just the injuries, but the trauma of what they've been through.
Yeah, and that's certainly a traumatic event. I feel almost traumatized by watching this fucking thing. It is just so horrifying. Why anybody would feel motivated to do such a thing, it just breaks my brain. Sort of like many of the atrocities that we see on this goddamn stream. Humanity. What are we doing to each other, huh? All right, let's move from that horrifying situation to a different car-related situation in the UK. Toyota is apparently moving some of its production to the United Kingdom. They claim there's no link to the Trump tariffs. Weird. I'll get into why I think that's a weird statement to make, but let's watch this one first, and then I'll opine on it.
Toyota is moving some output to the UK to make cars for export to the US. Reuters sources say it will develop a line there for its sporty GR Corolla. They say that's to use excess capacity at the plant in the country, and to reduce wait times for the popular model. The sources said the move was not linked to Donald Trump's tariffs on car imports. However, Washington this month agreed to cut the duty on vehicles from the UK to 10%, compared with 25% for Japan and elsewhere. The reduced rate would apply to up to 100,000 cars per year. Toyota currently makes the GR Corolla in Japan for the domestic market and export to North America and other countries. But it hasn't been able to keep up with demand for the sporty version of its famous model. Its UK plant in Derbyshire in England's Midlands will now make 10,000 per year for export to North America. The factory began operations in 1992, but has suffered a decline in output since the UK left the EU. It already makes the base model of the Corolla, which one of the sources said makes it a natural fit for production of the speedy GR variant. Responding to the story, Toyota would only say that it is always looking for ways to optimize production.
Now, the reason why I find this to be somewhat dubious claim that
Tesla sales.
Please shut up, ma'am. The reason why I find this to be somewhat dubious is because it just lines up with everything we've been talking about with the trade war. UK has 10% tariffs, Japan has 25% tariffs, right? This factory, is in the UK. They're no longer part of the EU, so it's not even really super beneficial to their sales in the rest of Europe. And the only other market I can think of where they would want to go to is to the United States. From here, it makes perfect sense. I think the reason why they chose to say this while they do it is hoping that Donald Trump doesn't pick up on. Hopefully that Donald Trump takes them at their word and doesn't choose to punish Japan or Toyota because of it. I think that makes a lot of sense to me, is that they're like, we're doing this because of the tariffs, but we're going to tell everybody we're not. It's just so Donald Trump doesn't have a fucking temper tantrum over there. World's biggest fucking baby.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
All right, let's move to talking about Tesla. As apparently, in April, Tesla sales plummeted in Europe. Here's Reuters from 18 hours ago.
Tesla sales in Europe fell 49% in April from a year earlier, even as overall battery electric sales rose almost 28%. The US EV maker's upgrade of its Model Y is showing little sign of improving the brand's tarnished image in the region. Its sales dropped for a fourth month in a row, and its share of the total market nearly halved to 0.7% from 1.3% a year ago. The firm's flagging sales in Europe reflect a shift away from the brand. That's as Chinese competition strengthens and some protest against boss Elon Musk's political views. Total car sales in Europe remained roughly consistent with last year, falling just 0.3%, the strongest.
There you go. While EV sales in Europe went up 28%, Tesla's sales went down 49%. So it's not like people weren't buying more electric cars. They were just specifically buying anything but a Tesla, it would seem. Europe's still fighting back against the swastika, apparently. Good on you, Europe. Meanwhile, in Sweden, Volvo is slashing thousands of jobs. Also, according to Reuters, this one's from yesterday. technically everything is yesterday now. It's officially Wednesday.
Volvo Cars is cutting some 3,000 mostly white-collar jobs. The move is part of a restructuring announced last month and comes as the firm grapples with weak demand for electric vehicles and global trade turmoil. Chief Executive Hakan Samuelsson, who was brought back in April to drive a turnaround, has set out a program to lop almost $2 billion off costs. That includes a big reduction in white-collar staff who...
How do we get more money? We slash jobs. That's how we boost the company.
Make up 40% of Volvo's workforce. Now the company says all departments and locations will be affected by the reductions. When it first flagged the plan last month, Volvo also withdrew its financial guidance for the year. The carmaker cited unpredictable markets, weak consumer confidence, and the impact of Donald Trump's global tariffs.
Yep, those Trump tariffs are causing problems all over the planet. It's fucking horrifying that one man can do that right now, but it is happening. Whether we want it to be or not. Now, one woman in the EU, one Christine Lagarde, came out with a fascinating plan. Let's see what she had to say here. Another three Reuters in a row.
That's too much, man!
The ongoing changes create the opening for a global Euro moment. And this is a prime opportunity for Europe to take greater control of its own destiny. But let's not fool ourselves. It is not a privilege that will be bestowed upon us because of who we are, what we stand for, and the values we uphold. It will have to be earned together. Any change in the international order that leads to lower world trade or fragmentation into economic blocs will be detrimental to our economy. Sad. Yes, but with the right policy responses, there could also be opportunities. The changing landscape could open the door for the euro to play a greater international role.
There we go, Christine Lagarde, former IMF bank president, now ECB president, suggesting that the euro could replace the dollar in as the world reserve currency, and that would certainly shake things up. I wonder how Donald Trump feels about that. Christine Lagarde is a millionaire? Oh, yeah. Shocking. She's only been a banker for the last 30 plus years, or however long she's been in central banking. No money in central banking, as it turns out. Sorry, I mean a lot of money in it. Okay. Although I don't think she even comes close to being one of the richest people on the planet. She is very wealthy, though. But this is an interesting sort of shift. Sorry, I got distracted. Trying to think about Christine Lagarde's net worth. I'm not sure how rich she is actually. But this could genuinely could shake up the world economic order if somehow the euro were to replace the dollar as the world reserve currency, which is, I think, what she's trying to say without saying it. All right. Now, if you missed it earlier, let's go back to this story once again. Talk about Donald Trump's decision to extend the deadline for that 50% tariff on the EU.
Business news now on the programme. Brian Quinn is joining me here on set. He's starting with a bit of a sigh of relief, really, here in the EU, as Donald Trump walks back, for now anyway, his most recent tariff threats, Brian.
So, Stuart, we'll recall on Friday, Trump had threatened to impose 50% U.S. tariffs on all EU goods as early as June 1st, saying that trade negotiations were going nowhere. Well, that deadline has now been pushed back to July 9th after a phone call with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. In early April, Trump unveiled 20% reciprocal tariffs, he called them, on Europe, aimed ostensibly at eliminating America's trade deficit with the bloc. Last year, the EU sent some $600 billion worth of U.S. goods to the U.S., while importing just $370 billion in American goods. Bond market turmoil forced Trump to quickly pause those 20% tariffs, but his 10% global tariffs remain in place, as do 25% tariffs on EU steel and aluminum. Brussels had been preparing to retaliate with tariffs on some $100 billion in U.S. goods, including aircraft, cars, medical devices, and computers. European
Everything is computer.
Pointed out that the bloc's trade imbalance with the U.S. is essentially evened out when services, not just goods, are accounted for. That fact has made Europe reluctant to make big concessions, much to Washington's frustration. Here's U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking to Fox News on Sunday.
The president believes that the EU proposals have not been of the same quality that we've seen from our other important trading partners. EU has a collective action problem here. It's 27 countries, but they're being represented by the one group in Brussels. So some of the feedback that I've been getting is that the underlying countries don't even know what the EU is negotiating on their behalf.
Now, next, it looks like Donald Trump has approved a long-sought takeover of an American industrial...
It's quite a claim that people in the EU don't know what the EU is negotiating. I don't know where he's getting that from. Unless he's just suggesting that people in Europe are stupid. But, you know, each country has a representative in the EU, you know, and it's just, that's a strange claim. People in the EU, they don't even know what EU is doing on their behalf. All right. So yeah, Donald Trump for now has paused the EU tariff that he threatened on Friday. In just a few short days. Bessent looks like he's straight out of Mad magazine. He does look like a cartoon character a little bit, doesn't he? He's like a cartoon character of a rich white guy. Alright, let's go south real quick to Africa, to Nigeria, where residents, as we talked about earlier in the week, have been returning back to their homes after Boko Haram militants waged attacks in multiple areas of the country.
Under the watchful eye of the Nigerian Air Force, hundreds of people walked back to their homes after being forced to leave earlier this month. Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum and his security detail accompanied them. And this is why they had to leave. A series of attacks suspected to have been carried out by Boko Haram and an offshoot group.
It was around 1 a.m. on May 12th when Boko Haram attacked us. Their gunshots lasted till dawn. Then we fled.
When Boko Haram attacked, the military fled and left us behind. Then we also left because we had no soldiers to protect us.
The town of Marti in northeastern Nigeria was attacked on May 12th. Several days later, around 20,000 people fled to Dikwa, 40 kilometres away. There have been a surge of attacks in Borno State. On May 15th, at least 23 farmers and fishermen were killed in a village near the small town of Baga. State authorities are resettling residents as part of a programme to close camps for internally displaced people. They fear young men in such camps could be ripe for recruitment by armed groups. But
all right, yep, people returning to their homes after these attacks. Didn't UN peacekeeping forces leave Nigeria in 2024? Hold on, I just need to look this up. I could have sworn. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn there was UN peacekeeping forces in Nigeria. Alright, I think I was wrong about that. Alright, let's go to fucking Gaza, where the situation just continues to get worse. Start with here, BBC News from 2 days ago. A call for arms embargo on Israel as Gaza's children continue to face starvation. Arms embargo, that'd be nice.
Israel could face an arms embargo if it doesn't stop its attacks on Gaza, says the Spanish government, which is hosting a meeting in Madrid of Arab and European countries, including the UK, on how to end the war. Today, Israeli airstrikes killed 30 Palestinians, while yesterday 2 members of the International Red Cross were killed. Some limited aid of 107 trucks did enter Gaza, but humanitarian organisations say that much more, up to 600 trucks a day, is what is desperately needed, following 11 weeks of a blockade on aid by Israel. Fergal Keane reports now on the situation facing the youngest members of Gaza's population, and there are distressing images.
We see it, and we hear it. From far away, but in sound and colour, an agony that cannot be denied.
This is Osama, and he is 5 years old.
Today, a British doctor captured these images in the
oh my
pediatric
god,
ward
that
of
fucking...
Nasser.
That child looks like a fucking ghost. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is fucking horrifying. The amount of malnourishment happening in Gaza is unconscionable. It is honestly unbelievable that this has continued to this point. And the United States doesn't seem prepared to do shit about it. Fact is, even if Spain and all of the EU countries stop giving Israel aid, they still have the United States, where we have greenlit the biggest bombs that we sell them. Donald Trump made sure to send them all over there immediately after taking office. Things that were not allowed. You know, after the Leahy law investigation last year, you know, the United States stopped sending the biggest bombs, the 500 and the 1,000-pound bombs. 1,000, whatever it is, the big boys, 500-ton. Right? Ah, God, whatever. It's just insane, you know, because we as the United States continue to give Israel more aid than any other country combined, all other countries combined, and it's God. The only way to stop this is to get the United States to embargo Israel, and this administration doesn't seem even slightly interested in such a thing.
Today, a British doctor captured these images in the paediatric ward of Nasser Hospital. The young and vulnerable.
Really shocking. Skin and bone.
There was abundant aid that could have helped them. But nearly 3 months of Israeli blockade kept it out of Gaza. How they were once and how they are now.
These children are so malnourished that they're actually wasting away. It's shocking to see this degree of malnutrition, and it's because of the blockade.
The hunger ward, where a colleague first met 5-month-old Siwar Ashur. Allergic to regular milk formula, the special variety she needed was running out under the blockade.
When I change her, her body is very bad and dehydrated. She's like a skeleton. Whenever I look at her, I cry. I cannot bear how thin she is.
Her condition stabilized. And a week ago, Siwar was sent home from the busy hospital with a can of baby formula.
The situation is very dire. We're staying in a tent, and there are many insects. The insects come at her. I have to cover her with a scarf so nothing touches her.
Even though Israel is now allowing some aid into Gaza, there's nothing like enough nutrition for Siwar. Her mum says her weight has dropped again in recent days.
Currently, there is no food or nutrients. The water is...
How can a child already so skinny be even more skinny? Oh god, these images are like haunt me. You know who they don't haunt? Christy fucking puppy killer gnome. R.I.P. Cricket. Christy, of course, DHS secretary, for some reason decided to stop protecting the homeland and go to Israel. Honestly, I wish she would just stay there. I fucking hate this woman so much. Here we go, Christy Gnome praying for the end of all brown people on the planet, I assume, here at the Wailing Wall. Let's go to more of the recent bloodshed that has been happening. This was from the day that Christy Gnome was in Israel. Israel attacked a school. Didn't hear her say a single word about that.
Was there anyone with you? This young girl is asked. My sister, she replies. Along with her mother, both under the rubble of a school turned shelter in Gaza City, attacked by Israel. She survived, but many others didn't, and many of those killed in this attack are children. The overnight bombardment sparked fires in the classrooms where forcibly displaced Palestinians were sleeping. Civil defense have been pulling out charred bodies.
The Israeli occupation forces have targeted this place with several missiles. There is a large number of casualties, and there are body parts of women and children who were here sleeping. But the occupation forces make no distinction and kill men, women, and children. As you can see, they have been targeted, and you can see that their bodies have been charred as a result of the fires that have spread.
Elsewhere in Gaza City, another attack on displaced Palestinians. A tent camp is struck by Israeli fire. A family of 6, a mother, the father, and their 4 children killed. Grandpa is dead, this child screams. It's an all too familiar scene in more than 20 months of war. families who have lost their homes, forced to seek refuge elsewhere, only to be met with more attacks. Israel is intensifying its assault on the Gaza Strip, despite increasing pressure from its allies demanding.
I can't imagine being a child and being so accustomed to death. This is going to have long-term implications for these children's mental health, regardless of their actual physical health. All this is just so wrong. The United States has nothing to say about any of these attacks. We don't seem to care, I guess. Certainly our government doesn't care. It is beyond reprehensible. I don't even know what the word is anymore. It's just evil, honestly. I hate that word, but it is just genuine evil. You know, you can't be okay with this level of cruelty and be fine with it. You know, it lacks all humanity. Let's see what Marco frickin' Rubio had to say about all this.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Specifically aid, not the attack. He had no comment about the attack itself. But he was asked about the level of aid, or lack thereof, reaching Palestinians here in the House Appropriations Committee.
Mr. Quigley, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate your comments last week. You said the U.S. is troubled by the humanitarian situation in Gaza, echoing in some respects the words of our new Pope, Pope Leo, that it is calling the situation in the Palestinian enclave yet more worrying and saddening. Quote, I renew my fervent appeal to allow for the entry of fair humanitarian help and to bring the aid to the hostilities, the devastating price which is paid by children, the elderly, and the sick. I know your heart's in the right place on that, and you stated that the engagement from the U.S. and other countries, Israel has started to allow that aid to re-enter. We were talking about 100 trucks, we're hearing reports entering yesterday, far fewer than the 600 during the ceasefire per day, but that the aid is still not, even from that 100 trucks, is still not getting through to the Palestinians. What further diplomatic efforts are we going to do, and what are the benchmarks? What are we telling Israel that has to happen, and what are we saying
We're not telling
the
them
consequences
shit.
are, if any, if it doesn't happen?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a very serious and important question, and I want to answer it here. And I'm not trying to filibuster, but you deserve the answer to it. Obviously, Israel is a key ally of the United States.
I love how before saying a single word, he's like, I'm not trying to filibuster, but I know I'm not trying. I say I'm not trying, but I'm about to filibuster a little bit.
So we are always careful about what we say publicly about the nature of our conversations with them. But I think they've acknowledged in their own statement that due to the intervention of the United States and others is the reason why they've started to allow aid, albeit, as you've pointed out, not at the levels that are necessary. I can tell you I was in Rome this weekend was it Saturday, and I met with Cindy McCain at the World Food Program just to get a better understanding of the systems they have set up for distribution, and whether they would, what amount of aid is ready to move in.
Woke
And we've been
Cindy
engaged
McCain.
constantly. Obviously, I've been on the Hill all day, but I know members of our team, and this includes Mr. Witkoff, our special envoy and ambassador on the topic, has been working on that as well to ensure that additional aid is provided to people there. Because as we said, we were concerned about the conditions and the
What does that mean,
directions that they were
additional
headed.
aid?
I think ultimately we would like to see is for this to end for all.
Additional, like, added to the utter lack of aid, additional aid on top of the basically non-existent aid. Is that what we're talking about? We need, right? Okay.
Hostages to come home, all of them, including those who are deceased, but their families deserve to have that closure, and we're committed to that as well. And I've said this a number of times in the past, so I don't want to get over my ahead of myself or over my skis, but I have some level of optimism.
Really?
That we may have breakthrough achievements here pretty quickly, hopefully.
Breakthrough achievements,
an
you
end
say?
to this. and the release of all the hostages.
Would you like to, explain what these breakthrough achievements are? I would love to know. Just one. I'd love one.
Again, I have felt that way now at least 4 separate times in the last couple of months.
What?
And for one reason or another, at the last...
He's felt that way 4 times in the last month? That's it? A few times I was like, yeah, maybe Palestinians need more aid. And then I went back to think, yeah, but Israel, they're allowed to do whatever the fuck they want.
It didn't happen. And so I don't want to be disappointed on it
I
again,
see.
but I want you to know there are efforts ongoing to both
Good.
provide more humanitarian assistance and bring about the end of this to this conflict as it's ongoing. Because frankly, you can't begin to provide the lives that the people who live there deserve, free of Hamas, until that ends.
Oh my God.
And agree
Okay.
as to the...
So the Palestinians are just not going to get what they deserve because Hamas. I get it. That makes sense. They're just going to, they probably deserve more, but Hamas, that's just how it is. They're probably going to starve to death, and they probably don't deserve to die that way. But Hamas, don't forget. For the love of fucking God. Here's Rubio's answer. Nothing really has happened yet. Okay. Nothing. Basically managed to do nothing. Let's go now to France 24 from yesterday. According to them, Gaza is the quote-unquote least safe place on Earth. Yeah, that sounds about right.
New Israeli strikes in Gaza killed at least 52 people this Monday, most of them in a school-turned-shelter that was struck as people slept. The Israeli army says it was targeting militants operating from the school.
Oh, good.
That comes as the International Committee of the Red Cross says 2 Red
That
Cross
justifies
workers
it.
were killed in a strike on their home in Han Yunis over the weekend. All of this comes as the head of a controversial U.S.-backed aid group for Gaza has resigned. Jake Wood of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation says it was impossible to do his job in line with principles of neutrality and independence. The UN and other international aid agencies have said they will not cooperate with that group amid accusations it's working with Israel while lacking any Palestinian involvement. Well, we're going to talk more about the situation in Gaza now with Alexandre Chatillon, who joins me on the set. Alexandre, welcome. You're the co-founder and the director of the NGO Supernova, which is active in several territories.
By the way, I just want to point this out. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, right? The organization which this guy Jake just apparently quit, is the one that's been getting a ton of pushback from the already existing aid organizations on the ground, with warehouses full of food sitting in places like Jordan, and from the UN, because it's this US IDF joint group that's supposed to be, facilitating aid, even though we have already the infrastructure, the outside infrastructure to deal with it. They created a new one, and many people, such as myself, have been suggesting that this is a way to further occupy the Strip. And even the guy that Donald Trump put in charge of this just quit. I think that says a lot about just how fucked up this situation is right now.
Gaza. Just first, your thoughts on this resignation of the head of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. How complicated is it to remain neutral and independent in this kind of situation?
Hello, and thank you very much for having me around. It is very complicated, especially for this organization. I talked to them last week. I didn't know that the gentleman resigned, just learned from you. He was supposed to be in Israel this week and operating with his team. While speaking to them, I know that they were in contact with different international organizations and they wanted to directly work with WFP, World Food Programme. Was not easy because the UN, as you just mentioned, were not so inclined to collaborate. From my understanding, they had money from Israel and the US. I was curious to know more about it, didn't know much, but what I can tell you is that for a humanitarian actor as we are, it is very difficult to identify money first, to get to have money to intervene in this very specific context. Secondly, being neutral is extremely difficult because obviously everyone has an interest in the process. With the
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of the way that this guy is framing it. I mean, there's already been plenty of money allocated to the situation by all sorts of groups. Like I said, warehouses full of aid. food, sanitary supplies, medical supplies. They're just sitting there doing abso-fucking-lutely nothing. I mean, it's not about the money being allocated. It's about just letting the aid in. France 24. Quit trying to play this weird game that you continue to play. As if there's some sort of like mysterious situation going on here that doesn't have a clear solution. But yeah, the guy who is supposed to be doing this effort for the Trump team quit. I find that fascinating. I think it says a lot. Let's talk more about that specifically.
A first reported sign of movement from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The initiative says it began distributing food this Monday at hubs in central Gaza and Al-Mawasi, with promises of more deliveries going forward. Yet this US and Israel-backed plan is under heavy scrutiny, with the UN and aid groups slamming it as a facade, accusing Israel of turning food into a weapon in its battle against Hamas.
How are the elderly who have been starved supposed to walk miles and miles to access humanitarian assistance? How are children who have no parents supposed to enter what may be militarized zones to collect assistance?
After Jake Wood's bombshell resignation on Sunday, the foundation has announced a new interim director, John Acri. It's also vowed to feed 1 million Palestinians by the weekend. Wood walked away, declaring the operation lacked independence. Shadowy private security firms staffed
by the way, 1 million people, 1 million Palestinians is only, you know, some portion. It's certainly not all Palestinians in Gaza. From my understanding, it's quite a few 100,000 people short. So we're going to feed like 1 million people one time, and that solves it, right?
CIA and Blackwater operatives guard the hubs.
Oh, nice. So we got Blackwater, CIA, and I've also heard that the IDF has been with them. Actually, not just heard. We'll talk about that. But yeah, great private military contractors and the CIA in Gaza. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground in Gaza with these aid trucks. How good. I wonder who they're there to protect. You know, I just don't understand who they're there to protect. Are they there to protect the aid workers from Israel? I mean, or what exactly? Let's go to the West Bank real quick, because not only has Israel been cutting off all access to food in the Gaza Strip, well, they decided to start cutting off water to the West Bank.
Illegal.
It can't be because of Hamas, so what's the reason?
Hussein is forced to ration his water, as it's unclear when his tank will be topped up. Water supplies have been cut off from the ground beneath his feet by illegal Israeli settlers in the Jordan Valley in the occupied West Bank.
The water of the Uja River has been drained overnight. For us, this was a source of water. Now we don't have water here. Some people go to the river at night to get water, but the last time I went, the settlers beat me.
At first glance, you'd be forgiven for thinking this was a scene of joy and happiness. In reality, far from it. Illegal Israeli settlers took over this vital freshwater spring from Palestinian communities.
It was cut off suddenly. We don't know why. At this moment, we can't find a drop of water for our children to drink. We can't find a drop.
It is fucking disgusting that they're cutting off access to water to Palestinians who are using it for drinking to play in it like a fucking water park. The absurdity of this fucking photo is just... is beyond horrifying. I honestly am running out of words to describe the level of depravity that we are fucking seeing here. From Israeli settlers and the IDF, Israel in general. There is no excuse for what they're fucking doing here. Oh, we just, because it's not like they cut off the water for their own drinking water. I mean, not that that would be justifiable. But they're doing it to turn it into a little water park. Is that a joke? Is that a fucking joke? It's disgusting. People in the West Bank depend on this fucking spring, and they said, nah, it's okay. That's fine. You don't need it. All right, let's go here to PBS NewsHour. According to them, that new U.S.-backed aid distribution system, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, or whatever it's called, has already been quickly overwhelmed in Gaza. Well, I don't know if overwhelmed is the right word. But that's the word they chose to use. I would say that they just were underwhelming in their efforts. Oh, wait, I forgot. One more. Before we go to that. We'll talk about that supposed overwhelming of the U.S.-backed aid distribution system. Because during one of the distributions, Israeli troops took the opportunity to just start firing at Palestinians who were looking for some of that food. Here's the AP from 13 hours ago.
There
was no order. The people rushed and we didn't get to take anything. There was shooting and we fled. We didn't take anything that would benefit us, help us get by given the famine that we are in. We didn't take anything. They could not control the people because of the extent of the famine affecting society. We are going to bring food for our children. Feel with us. We want someone to care for us in the tragedy that we are in. We don't care about gunfire or shelling. What matters is getting the food to our children. So yeah, supposedly at least 3 people were shot by the IDF while just trying to get some of that food. And I am fairly certain Israel's going to be using this this new ruse of a aid organization to wage further war against the population in Gaza. Continue its genocidal behavior. Now let's go to PBS. God, this is such a frustrating situation.
Welcome to the News Hour. There is a new aid distribution system in Gaza, and today it was quickly overwhelmed by Palestinians who for 11 weeks have been blocked from international assistance.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is backed by the U.S. and Israel, which says the old UN-led distribution system allowed Hamas to flourish. But humanitarian groups today said the new system was incapable of alleviating the suffering of 2 million people.
No way.
And could be used to help Israel forcibly move the population. Nick Schifrin reports.
This is what aid distribution in Gaza now looks like. With Israeli warning shots in the distance, the hungry grab boxes designed to feed a family of 5 for 3 days.
I'm disgusted by that framing. They weren't warning shots. Multiple people were shot. It's not a warning shot if you shoot someone, right? That's not a warning. It's you shot them. It's fucking idiotic framing.
Oil, beans, and tomatoes.
These boxes provide somewhat of a solution to the crisis. It has been over 88 days since the crossings were closed, and we are suffering from a great famine.
We are dying of hunger. The children are saying, "Father, I want to eat, so I want to sell even my blood to feed them."
Humanitarian officials have been warning against these sites because they funnel and screen the desperate into small areas. They're also secured with private American contractors and the Israeli military. Today's warning shots apparently injuring
Keep saying
at least
that.
3.
Oh, so they
Even
weren't
the
warning
group's
shots.
initial head quit this weekend.
If you
because he
fire
said
into a
the
crowd,
effort
it's not a
couldn't be done
warning,
with
okay? It's fucking idiotic. It makes me so mad that they say it multiple times in this video. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with PBS, if they're afraid of losing their funding or what. But it's not a warning when you shoot someone. Would words just mean nothing?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Precision of language. Please.
Humanity and impartiality. But Israel says these sites are necessary because Hamas has stolen UN aid to maintain its military capacity, an accusation the UN denies.
The idea is basically to take away the humanitarian looting as a tool of war of Hamas, to give it to the population.
Give me a joke.
Eventually to have a sterile zone in the south of Gaza where the entire population can move for its own protection.
The Israeli military has enlarged what it calls a buffer zone along the Gaza border, a corridor that bisects Gaza, and this weekend launched what it called an unprecedented attack through Khan Yunis, Gaza's second largest city, toward the sea. The military says it has operational control of at least 40% of Gaza, and the government vows to control all of Gaza, in part by creating and securing the new aid distribution points in southern and central Gaza. But after 11 weeks of blocked aid, this is hunger in Gaza. Food has become so rare, Islam Abu Taima and her daughter can only find it in the trash.
Jesus
500,000
Christ.
Gazans are extremely food insecure and on the verge of famine. Abu Talema admits eating what one family discarded might make her family sick, but she says it's better than letting them starve.
A mother and a child picking through the trash to feed themselves. I just don't even know what to say. I don't know how anybody can justify any of this. Defies all logic. Go here. Maybe the majority report will pick us up. I am struggling. I am struggling to be even slightly.
Israel has ramped up its attacks on civilians. You have Israeli officials openly saying now that they're targeting civilian infrastructure. I mean, obviously, they have already targeted all civilian infrastructure in Gaza in terms of buildings. But they're targeting civilian infrastructure, and it's been quite clear they've been doing this for a long time, but they're now explicitly saying they're going after nurses and doctors and aid workers and EMTs. They are now unabashedly sort of embracing the genocide.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are broadcasting their war crimes now, like because I mean, the fact is the reason why I think this is going on is because Donald Trump basically started recommending war crimes, and so they took that as a green light to just say, all right, maybe war crimes are fine, and they seem to be completely unashamed of what they're doing.
You hear some former Israeli politicians and officials calling it genocide. They're accusing Netanyahu of, going off the rails, as it were. Of course, very conveniently ignoring the fact that polls in Israel now show the general population is in favor of ethnic cleansing. They're in favor of the brutality that their government is engaging in. And during his trip to the Middle East, Trump apparently got some pressure from some of the Arab leadership. Doesn't seem like much, though, but enough for him to say there should be food going in. Israel said, okay, we will send some food aid in, insisted on being control of the program. The number of trucks that they brought in, not even woefully insufficient. I mean, clearly just for show. They barely reached any of the people there. And this is a picture of crowds at an aid distribution site
Yeah, so I mean, they initially had just after that visit with Trump let in like something like half a dozen trucks, which was basically a troll. It was to say
it's like literally 1% of what they need on a daily basis.
And Ben-Gvir was saying, or maybe it was Smotrich saying, this is literally just for
show,
optics. Yeah.
Yeah, there was mockery. It was about, you know, haha, we'll give you a taste, and then there was more backlash, and then now this effort has ramped up for the United States and Israel to control humanitarian aid that's going into Gaza via something called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which has been decried by the United Nations as not essentially a sincere effort to get aid in and basically using food as a weapon of war. And then you see images like this. So there are still crowds of people in Gaza still desperate for food. So even if the United States, via their military contractors, are handing it out, people are going to flock to it, and they're being fenced in. What does this image, like, seriously, what does this image remind you of?
It's like cattle. And the head of the executive director of the Humanitarian Foundation stepped down just yesterday, I think it was, when I think even for his perspective, it became clear that this is just a mechanism in which the military is going to start to it's some type of honeypot or pick people off. We're unclear.
Do you remember that there were in the past accusations that Israeli drones had been playing in Arabic cries of "help me, help me"? Maybe this was a year or so ago, to draw Palestinians out so that they could kill them. This is a bit of a version of that, where it seems like this is a honeypot, as you were saying, to get Palestinians in one place and corral them for slaughter. And Jeremy Scahill reported this morning that there's already been a report of a Palestinian who's been kidnapped when they were going to pick up boxes of food. And Al Jazeera was reporting that there's been gunfire, presumably from the Israeli side, at these aid checkpoints. So we still have inadequate information, but it stands to reason that given it was, I think, 2 resignations now from this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, that basically they're
no one wants this on their resume.
Right. That this is not a sincere and earnest effort to get food to people.
And
yeah, no, it isn't. It isn't sincere at all. And the places where they put these these aid locations, I mean, there was few and far between. Like they were generally like spread out, and there were not a lot of them. Meaning that people would have to walk many miles to get to them, depending on where they were. Looks like cattle going to slaughter. Yeah, it does look like that. It really does. I cannot deny the similarity, Shade Dragon. Now, supposedly, in the last day or so, the United States and Hamas have reached a draft resolution for a Gaza ceasefire deal. Supposedly Israel was not involved in this deal and was done bilaterally between both the US and Hamas. Here's Al Jazeera English from yesterday.
All right, we start with breaking news, and sources have told Al Jazeera that Hamas has agreed to a US proposal for a ceasefire in Gaza. It's understood that the group and US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff agreed to the draft deal at a meeting in Qatar's capital of Doha. Sources tell us it includes a 60-day ceasefire and the release of 10 captives alive in 2 stages. The US president will guarantee the terms of the deal and the withdrawal of Israeli troops. Sources also tell us it would guarantee unconditional humanitarian aid from day one. The American envoy is said to have sent the draft to the Israeli government and is waiting for a response. We've got correspondents across these developments in Washington, D.C. and in Gaza. But first, let's cross to Hamda Salut, who's in Amman, and she's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and indeed the occupied West Bank. So tell us, Hamda, if you would, if you have any reaction yet from Israel on this.
Well, we have had some reaction from the Israelis, but it's all anonymous officials speaking to media saying that these reports are untrue, that Israel has not agreed to anything, neither has Hamas, but rather that these negotiations are still ongoing. And the Israelis have noted that anything Hamas has put on the table has been unacceptable to the Israelis. But it's worth mentioning the comments of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the most recent week, who has added new conditions for an end of the war. According to the sources who have spoken to Al Jazeera, they say that while this truce would be temporary, there would be talks ongoing for a permanent end of the ceasefire, with the Americans guaranteeing Israel's seat at the table. However, Netanyahu had outlined previously what his conditions would be for an end to the war. It's not only the release of the captives, but Hamas would also have to lay down its arms. Their leaders politically and militarily would have to be exiled. But he also noted that he wants Trump's plan for Gaza that was previously condemned. Many said it amounted to ethnic cleansing. He wants the expulsion of the Palestinian population from Gaza. Netanyahu said that that's one of his conditions for ending the war. Now let's talk.
Yeah, seems like a real non-starter. Let's start the ceasefire off with a good old genocide. But yeah, Israel isn't taking this U.S. Hamas deal very well. From my research on this situation, Netanyahu, I think, is probably pretty upset, honestly, that the United States decided to do some negotiating without them with Hamas. And but the fact is, you know, Israel's not even the slightest bit interested in a genuine ceasefire. The one thing that frustrates me most about this plan is that it's just another temporary ceasefire deal, with the promise, or the supposed promise, of further ceasefire talks. Didn't we just play this game 3 months ago or whatever it was? Like, we literally played this game already one time, right? There was a 30, was it 60-day ceasefire? I can't remember how long it was, but it didn't last long. It didn't even last the full amount of time it was supposed to, and ever since then, Israel has just stepped up the war crimes, stepped up the attacks, completely blockaded the Strip. I mean, are we to expect that this one somehow will come, the actual full ceasefire will come to fruition because of it? I mean, I'd like to think so. Believe me, I'd like to think so. But my well of optimism is running incredibly dry on this situation. You might be shocked to hear that, but it's true. Speaking of Israel, we've been talking about the sort of trickle of IDF objections, specifically soldiers objecting to the war crimes they're being asked to commit. There hasn't been a whole lot of that. I mean, we saw like what was it, like 1,000? I think it might have been slightly more, but it was not a lot. Like, some small portion of IDF troops signed. It was also Israeli Air Force too. I use them as the same thing, but I know they're technically not. But like, before that ceasefire happened in February, there was a petition signed by a bunch of IDF soldiers saying that they would not participate. And apparently that is continuing to some degree. Let's go to Channel 4 News from earlier on Tuesday.
They had no doubt about fighting until they did.
For all sorts of reasons, the hand on the trigger was easy in a lot of ways.
Because nobody would ask questions?
Because I don't think anyone holds accountability.
In the beginning, Israeli reservists were keen to fight in Gaza, to crush Hamas after October the 7th.
For a long time, Israel...
But 600 days on, An increasing number are questioning what they did. Did you see Israeli soldiers killing people who might have been civilians but they weren't quite sure? In other words, shoot first, ask questions later.
I would say yes. People who were unarmed were shot by the because we preferred to because their lives didn't matter that much, and we prefer not to put ourselves in danger because we know that it's hard to fight out.
Yeah, it is a disgusting sentiment. And I'm not sure if it's the way that he's wording it that's bothering me so much, but boy oh boy is that gross.
Organization, like they don't look like an army.
Yotam Vilk rushed to help on October the 7th and then served 2 tours, a total of 270 days in Gaza. He's part of a group of about 100 reservists who say they won't go back. They believe in defending the state of Israel, but cannot remain oblivious to the impact of indiscriminate airstrikes on Gazan civilians.
The amount of oblivion towards the death of Palestinians and destruction in Gaza is horrible, and it's definitely a war crime, and it's definitely unethical and against modern law, humanitarian law. If the Israeli government is pushing towards ethnic cleansing and transfer from Gaza, that's a sort of genocide.
And do you think that's what's happening?
I think at this point it's not happening on ground.
You think that's what they want to do?
They say out loud. I don't have to think.
Into the springs of salvation. Spiritual guru and yoga teacher Rivka Lafer has no time for such scruples. She has become a poster
This
girl
woman
for
is
Israel's powerful far right.
Fucking evil witch. Get ready. She's about to say some horrifying shit.
Spirituality
Seriously. Prepare yourself. This woman is about to say some genuinely detestable stuff. Oh, God. It's also horrifying to watch Israelis enjoying themselves, playing around in water. Like it's a fun time here and in that spring that they cut off from people in the West Bank. It is disgusting. But get ready, because even more disgusting are about to be the words this woman's about to say. Hey, Simric with a sweet super chat. Fun fact, Israel has killed more civilians since October 7th than the United States did in the entire 20-year war on terror. Is that true? That's a disturbing fact. That is fucking disturbing. But in my brain, that's checking out. Oh, God. What a horrifying time to live in.
Her spirituality does not encompass the lives of Palestinian children.
Gross.
Children in Gaza, they want to kill my children. I love my children. I love my country. And I'm here. I'm here.
But the children in Gaza, 4 years
they
old,
want to
5
kill
years
me.
old.
Yes.
Oh my
Even
God.
the 4 and 5 year olds, even the babies.
The way she says it with a smile.
The
way she says that with a fucking smile. This is more genocide Nazi talk right here. More Nazi talk. She switches to Hebrew for some reason. Probably because she says some even more horrifying things. Here, I'll translate for you.
Even the babies?
Even the babies. It is immoral to love your enemy because I'm sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Settle down, bitch. It's immoral to love your enemy because then you die. I hate my enemy because he wants to take my land and my life. Because of that, and he's been trying to do that for years.
As a settler in the West Bank, Rivka's certainty comes from the view that a centuries-old fight over land is a Manichaean struggle.
Watching Israelis just sort of enjoying themselves, acting like they're partying right now, dancing, playing, while they Well, they justify genocide on some of the most horrifying terms I've ever heard. Not that there's any justification for genocide. I'm just saying the way they talk about this is it's just disgusting to me. The war here between us and our enemies is a general and global war between good and evil.
שלנו זה מלחמה כללית ועולמית בין טוב לבין רע. אנחנו הטוב.
We are the good. The people of Israel are good people who want to make peace and do good things in the world. We are fighting evil.
That's Prime Minister Netanyahu's line too. Today he appeared in court again as part of his corruption trial. Many Israelis believe he's continuing the war not for military reasons but to save his political skin. His supporters brook no dissent.
I get a lot of hate on social media.
What do they say?
You know, some people say that I'm on their side, that
You're a traitor.
I'm a traitor, yeah, I'm against Israel. Our moral decisions that we chose of making this amount of destruction and death is something that we'll have to deal with a lot. Like, this is going to be a stain on Israel for a long time now.
The beach in Tel Aviv. Many Israelis have managed to get back to normal, even if the horror of October the 7th never completely fades.
The horror of October 7th never. What the fuck are you channel for?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
That Israeli guy looks like your brother. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly think that stain that they just referred to on Israel is going to last for a very long time. I mean, Germany is still, in some ways, dealing with the repercussions of, 80 years ago. Close to 100, actually. And so depending on where you want to start. It just... I honestly thought this was all going to end a really long time ago. I don't know if anybody here remembers me talking about this last year. Kind of around this time, a little earlier. But when Biden had announced the ceasefire proposal that never happened, I think some people might remember me saying, "Oh my God, look, it's over. It's gonna be over." And now, 14 months later, I look like a real fucking idiot. All right, let's see what former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, right? He used to be Prime Minister, had to say on CNN in an interview done yesterday.
And opposition to the war is growing inside of Israel as well. Among those speaking out is the country's former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert. In a new opinion piece for Haaretz, making headlines around the world, he says Israel is committing war crimes. And he joins me now live from Tel Aviv. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you so much for taking the time. Your criticism of this government and how it's been conducting this war is not new. You have been outspoken on that front for many months now. But going to this level and saying that Israel is in fact committing war crimes is something entirely different. I want to read from your piece. You said, "What we are doing in Gaza now is a war of devastation, indiscriminate, limitless, cruel, and criminal killing of civilians. We're not doing this due to some disproportionate outburst by some soldiers in some unit. Rather, it's the result of government policy, knowingly, evilly, maliciously, irresponsibly dictated. Yes, Israel is committing war crimes." So what has changed in your view, and why are you speaking out publicly and globally now?
Well, as you said before, I've been speaking for a long period of time, and I criticize the Israeli government and particularly the lack of any vision about what comes next, what are we going to do in order to end the war, release the hostages, and start to move towards some kind of a political horizon that will start perhaps a process that will end the military confrontations. What happened, particularly in the last few days, was the statements made by Israeli cabinet ministers, the leading cabinet ministers, that say we should starve Gaza. What is it if not a war crime? I mean, how can a serious person representing the Israeli government can spell it out in such an explicit manner that we should starve Gaza, that there should be no supply of basic fundamental humanitarian needs to a couple of millions of people living there. They are terrorists that we need to fight, but this is not a war against Hamas. This looks more and more like a political war of the Israeli Prime Minister and the cabinet and the group of thugs which are now representing the Israeli government inside Israel and across the world.
There you go. Ehud Olmert on CNN saying that Israel is committing war crimes and using genocidal language. We don't need the whole interview, honestly. That's good enough. Was Ehud Olmert in jail? I don't recall that. Could be true. Could be true. I don't know, Palsier. I don't know. All right. We're almost done with Israel and Gaza right now. There's just one last one. This one's from Forbes Breaking News 13 hours ago. Reporter asked, I think it was Tammy Bruce at the State Department, one particular question. Is there a limit to President Trump's patience with Israel?
Is there a limit to President Trump patience, let's say, or he will?
I'm sure there is.
Letting permit, like, I'm sorry, letting Prime Minister Net.
Oh my God, Tammy Bruce is such a garbage person. Why did she feel it necessary to sort of slip in that snide remark in the middle of this question?
Limit to President Trump patience, let's say, or he will.
I'm sure there is.
Letting permit, like,
what a bitch.
I'm sorry, keep letting
a
Prime
fucking
Minister
bitch.
Netanyahu doing what he's doing in Gaza, or President Trump at a certain point will say, "Stop, let's."
Well,
sit down.
if you see President Trump, you could ask him directly that. I'm not going to presume. I know I'm not going to presume President Trump's frame of mind about what he's willing to do or won't do. This is a man who's serious about getting a situation finished, of getting a deal done, of ending the situation which he is clearly confident it can end. My assessment of what he would do, he is him for a reason. I'm not him.
Huh?
The last thing I think any of us want to do is second guess the president. Certainly in this case, President Trump.
You don't want to second guess the president?
He's
I think, honestly, second-guessing Donald Trump on literally everything is actually a smart decision since he changes his mind from second to second. Tammy really had basically nothing to say to this question. Just a bunch of sort of platitudes and like politician talk. Is there an end to Trump's patience? Yes. For what? Who knows? And whatever else. And it just doesn't doesn't change shit. Thanks, Tammy. Great answer. Okay. Let's move it on from the genocide. Talking about another place where there's definitely some war crimes that have been happening. Ukraine. Start here. The Associated Press from 2 days ago. Residents of Ukraine's Zhytomyr region mourn victims of Russia's latest attacks.
We
heard an explosion. My sister lived there. In the morning, I got a call saying that it looked like her house had been hit. We arrived and saw 2 buildings completely destroyed. My sister and her husband are in intensive care. Son of a bitch. And their children died. Let the world wake up and see. How long can they bomb children? We go to bed and do not know what awaits us in the morning. I gotta say, this sentence is frustrating for so many reasons. Because, I mean, what the... Oh, God. The world has been watching children being bombed for the last 19 months in Gaza. Last 30... How many months has it been since the invasion of Ukraine? It's been over 36 months, actually. Right? People seem to be fine with it, actually. At least some group of people seem completely fine with bombing children. And watching it happen, or just ignoring it completely. You go to bed and do not know what awaits us in the morning. This is Ukraine. Can't the world see what's happening here? We see it. We see it. Those don't look like military targets. They look like residential buildings. Jesus Christ. Alright. Now let's see what Donald Trump had to say about Vladimir Putin.
I don't want reality.
Here's CNN from yesterday.
We are following developments between the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine after President Trump called Russian President Vladimir Putin, quote, absolutely crazy for his latest actions in the war on Ukraine.
I feel like I'm
that
taking
comment
crazy
coming
pills.
after Moscow has launched 3 straight nights of drone strikes, the largest aerial assault so far of the 3-year war.
Now, what is... I mean, before we let this get in too deep, one thing that fucking fascinates me about this... I don't know if fascinate's the right word. But one thing I genuinely feel like I need to understand... And it could just be purely racist. I mean, it seems like the most likely reason. But... Donald Trump is... I mean... He claims during this situation, in the midst of the widest scale aerial attacks on Ukraine since the war started 3 years ago, you know, and he, I mean, for good reasons, you know, says that Putin has lost his fucking mind. What's he doing? We're doing a ceasefire. But it's nothing said about what Israel's doing. It's like, oh, no, Benjamin Netanyahu, completely sane. Everything is doing perfectly fine.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
At least 12 people have been killed. Trump posting that Putin is needlessly killing a lot of people and warning that if he tries to conquer all of Ukraine, it will lead to Russia's downfall. The Kremlin firing back this morning, accusing Trump of, quote, emotional overload. But Trump also had some criticism for Ukrainian president after Volodymyr Zelensky accused
emotional
the US of silence
overload
following this weekend's attacks. Trump said that, quote, everything's out of Zelensky's mouth causes problems. I don't like it, and it better stop, he said. CNN's Kevin Liptak joins me now from the White House. We are seeing a major shift in tone from President Trump when it comes to Putin, but a very similar tone when it comes to Zelensky. Tell us more about what you're learning.
Yeah, and these comments about Putin, I think, are very significant for a president who, more often than not, is offering a conciliatory message towards the Russian president. These comments really stood out, and I think the timing here is quite notable. You know, it was only...
You know, seriously, many doctors. It feels like Putin and Russia basically took the Tim Pool tact. You know, Donald Trump started making sense for like 2 seconds, and they're like, "Oh, you're having an emotional breakdown. You're spiraling right now. You're spiraling, okay?" Jesus Christ.
Week ago that President Trump and President Putin spoke on the telephone. Afterwards, the president essentially taking Putin at his word that he's still interested in a peace agreement, despite Putin maintaining all of these maximalist demands to end the war. Now the president adopting quite a harsh tone towards the leader in Moscow. Listen to what the president said.
I'm not happy with what Putin's doing. He's killing a lot of people, and I don't know what the hell happened to Putin. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him.
So he's been a really great guy.
Rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all. Okay, we're in the middle of talking, and he's shooting rockets into Kiev.
I shouldn't laugh while we're describing war crimes, but the way Donald Trump describes it, it's like he just woke up yesterday. He's like, sending bombs into cities? You're crazy. What? You've never done this before, aside from the last 3 years, and then years before that, and maybe a couple other times. But actually, it's crazy. It's like he woke up and he started killing people. I don't understand what's going on.
In other cities, I don't like it at all.
Now, this notion that Putin has changed somehow, that the man that Trump is dealing with today is not the same man he was dealing with in his first term, is something that European leaders have been warning Trump about really for months, but so long he hadn't necessarily been internalizing that point of view. Now, I think the question is how Trump moves forward. You know, there is not a lot of evidence that Putin really cares what Trump or any other world leader thinks or is saying about him. The question is all about action. Does, for example, the president apply new sanctions on Russia? He said yesterday that absolutely he was willing to do that, but he has also been saying for months that this is on the table, but so far he's stopped short of putting any new measures onto Moscow. There's also a question of what's left to sanction in Russia that could potentially have any effect on this war. There's also a question of whether President Trump will send new military assistance to Ukraine. You know, he has not approved any new military assistance packages to Ukraine since taking office. He hasn't spent the roughly $4 billion that remains of what Congress has authorized. Based on his comments yesterday about Zelensky, it's not clear that he's willing to go that route. Or this third option, which I think is perhaps more likely based on what the president's saying, does he continue to try and absolve himself of any responsibility for trying to end this conflict? He did suggest after that phone call with Putin that it would be up to Putin and Zelensky to come up with any solution. And he said last night that this is a war that is Zelensky, Putin's, and Biden's wars, not Trump's, and that he was only helping to put out the big and ugly fires. Sarah.
Kevin Liptak,
Biden's war.
With a mouthful.
It's not my war. Even though I said I was going to end it day one, I am not involved in this. I just know Putin really good. He's like a good friend of mine. And I'm in charge of the United States. It's not mine. It's Biden. He's not even the guy with cancer who's not in office anymore. It's his war, not mine. All right? Write that down. All right, let's see what Marco Rubio had to say as it relates to the motivations of Vladimir Putin. Back at that House Appropriations Committee hearing from 2 days ago, here's Forbes breaking news.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
For many years, we know of your the qualities that you bring to this job, and I think you're exactly the right person for this job in a very dangerous and turbulent world. When I look at what you and the administration has done just it's May the 20th. January the 20th, President Trump was sworn into office, but just a few of the things that have happened during that time, obviously the critical minerals deal in Ukraine, the Pakistani-Indian conflict, which could have resulted in a nuclear conflict between two nuclear-armed countries. Things back closer to where I live, the Mexican water deal that was negotiated with Mexico. I'm frankly amazed at your stamina and what you and the.
All right, settle it down, Gordon.
Don't be creepy.
I'm amazed at your stamina, little Marco.
From somebody that you never would have taken advice from in the first place. But let me ask you specifically about two issues. One has to do with Ukraine and peace negotiations. I applaud you and the administration, and particularly President Trump, for initiating these negotiations between Ukraine and Russia and try to bring a peace, or at least a ceasefire, between these warring countries. This is enormously dangerous, as you know better than most, because it could easily spill over into the rest of Europe, result in NATO becoming involved and the like. But I wonder what you believe Mr. Putin's motivations are. Do you think that he is engaging in these negotiations in good faith, that he intends to give something in order to get something, or not?
What do you say?
Well, I think that's on the question of Putin. I think that's still an open question. I think he approaches it, we have to assume, from a cold, calculated cost-benefit, nation-state evaluation of what's in the best interest of his view of Russia. What I'm pretty certain of is this is not the war he thought he was getting. When he first invaded Ukraine, I think he anticipated that the government would collapse and that he would be greeted as a liberator, and it has not turned out that way. And in fact, Russia today controls less territory than they did after the first 2 months of the war. So they've suffered significant losses. They've suffered the losses of at least, by some estimates, 250,000 men in uniform, and the Ukrainians.
I thought Donald Trump said that there were millions of people. Isn't that what? Didn't 5 million people, 5,000 a day? Which one is it? Which one is it?
Of at least, by some estimates, 250,000 men in uniform, and the Ukrainians have suffered less, but nonetheless suffered as well. It is a battlefield today in which the front lines move 10 kilometers at a time in one direction or another. Even if they're advancing at a tremendously high cost. But the challenge Russia faces now is their entire economy is built around the war effort. Their entire economy is built around munitions production and, frankly, around the fact that you've deployed about 1 million to 1.5 million people to the front lines, and they're making a lot more money fighting a war than they would in the private sector. So I think that that's potentially a challenge here in terms of bringing this war to an end. What we've tried to do is find any way forward to end this conflict. We think it is costly, it is deadly, it is disruptive, and we want to see it end. We want to see it end because of the destruction to Ukraine. We want to see it.
Okay. Honestly, Marco Rubio answering this question in a way that actually makes some amount of sense, which is strange to me. Marco is somehow one of the more sensible people in this administration, but yeah, Putin's got some objectives. They haven't been fulfilled, but it is keeping the Russian economy afloat to some degree, although it also seems very costly to me, not just in the lives, but I mean, there's a bunch of money being spent, so some of it just doesn't fully check out, but it's, he has objectives. Those objectives haven't been completed. And this war is costing a great deal for Russia to continue to wage. What the end goal is, Rubio never quite gets there. But it's pretty clear. They just, he wants to go back to Russia and say they won. That the Ukraine's part of Russia now. They're reappropriating old parts of the USSR. Make Russia great again. Murga. Okay. Let's leave Russia. Go to South Asia. Specifically the Indian Ocean, where a tanker filled with hazardous chemicals is currently sinking into the ocean off of India's Kerala state coast. Here's the AP from yesterday. Ahem. Oh, it's the Arabian Sea. Shit. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's my bad. I thought this was in the Indian Ocean. I am a dummy.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Take it all back. Take two. One thing I don't understand is why you call it the Arabian Sea. Because it's not really a sea, it's still part of the ocean. It confuses me. Isn't that the American Sea? Good one. You can see though, look at all this. Looks like some sort of oily substance, whatever it is. It's not clear, but it's supposedly very toxic. Let's keep ruining the environment, everyone. One ocean at a time. This chopper is moving hella fast. Actually, I think this is a prop plane. Okay. We are getting closer and closer to the end of the stream, people. Oh boy. Oh, what do I do here? We have 10 minutes left until the next break. We're so close to being done. This is usually when I'd rock out another break. How many videos do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. That's way too long. Son of a bitch. Alright, I guess we're going to take another very short break, and we'll be right back with the stream after these brief space messages. Before I even go to the space messages, though, I just want to remind everybody, look in your left-hand corner. We have a goal going right now because last month we had a pretty shitty month in terms of YouTube revenue due to the fact that we just weren't streaming and I couldn't solve the lag problem that we had been dealing with. So we have a goal for our Patreon, PayPal, and Cash App. Combining all of that, since we get all that money immediately put into one goal. If you got a couple bucks, do consider either becoming a new Patreon member, or if you got a Cash App, send it there. Really will help out a great deal. Bob awake. Good morning, Bob. Moving day. Yes, this is a event that we've been watching in slow motion. I do wish you all the best luck on that. All that. Knock on Spacewood. Break a leg. Let's take a quick break. Sorry, everyone. Alright, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, if you want to ensure that you don't get, somehow miss one of these streams. Anyway, chat, while you're doing that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we're completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, both gifted and started for yourself. The Twitch with the bits and the subs, Cash App and PayPal, if you prefer your money not go to funding Jeffy Bezos' space dreams. Instead, you can fund the Space Fam space streams. And of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to a myriad of sweet, sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get an avatar, shout out, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. I think everybody knows what that stream sound means. What am I saying? I'm getting delirious. Everybody knows what that sound means, of course. If you're a true space fans, that means it's time for us to get back to the action and the fifth half of this here stream. We are approaching the end, so prepare yourselves, chat. Otherwise, you might miss it. By the way, I just want to say thank you to the person, once again, who donated $100 on Cash App, getting us a third of the way to completing that goal to help shore up the galactic deficit. And everyone else who's contributed today. Alright, we just got done talking about that tanker sinking in the Arabian Sea off the coast of India. Now, let's go to Vietnam, where French President Emmanuel Macron has been was there over the last couple of days, attempting to shore up France's trade agreements and partnerships with different countries in the Indo-Pacific region. And apparently, France and Vietnam, as of Monday, signed a deal. Let's see what that deal entails. Here's the South China Morning Post from Monday. It is indeed a new page being written between our two countries and in all of these different areas: economic, scientific, technological, industrial, military, strategic, A desire to write an even more ambitious chapter in the relationship between Vietnam and France. Between ASEAN and the European Union, we also mentioned that this when talking about the South China Sea, that we share the same desire to defend international maritime law, in particular, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. France has constantly reiterated this commitment, that of freedom, of sovereignty, which at the heart of our Indo-Pacific strategy. It is also at the heart of the centrality role that we acknowledge in Asia. So yeah, supposedly there was a deal, some sort of satellite and airplane deal. I think it was Airbus and I cannot remember the name of the other company. Icebreaker Gaming. What way of supporting you gives you the biggest cut of the funds? Patreon, Super Chats, or channel memberships? Patreon. Patreon gives me the biggest cut. They give me like 98% of the money. Same thing for Cash App. Of course, I get 100% of the money from Cash App. But YouTube and Twitch take like 30 to 40% in that order. They are greedy. The memberships and the super chats are the same breakdown. They take whatever money goes through YouTube gets hit by a 30% tariff, or well, whatever you want to call it, a tax, a Google tax. The Patreon really, you know, that one probably one of the best ones to get both. Like I've said it a million times, but it's the best of all worlds. Really, you get the most space benefits for your money, and I see 99% of it. And all the links for these different ways of supporting me are in the YouTube bio and Twitch bio. Okay. Where are we? I lost my place. I almost forgot about this one. How could I forget about this classic moment? Oh boy. Brigitte Macron may have been upset with Emmanuel for some reason during this trip to Vietnam. Get yourself prepared. Get yourself prepared. This one is this one is honestly kind of hilarious. République Française. Oh, what was that? Hold on. I'm gonna make the screen bigger so that everybody can definitely see this, because it's fucking hilarious. Take two. Take two, everybody. Okay, I don't know what Emmanuel did to offend Brigitte, but prepare yourselves, chat. Oh! Look at that. Oh boy, that Manuel getting the slap in the face here. I love how he goes into I love how he just pretends like nothing happens and then waves at everyone like, oh hey everybody, just see that, definitely see that. Yeah, okay, hold on, let me let me get out of here. Hi everybody, a quick wave, awkward moment. I love how every single one of their steps after that moment is completely in sync. Nothing wrong here. We're fine. We're completely in. We're completely in sync. Everybody, stop worrying. Sacre bleu, indeed, Charlie Martini. I mean, wow. I am dying. I am dying to know what he did to upset Brigitte. I really need to know. I'm like going through all the possibilities in my head. Oh boy. Emmanuel embarrassed on the global stage by his wife. He probably deserved it. He is sort of a douche. All right, let's go to China. What do you say? Starting here with the Associated Press from 23 hours ago. A massive chemical explosion was seen on CCTV video. In Gaomi City. Look at the size of that. Look at the size of that smoke plume. It looks like a fucking nuke hit. I mean, look at it. It's like, it's gotta be a couple miles into the air. That thing is fucking huge. Supposedly this was a chemical plant that exploded. It's not clear what happened, even what kind of chemical plant it was, to me at least. But 5 people supposedly died in that explosion. But don't worry, we're bringing all the chemical production to the United States, so that'll probably stop happening there. All right? No, okay, that's stupid. That's a bad joke. I'm not perfect. I try and come up with funny jokes, but sometimes I'm just not. I think I'm running out of energy. That's part of the problem. All right. Now, there's news in the AI chip space as it relates to China. Apparently, NVIDIA is planning to launch a cheaper AI chip specifically for China, which would circumvent the ban on the export of its most powerful chip, the H20. Let's go here to Reuters from yesterday.
NVIDIA will launch a new and cheaper AI chip for China to avoid US export restrictions. That's according to Reuters sources. They say mass production of the new silicon will begin as early as June. The current H20 chip was effectively banned for sale to China in April. Washington wants to slow the country's development of AI and other technologies. The new product will reportedly use conventional memory instead of the so-called high-bandwidth memory used by some advanced chips. It's expected to be priced at up to $8,000 per unit, well down on the $10,000 to $12,000 for the H20. An NVIDIA spokesperson would only say that the company is still evaluating its options. The sources say an earlier plan to produce a downgraded version of the H20 didn't work out. NVIDIA boss Jensen Huang says the firm's market share in China has plunged from 95% before export curbs kicked in to 50% now. He warned that if restrictions stay in place, more customers will buy chips from Chinese rival Huawei. On Monday, Huang told the Stratocherry podcast that NVIDIA had been forced to walk away from $15 billion in sales. It has also written off more than $5 billion in inventory.
Thank you, Icebreaker. I appreciate your understanding. It's true. Towards the end of long streams, the brain it fries. You know, just short circuits. Start doing nonsense things. But there we go. NVIDIA seemingly finding a way to circumvent the export of AI chips to China. I think partially, the main reason for doing this is to, not lose their foothold, as Huawei, like it was just mentioned, is looking to compete with NVIDIA, and they're becoming more competitive by the day, especially as, export restrictions, import, costs become higher, and along with the banning of certain chips being exported, it's not shocking that another company would try and fill that void. NVIDIA hoping to keep that void unfilled by anyone else. Whether or not that works out, it's unclear, or whether or not the US will crack down on this move, I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh, by the way, I just saw somebody add themselves as a galactic benefactor, I think. I'm going to edit the goal. What's this up to? Yes. Okay. Nice. Thank you. I think I know who that is. Not sure. After they look into it. But there we go. There's your news in chips in China. Now let's talk about the rising tensions in the South China Sea. Here's PBS NewsHour from 2 days ago.
Nearly a quarter of the world's maritime trade goes through the South China Sea, which sits between China and a number of Asian nations, including Vietnam, the Philippines, and Taiwan. In addition, experts say it has large reserves of oil and gas. In recent years, it's also been the site of clashes between Chinese Coast Guard ships and Philippine vessels as Beijing tries to exert its claim to virtually the entire sea in defiance of international law. A confrontation this past week on the disputed South China Sea.
Your unsafe maneuvers are in clear violation of your obligations for safe conduct.
A Chinese Coast Guard ship sideswiped a Filipino government fishing vessel and fired its water cannons. Philippine officials said its vessel was on a routine research mission, collecting sand. But 3 small uninhabited sandbars in the area are the reasons for heightened tension.
This is so
Both
dumb.
China and the Philippines claim sovereignty over them. What's it?
Like a 300 square foot pile of sand. Oh my god. It basically doesn't even count as land, in my opinion.
Heightened tensions. Both China and the Philippines claim sovereignty over them. What's at stake is less about the sandbars themselves than about the body of water surrounding them, the South China Sea. Since 1952, Beijing has claimed virtually the entire sea, everything inside what's referred to as the 9-dash line. In 2023, China added a 10th dash off Taiwan. The Philippines, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Vietnam all reject China's claims. That was the backdrop earlier this month for the annual joint U.S.-Philippines military exercises known as Balikatan, Tagalog for shoulder to shoulder. 9,000 U.S. troops joined 5,000 Filipino military personnel for live fire drills.
This type of training is absolutely invaluable to us. To be able to get out here to operate with our treaty ally and to be able to set up a defense like this and integrate all of our systems is just remarkable, and we're really grateful for the opportunity.
Some of the drills could have been sending Beijing a message. For instance, the Philippine province of Zambales, along the South China Sea coast, was the site of an exercise using a U.S. missile defense system to target drones acting as hostile aircraft. A 1951 mutual defense treaty between the United States and the Philippines commits each nation to defend the other in case of attack. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said the U.S. commitment to the Philippines is ironclad.
Don't worry about it, little
Andrew
Marco.
Chubb is a fellow at the Asia Society and a senior lecturer at Lancaster University in England. Mr. Chubb, help us put...
Okay, I don't know if I want to listen to this whole thing. Suffice to say that indeed tensions are rising in the South China Sea. I mean, they've been steadily rising for quite a while now, as China continues to try and assert its dominance over the entire ocean, essentially. The fact is, just because it's named the South China Sea doesn't mean that most of it isn't international waters, and the existence of a sandbar is a ridiculous claim to a ridiculous basis on which to claim ownership, in my opinion. And it just seems like China's doing what the US does a little bit in terms of trying to assert, and it's just, everybody just needs to settle the fuck down and stop trying to, you know, land grab, ocean grab, whatever it is. It's out of control. It needs to stop. I'm sick of it, honestly. We don't need more wars, and it just feels like it's the premise for the next one, and it just doesn't sit good with me at all. Icebreaker Gaming. Oh, you're the one who became the Patreon member. Beautiful, beautiful. Just so you know, Icebreaker, I'm going to send you a message on there asking you about what your desired name on the shout out will be, as well as what you want your avatar to be. And if you're in the, you're going to want to be in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you should definitely get in there. If anybody else here is also not in the Discord, you all should get in here immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner. For multiple reasons. Wait, what the fuck? Why didn't the link post? Oh my god. What is going on? Nightbot has abandoned us.
Come on!
Oh, there we go. It worked. It worked. But yeah, you want to be in the Discord because that's some of the benefits are up in there, as well as being the best way to get me. If you have a picture for your avatar to send there. Okay, what was I gonna do? Oh, right. I'm just gonna keep doing the stream. Alright, let's talk, let's go to Japan real quick. What do you say? Donald Trump apparently approved a business deal between the United States and Japan. One which was blocked by the Biden administration. I think it was technically the FTC who blocked it originally, due to, I can't remember the reason, the espoused reason now. But Nippon Steel, otherwise known as Japan Steel, was looking to buy U.S. steel. I think it started sometime in the later months of last year, but was blocked. I want to say it was December, but I could be wrong. Donald Trump has an announcement for us. That announcement being that, actually it's fine. Nippon Steel can buy U.S. steel. And I find this fascinating for so many reasons. Just so many. I think people could probably guess at least one of those reasons.
You announced on Friday about U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel.
Yeah.
What will the ownership structure look like? What made you satisfied about it?
It'll be controlled by the United States. Otherwise, I wouldn't make the deal. I went to the unions, to all of the local unions. They all wanted it, and
they all wanted it
because all of the congressmen came in, about 5 of them, and the others, I understand, are in concurrence, and they asked that I do it. Everybody seems to want it, and we'll see. I mean, we'll see what the final is, but they're going to invest billions of dollars in steel, and it's a good company. Nissan's a very good company. We'll see. But it's an investment, and it's a partial ownership, but it'll be controlled by the USA.
Now, Donald Trump claimed that this is going to create 70,000 jobs. Now, I found this claim to be utterly fascinating. Because currently in the United States, I think U.S. Steel employs 20,000 people in the United States. So he's suggesting that it's going to increase it fourfold. 400% increase in jobs by having Nippon Steel buy U.S. Steel. And I don't understand how that works. I find it a very dubious claim, honestly. Quite skeptical about that. But one thing I was wondering to myself, does he think that Japanese jobs equate to US jobs or what? And it's not really going to be under control of the US. I started trying to look through the deal. I didn't have a lot of time because I found this, or like I listened to this very close to the start of this stream. So, but I had only a moment to look into it, but it's going to be owned by Japan. It just is. We're going to have a vote on the board. Like the U.S. government is going to have a vote on inside of the board of directors of this newly formed company. But that doesn't, and supposedly there will be a U.S. CEO, right? An American will be CEO of Nippon Steel, supposedly. I just don't understand how it doesn't guarantee. I mean, CEOs come and go all the time. And having a vote on the board it's not clear to me that in any way the US will have any control over this company in any real capacity. I guess I might be missing some of the details of it, but none of this is really checking out for me. And it certainly doesn't feel like it's going to improve manufacturing in the United States when we sell this. I mean, he was like, we're going to be a great steel company. And then he immediately sells US Steel to Japan. And I'm at a loss for words. I am genuinely confused about this move. I was told we were going to bring back all the steel jobs. All the Japanese steel jobs. I meant Japan steel jobs. American steel jobs, not so important. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to look into it more to fully grasp what just happened with this. Because I genuinely only found out about it like an hour before the stream. I was sort of rushing around trying to get everything ready. But yeah, I'm just like, I am at a loss, chat. Okay, let's go to, oh shit, where was this? Singapore? Oh my god, second to last, penultimate video, everyone. Great job for making it this far. But I could have sworn this was in Singapore. But apparently, a Southeastern Asian country, I believe in the Indo-Pacific, is planning to make the world's best airport even bigger. Here's the Wall Street Journal from Sunday.
It's got a gigantic indoor waterfall, a butterfly garden, art.
Oh, and before we do this, it is Singapore, okay? At least I'm not losing my mind. It was Singapore, thank God. I just want to respond to chat. Yeah, people heard the word Nissan. Icebreaker, Sammy both seemed to notice that. Tom Trask noticed it too. Everybody noticed that. I heard it too. I just sort of went past it because it's like, whatever. Donald Trump says wrong things all the time. It's not clear if he actually knows who's going to own this company or not. I guess Nippon and Nissan do sound kind of similar. It's whatever. I mean, it's Donald Trump. The accuracy is not expected.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
It's got a gigantic indoor waterfall, a butterfly garden, art installations, dinosaurs, and nearly 60 million travelers pass through its 4 terminals every year. This is Singapore's Changi, ranked the best airport on the planet for its design, cleanliness, and efficiency for 13 years.
We want to make people look forward to coming to the airport, for them to take a holiday, even starting from the airport.
But staying atop the world ranking of
this is an insane
while accommodating
airport.
surges in passenger numbers is a huge undertaking.
I gotta say.
So plans to build a 5th mega terminal.
Having an entire forest inside of an airport is fucking wild. I've never seen anything like it, honestly. It's fucking crazy. Why is Singapore so much better than us?
Is a huge undertaking. So plans to build a 5th
we can't even United States can't even keep fucking planes in the air from crashing into each other. Meanwhile, Singapore building the most fucking baller airports on the planet.
$8 billion, able to operate even in a pandemic, represents Singapore's determination to cement its place as a regional travel hub and to make the best airport in the world even better. Air traffic is expected to rise 5% annually in Asia Pacific, a pace faster than any other region in the world. Changi's new terminal was conceived to take full advantage of that opportunity.
When completed, Terminal 5 will expand our airport's capacity by more than 50% and will ensure that Singapore remains a critical gateway for global travel and trade.
Once completed in mid-2030, it will double the size of the airport, allowing 140...
It's like the Versailles of airports. I mean, look at it. Am I wrong on this on this comparison? I mean, they've got the garden to complete it. I mean, it's amazing. Oh my god.
Completed in mid-2030, it will double the size of the airport, allowing 140 million travelers to pass through every year. It will significantly expand Singapore's aviation hub, which currently makes up 5% of the country's economy, supporting more than 200,000 jobs in various industries, including aerospace, tourism, and logistics. When, in 2020, COVID hit the project with a costly 2-year delay, the designers used the unexpected pause to rethink their plans.
We redesigned T5 to be more resilient, in particular to operate more safely and flexibly during a pandemic.
The terminal was reimagined as a modular design, able to be split into sub-terminals in varying permutations, such as right down the middle like this, to limit the mixing of air in case of a pandemic. The modular theme continues elsewhere. Instead of a giant roof, the architects broke it up into multiple layered sections to allow more natural light into the enclosed space.
This is brilliant.
The terminal will also be powered by clean energy, generated by solar panels on its roofs.
Jesus.
Maximum potential output of 43.
Why can't we be better? Why can't we be more like Singapore? Carbon neutral airport. I mean, excluding the planes themselves. God damn it.
Megawatts. That's enough to power 20,000 apartments in Singapore for a year. But achieving all of this comes at a significant cost.
To ensure sufficient resources to develop our air hub, I will top up the Changi Airport Development Fund by $5 billion.
The Singapore government, which owns the airport, has already spent more than $8 billion on the project altogether, and hasn't ruled out spending more if it needs to. All that money is meant to send a clear message that Changi isn't just a stopover, it's the destination. At the heart of the airport complex is what's known as the Jewel, a $1 billion luxury mall that opened in 2019, featuring more than 260 shops and restaurants. Its centerpiece is the Rain Vortex, the world's tallest indoor waterfall, at just over 130 feet. Jewel seamlessly connects Changi's terminals using sky bridges and driverless trains, and welcomed more than 80 million local and foreign visitors in 2024 alone. Also,
well, while Singapore heads into the 22nd century, the United States is going back to the 1800s.
Come on!
Great job, Singapore. All right, final video of the night, and this one is in Australia. SBS News from Monday. Anybody here familiar with National Sorry Day? Well, you're about to.
In Sydney's second CBD on Darug Land, a circle of healing in a place etched with trauma. 28 years marking National Sorry Day, an opportunity to remember Australia's dark history of the stolen generations.
One of my grandmothers was taken from up north, and we had no idea where she was from for over 100 years.
This public event organised by Parramatta Council, an area where the first ever school for Aboriginal children was built in 1814.
What they didn't tell us is when we put our children into that Parramatta Native Institution, that on the documents that we couldn't read, that our ancestors marked an X on, was a notation that we would never, ever to be able to take our children home again.
Sorry Day commemorates 28 years since the landmark Bringing Them Home report.
Come on, Australia. That is reprehensible.
Sorry Day commemorates 28 years since the landmark Bringing Them Home report was tabled in federal parliament. It laid bare the confronting truths. Thousands of First Nations children forcibly removed from their families under what was government policy.
And at your arms.
Today's event in Western Sydney welcoming the public with dance and weaving events. A chance for all to learn and engage.
I wasn't born in Australia. But I feel extremely sorry.
To be able to have so many Australians now becoming aware, which is acknowledging, it then helps that first steps into healing.
There are around 17,000 stolen generation survivors and they're ageing. Workshops like these are part of the broader goal on National Sorry Day, aimed at keeping culture alive for the next generation. In Brisbane, song and dance part of their truth-telling too.
I have no idea how someone in their right mind would ever think that it would be a possibility or an idea to take babies away from their family.
Today, concerns for children being put into state care are ever present. Recent data shows First Nations children make up around 45% of those in out-of-home care. That's despite making up just 7% of the children's population.
Jesus. There is unfinished business. It's not just in the past. It is something our country is still dealing with today.
The Bringing Them Home report handed down 54 recommendations to support reconciliation for our stolen generations. 28 years on, only 6% of them implemented. Rayanne Hamer, SBS World News.
Jeez. No, I'm not sure if this fixes anything, but it at least forces people to reckon with at least one instance of atrocities committed on Indigenous people in Australia. Of course, there's a litany of sort of crimes that were committed against the Indigenous people of Australia. And honestly, I don't think Australia has dealt super well with the Indigenous peoples of the land. Certainly not even as well as, say, New Zealand, which also has problems. Although better than some nations, it's really a sliding scale of terrible when it comes to colonialism of centuries past. I think it's good to at least fucking remember these things at the very least. Well, we got through another stream, chat. It was incredibly long and a bit arduous as well. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Daredevil, Begoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, and Sue Bates. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Galactic Chill Stream, engaging in 3, 2, 1.
As I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, and the children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair win. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's a fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess.
It's going to be a somewhat short Galactic after stream. I'm going to raid Mark Lamont Hill.
Death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I got $50,000.
So if you want to help spread the Galactic love over there,
and the government is going to take 55%.
stick around, raid with us.
What an outrage.
Tell people how
So let us be very
great Galactic News
this
Network
tax
is.
applies only
Gotta keep spreading that space love, space fans.
1% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want. I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this. They want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%.